Linen number 1 high school. The principal's office. Captain Jiang, let's all keep this dignified. Write your own resignation from the team. You know how it is. No martial arts university is going to take a cripple. I looked at the man saying this. 3 years ago, he still called me brother. When he twisted his ankle in training, I was the one who carried him back to the dorm. Yeah, Captain Jiang, cut us some slack, okay? The martial exam is right around the corner. The team can't drag along someone who's holding us back. Didn't you always teach us to look at the big picture? I didn't say a single word. For 3 years, ever since I crossed over into this body, I'd given away most of my cultivation time and most of my resources to them. The reputation of number 1's strongest team, I built it brick by brick. But a few days ago, everything changed. During a trial arranged by the school, a beast tide suddenly broke out. I stayed behind to cover the retreat and got every one of them out safely. The moment I broke through the beast tide, I inexplicably blacked out. When I woke up, my foundation was destroyed. A complete and utter cripple. After I recovered enough to return to school, what waited for me wasn't a word of concern. It was a notice replacing the captain. The new captain, the principal's son, Sujia. Only then did I figure it out. The beast tide wasn't an accident. The broken teleportation crystal in my hand wasn't an accident. A seed captain like me going missing for half an hour with no one lifting a finger, that wasn't an accident either. This whole thing was aimed at my captain's seat. Sujia takes over, leads the team to a good ranking, and once he's in university, he squeezes into the first-tier training roster. Resources, reputation, all of it. The kid's future would be limitless. In their eyes, crippling a powerless orphan to hand their own son a golden road, that was a deal with pure profit. Is this a joke to you? I stared at them, not a trace of warmth in my voice. Principal Su Qing stepped in to smooth things over. Jiang Chuan, have some understanding for them. The martial exam is the road that changes a person's life. These are soldiers you train with your own hands. You wouldn't want your mistake to ruin their future, would you? Beautiful. One sentence, and he had me over the fire. Refuse to leave, and you're the one hurting everyone, the one unworthy of being captain. I sneered inside. In this moment, I finally saw these people's true faces. Heh. I curled my lip. A trial arranged by the school just happens to hit a beast tide. I just happened to get a broken teleportation crystal. A seed captain like me just happens to go missing for half an hour with no one noticing. I paused. I just happened to force my blood and energy to break out, just happened to pass out again, and just happened to wake up crippled. And the person taking my slot just happens to be named Sue. Principal Sue, where in the world do you find so many coincidences? The words landed, and the mask of false kindness on Su Qing's face couldn't hold. It darkened in an instant. And those teammates I had poured my heart and soul into, not one of them showed a flicker of surprise. Of course, I was trapped in that beast tide for over half an hour with no one coming to save me. Every one of them knew. It was just an accident. Without the school treating you, you'd be dead already. A person should know gratitude and should know how to look at the big picture. Understand, Su Qing put that mask back on, but his tone carried a barb now. As compensation, the school will give you 30,000 for nutrition and set you up at a vocational school so you can learn a trade to make a living. For you, we've already done everything we could. Dad, why are you wasting words on him? Sujia looked at my weakened state, his eyes full of glee. Jiang Chuan, you're a cripple now. Be smart. Shut your mouth. He stepped forward and patted my face in a taunt. Even if I told you this whole thing was a setup for you, what could you do? Report it? There isn't a corner of Linen City where the Su family doesn't have connections. What can a lowly orphan like you do? People like you are born to be my stepping stones. Power and money are far more useful than that bit of talent you have. Su Qing's expression shifted, and he shot Su Jia a hard glare. But things had already been said this plainly, so fine, let's tear off the masks. Jiang Chuan, there are 2 roads in front of you. Su Qing raised 2 fingers, dropping the mask completely. 1, you get expelled and receive not a cent of compensation. 2, you give up your slot. Su Jia takes over. You take the money and leave, and you shut your mouth from now on. No matter which one you choose, the result is the same. The veins on my arm bulged, and the anger brought color back to my pale face. I lowered my head, fists clenched, my body trembling slightly. No one disturbed me. Su Jia's words were filthy, but this was the bloody law of this world. I lifted my head and looked at the group standing behind Su Jia, my voice a little hoarse. You people, nothing to say to me? Everyone except the Su father and son dodged my gaze, not daring to meet my eyes. Su Jia burst out laughing. Them? Jiang Chuan, you really are naive. 1 Earth grade cultivation technique, 1 Earth grade martial skill, and they were tripping over themselves to help me. Look how stupid you are. Fine. I smiled, colder than anyone. Since you've chosen to be dogs, then be good ones. Stop putting on that forced act. Otherwise, when I make my move, I might feel too embarrassed. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and shot a suspicious glance at Su Jia, then looked me up and down. In his perception, this body of mine was a broken house with holes on every side. Su Jia's expression flickered, then relaxed. He nodded at his father. He knew his own methods well. Not just an injured me. Even a me at full strength couldn't make a wave. So you'll take the punishment instead of the toast. Su Qing's threat grew heavier, but he didn't dare act. The martial exam was close. No fighting was allowed inside the city, and violators died. That was a rule the Enforcement Bureau carved out with their blades. I couldn't be bothered with them. I slowly rose, grabbed the agreement, and tore it to shreds. My smile grew brighter and brighter, bright enough to make Su Qing's skin crawl. I'm dropping out. I don't want the captain's slot. Give it to whoever you like. I laid my words down. This year's martial exam, your son Su Jia and this seed team from number 1 won't get into even the worst martial arts academy. Mark my words. See you at the exam. With that, I paid no more attention to their smug faces, turned, and strode out of the principal's office. These weren't the words of someone throwing a tantrum. It was because my system had just come online. The 1 yuan flash sale system is activated. Host, please recharge energy points as soon as possible to unlock the flash sale store. Walking out of the office, I fished a blood crystal from my pocket. It was the only thing on me that could count as energy. Every resource had been fed to that pack of ingrates. I'd kept nothing. A single thought, and the blood crystal vanished. A virtual light screen unfolded before me. Energy point recharge successful. The flash sale store is now open. Host, please select this week's category of flash sale goods. Meanwhile, inside the office, the Su father and son exchanged a look. After the martial exam, Jiang Chuan had to die. What they'd done couldn't survive scrutiny. Only a dead man could keep his mouth shut for good. Energy point recharge successful. The flash sale store is now open. Host, please select this week's category of flash sale goods. I wasn't in a hurry. I slowly browsed the goods. 3 days from now was the first threshold, the provincial martial exam. What I needed most right now was either immediate combat power or something to repair my body. Everything else could wait. Techniques, weapons, martial skills, rare treasures, consumables, special constitutions, martial experience. A dazzling spread that made my eyes swim. Then my gaze locked. Found it. I choose entries. The screen changed, and an entry glowing with faint purple light popped up. This flash sale item has been selected. You may spend 1 energy point to refresh, with a limit of 9 refreshes per item type. Entry: blood and energy like a dragon. Flash sale price: 1 energy point. Effect: repairs bodily damage, greatly raises the host's physical fitness and the strength of blood and energy, and slowly raises the host's talent. Purchase limit: 9 of 9. Remaining energy points: 1. I'd bet right. Refresh? I didn't have the energy points for that now. Besides, this entry was exactly what I needed most at the moment. No reason to refresh. 1 point of energy vanished, and the entry turned into a wisp of blood-red smoke that bored into my body. The battered body visibly began to recover, strands of fresh blood and energy surging outward. The blood and energy churned, finally gathering into a pool that faintly threatened to crystallize. That was the sign of blood tempering pushed to its peak. I clenched my fist. This strength was barely worse than before I was crippled. Perfect blood refinement realm. The minimum threshold for the martial exam was the blood refinement realm. Step into it, and you're a first-rank martial artist. But that wasn't enough. What I wanted was to top the martial exam. Only with the title of champion would I have the right to arm wrestle the Su family. The Great Xia martial exam had 2 stages. The provincial exam 3 days out was only a filter. The national tournament after it was the real test. By then, geniuses from every province and city, and all the great family disciples, would be crammed together fighting over that 1 champion slot and a handful of elite school placements. As long as I was strong enough, the Su family was nothing. I stared at the golden entry on the screen, and at that line, purchase limit 8 of 9. A crazy idea popped into my head. This thing, could it stack? I shook my head and set it aside for now. The most urgent thing was to get my records back. At the Academic Affairs office, the staff there knew exactly what was what and rolled out the green carpet. The paperwork was done fast, and my records were in hand. Outside the school gate, I flagged down a cab. Driver, number 19 high school. The car shot off. I glanced back at number 1. Not a shred of attachment. Next time we meet at the martial exam, it'll be life or death. But before that, I had to settle my student status and exam eligibility. Going to number 19 was for exactly this. I was going to strike a deal with their principal. Number 19 was the worst martial arts high school in the city. The resources it got each year were pitifully small. No teacher and no student wanted to come. To them, coming here was no different from giving up on your future. But that was exactly why I chose it. The system was my confidence, and my talent wasn't bad either. At number 1, I'd spent most of my time carrying that pack of ingrates, and my cultivation speed was still top tier. Now that the dead weight was gone, my mountain would only climb higher, high enough that others could only look up. In the martial world, in the end it comes down to strength. Power and money are all bubbles in front of strength. This truth, I only fully understood today. Number 19 came into view. A broken-down gate, a scattering of students drifting around the campus. No teachers running classes, no gravity room, no body-tempering pool. Just one ancient teaching building. Hey, look, isn't that number 1's number 1 genius, Jiang Chuan? What's he doing at our school? Shoo, you haven't heard? He's crippled, foundation destroyed. And he spent forever suppressing his teammates and hogging resources, so number 1 expelled him. What? Seriously? I didn't take the bait. I headed straight for the principal's office. I knocked outside the door. Principal Lin, it's Jiang Chuan. We've met before. Come in. A voice full of vigor from inside. I pushed open the creaking wooden door. Student Jiang Chuan, what brings you to our number 19? Principal Lin Xinyan sized me up, a scrutiny in his eyes. He'd heard the rumors about me, but he knew Su Qing was a hypocritical little man, and his words couldn't be fully trusted. I'm here to strike a deal with you, Principal Lin. Blood and energy surged through my body, and the heat felt like it raised the temperature of the office by a few degrees. Lin Xinyan shot to his feet, surprise flashing in his eyes. This kid was stronger than a while ago. Wasn't his foundation supposed to be destroyed? No more cultivation possible? Yet now this was. Then he thought of the Su boy taking over my slot, and it clicked. He'd been squeezed out of number 1. The me right now? I'm qualified to talk with you, Principal Lin? I gave a light laugh. Of course. Please, sit, student Jiang Chuan. Lin Xinyan smiled. Tell me, what do you want to discuss? I want to enroll in number 19 immediately and reclaim my martial exam eligibility. Time is tight, but I trust you can do it, Principal Lin. I put my terms on the table. In return, I'll take this year's martial exam championship, and I'll use that identity to help number 19 with promotion and pull in resources for the school. You're quite confident, student Jiang Chuan. Lin Xinyan didn't argue, only smiled. But martial exam champion? You're joking with me. You do have a shot at first in the provincial exam. But the national tournament? Geniuses from all over the country, plus those great family disciples. And you're this sure of yourself. Principal Lin, want to bet? 1 enrollment slot in exchange for a capital martial university champion. A 10,000-fold return on a single investment. I didn't explain further. He said nothing, looking me up and down as if calculating. I spoke first. If you want to verify my strength, I'll accept a school test. Good, then let's try. As it happened, he wanted to see what I was made of too. Hold on, I said. My injuries haven't fully healed. Could you first give me 10 blood crystals and a training room so I can recover a bit? Lin Xinyan was caught between amusement and exasperation. Wincing, he dug out 10 blood crystals. They were the last he had on him. Still, to land a good seedling, 10 blood crystals didn't seem like such a loss. I took them and tucked them into my pocket. Don't worry, Principal Lin. I'll make you feel it was more than worth it. Recharge successful. Remaining energy points, 10. In the training room, I sat down cross-legged. Number 19's training room was far worse than what I used to use. But it didn't matter. I just wanted to get my hands on the goods fast, before any complications set in. Purchase blood and energy like a dragon, times 8. Purchase successful. Goods delivered. This week's flash sale items are sold out. Countdown to next flash sale. 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. 8 strands of blood-red smoke slammed into my body, and the blood and energy inside me exploded with a roar, like a volcano erupting. Scorching, pure, violent. If anyone had been there right then, they'd have bolted for sure. Because blood and energy at this intensity was no longer something a normal human could possess. My skin burned red, white steam rolling off me, black impurities seeping endlessly from my pores. Is this cleansing the meridians and reforging the marrow? I looked at the layer of black grime and grinned, letting out a laugh. The white steam slowly faded, and my breathing evened out. With each breath, the crimson blood-red smoke sank back into my body, and the violent blood and energy gradually turned docile. In my dantian, a massive amount of blood and energy was compressed into 9 crystals the size of fists, drifting slowly up and down. I stood and went into the shower. Hot water poured down, hissing as steam rose up. The steam cleared, and in the mirror stood a body that could be called perfect. It looked slight, but inside it hid a power ready to burst. I flicked a finger casually, and a thread of energy shot out. The mirror shattered to the floor with a crack. The me now was more than 10 times stronger than before. I shook my head. My force still wasn't concentrated enough. Right now, I'd only just touched the edge of this surging power. I had a feeling that the day I truly mastered this strength would be the day I stepped into a new level. The blood and energy in my body had already been compressed to the limit. The first realm of blood refinement had reached its end. The 9 ranks of martial arts. Each realm has its own ultimate state. The blood refinement realm is the most critical stage for laying a foundation. The stronger the blood and energy, the firmer the foundation, and the further the road you can walk later. First rank, blood refinement. Second rank, nurturing force and forming the gang. Third rank, nurturing the spirit. Fourth rank, tempering the golden body. Above fifth rank, you have to commune with the power of heaven and earth, and that was still far too distant for me. No matter how monstrous the exam students were, none could exceed second rank. The first 3 realms go from outside to inside, the most fundamental of foundations. Charging into a higher realm before the base is solid is the same as cutting off your own future. For first rank blood refinement, the most important thing is tempering blood and energy. Temper it to the limit to form blood energy crystals, and once you've formed 9 returning to 1, only then have you truly reached the end of blood refinement. What I didn't know was that almost no one ever bothered with that elusive ultimate state. The ultimate state is strong, yes, but the demand it makes on talent is terrifyingly high. The hope of breaking through is already slim to begin with, and just the resources and time involved were enough to make an ordinary great family wince. The stronger the foundation, the harder the breakthrough. That was a truth I didn't understand. I was just one step from the ultimate state of blood refinement. Somewhere deep down I sensed this was a bottleneck. Breaking through it needed an opportunity, and it needed pressure. And the national tournament coming soon, in my view, was exactly that opportunity. 9 returning to 1. The ultimate of blood and energy, 10,000 caddy strength, unmatched within the same realm, endlessly renewing, inexhaustible through 100 battles. I didn't think it really existed. I murmured to myself. In my memory, the power of the ultimate state lived only in records. In nearly 100 years, as far as I knew, not a single ultimate state martial artist had appeared. Whether this realm even existed was still being argued about to this day. I threw on a training uniform and pulled the door open. Principal Lin, we can go. That fast. Lin Xingyan looked at me in surprise. In his perception, in just half an hour, I seemed like a different person. The blood and energy around me was drawn and clean, and without careful sensing, I looked like an ordinary person. Minor injuries, nothing serious. I didn't explain further. Every martial artist has their own secrets. Don't ask, don't dig. That was an unspoken rule. Fine, then let's go. Out in the training grounds, number 19's 5 seed team members were drenched in sweat. The moment I walked in, a yellow-haired kid stared straight at me, his eyes full of wariness and hostility. Brothers, the resource grabber is here. Yellow Hair clapped his hands and called out in a slouchy, punkish tone. Well, if it isn't number 1's genius, Jiang Chuan. What brings you down to our level? Red Hair jabbed at me in a sarcastic drawl. Your school seed team has quite the personality. I gave a small smile and turned to Lin Qingyan. 4 boys and 1 girl, hair in red, yellow, blue, purple, and pink, standing there. They didn't look like martial artists. They looked like street punks brawling in an alley. That line about grabbing resources, I didn't take to heart. That rumor was probably one Lin Qingyan had deliberately spread to provoke them. All right, everyone over here. Let me show you what a real genius looks like. Lin Qingyan pointed at the 2-meter-tall yellow hair and said to me, let me introduce him. Our number 19 seed team captain, Qi Shiyuan. I paused for a moment. That name and that vibe were a bit of a mismatch. Hello, Jiang Chuan. I nodded. Hello. Qi Shiyuan's expression wasn't pleasant. In his eyes, I was here to steal food. This is our school's force testing target. You're familiar with it, so I won't explain. Lin Qingyan led everyone over to a force testing target. I frowned slightly. It was the lowest grade, with a maximum tolerance of only 3,000 caddies. I wasn't sure what level my strength had reached now, but even the old me, using a martial skill, could barely put out 3,000 caddies. Now, I probably wouldn't even need to use full strength to blast this junk target apart. Principal Lin, do you have anything a bit higher grade? I'm afraid I'll break it. Jiang Chuan, don't think a little talent means you can be this arrogant. Qi Xiuyuan couldn't hold back. A blood refinement martial artist who can put out 3,000 caddies of punching force gets an S grade in the provincial exam outright. And you want to blast the target apart? What kind of joke is that? Captain Qi is right. If you really could blast this target apart, would your principal have expelled you? Red Hair, who jabbed at me earlier, chimed in. He couldn't understand how the man before him wasn't crippled, but being expelled from number 1 was a rock-solid fact. Lin Xingyan shook his head too. It seemed being expelled from number 1 had done me some real damage, and he was probably re-weighing things in his mind. I couldn't be bothered to argue. Linen City was just a small place, let alone number 19, the worst school in it. 2 years ago, I'd led a team to the capital for an exchange, and there the most ordinary student could casually throw a punch of over 1,000 caddies. Linen City was still too small. I stepped up to the force testing target, feet slightly apart, blood and energy surging, and threw a casual punch. The sound of tearing air was sharp. My fist slammed into the target with a heavy, muffled boom. The numbers on the electronic screen jumped wildly. Then black smoke burst out, followed by a teeth-grating screech. Boom. The force testing target deformed violently and shattered completely, fragments spraying out and striking everyone. But no one had time to react. Even I was a little startled. That punch was less than half my strength, and it made this much noise. Still good. The stronger I showed myself to be, the more leverage I'd have negotiating with Lin Qingyan. Qi Xiuyuan was the first to snap out of it. He slapped himself hard, the crisp sound reaching my ears. He rubbed his eyes and muttered unconsciously. Did he really blast it apart? Lin Qingyan was stunned too. But the next second, his eyes lit up. That old fossil Su Qing is blind, but I'm not. With Jiang Chuan here, number 19 has turned its fortunes around. This isn't a student. This is a mountain of gold. After the martial exam, I'll see who dares raise their voice at me. At meetings, I'll sit at the head, and no one gets to touch my resources. Principal Lin, this force testing target of yours, the quality seems a bit lacking. I looked at him, half smiling. Right, terrible quality, haha. We at number 19 are poor. Lin Qingyan laughed as he picked up the thread, not mentioning the test at all. With strength like this, in the provincial exam, I could stand still and drop them 1 punch each. We won't test the rest. Shall we go talk about enrollment? Lin Qingyan looked at me like he was looking at a mountain of gold. Why test anything more? Better to lock the deal down fast. If this slipped away, he wouldn't sleep at night. Sure, sorry for the trouble, Principal Lin. Special cases get special handling. My enrollment paperwork was finished at breakneck speed, with only the records left to submit. In the principal's office, Lin Qingyan stared at me for a long while. Student Jiang Chuan, this afternoon I'll go submit your records for you, and while I'm at it, add you to this year's martial exam roster. Do you want to come along? Sure. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. The moment Lin Qingyan and I walked into the Martial Arts Administration Bureau, we ran straight into Su Qing. Old Lin, does your number 19 really take in any garbage? A cripple expelled from number 1, and you're actually willing to have him? Su Qing didn't hide it at all, speaking loud enough to make the staff nearby glance over. Lin Qingyan understood at once. My grudge with Su Qing, with the Su family, was no small thing. But what did that have to do with him? Su Qing pushed a champion seedling out the door with his own hands, so who was there to blame? Principal Su, student Jiang Chuan is my student now. Please show a little respect. Lin Qingyan pushed back, flat and cool. Su Qing's face went dark in an instant. Lin Qingyan, think carefully. He's offended my Su family. Weigh that well. He sensed that my blood and energy seemed to have recovered, but when he sensed more carefully, it turned hazy again. Did this little beast get some lucky encounter? Or is he faking it? Otherwise, how could a cripple possibly recover to full in half a day? Damn it, I actually got played by an orphan. At that thought, Su Qing's face turned as ugly as it could get. He gave a cold snort and stared me down, his killing intent completely unhidden. Wait for me to come collect you all. Meeting his venomous stare, I wasn't the least bit afraid. I opened my mouth and silently mouthed a sentence at him. Su Qing, reading my lips clearly, nearly lashed out on the spot. But the next moment, the sound of the Enforcement Bureau drawing blades cooled him down. Acting now would drag the entire Su family in, and he absolutely couldn't play into that orphan's hands. Besides, Su Jia had already taken the bloodline serum. As long as it succeeded, the Su family would gain another bloodline martial artist with limitless prospects, and that record couldn't be stained. Killing an orphan was no big deal, but this was a sensitive period, and the Su family couldn't be caught with a handle against them. Kid, don't get too cocky. Don't think recovering means you can do anything. My Su family isn't something you can stand against. Su Qing sneered repeatedly, his threat unconcealed. Old fossil, I'll say it again. You and your son, both of you will die. Since we'd offended each other to the death, what mercy was there left to keep? Su Qing was so furious his face went green, but he didn't dare move, and could only storm off. Student Jiang Chuan, you and the Su family. Lin Qingyan looked at me, more serious than ever. The Su family is powerful, and you have a bright future ahead of you. Why go this far? Principal Lin, my relationship with the Su family is very simple. It's a fight to the death. My expression was calm, but my words plunged him into ice. Then a mere provincial champion can only keep you alive. You'd have to make a real name at the national tournament to earn the right to arm wrestle the Su family. Lin Qingyan stopped trying to dissuade me and laid out the facts. A young man showing too much of his edge was not a good thing. Provincial champion isn't enough, so I'll be national champion. The Su father and son will die. It won't matter who comes. Huh. Lin Qingyan sighed and took me to handle the paperwork. By now, even he couldn't be sure whether taking me into number 19 was a blessing or a disaster. Once it was done, I went back to my rented place and quietly waited for the exam. I wasn't worried about safety. With the exam imminent, no matter how bold the Su father and son were, they wouldn't dare act at a time like this. Meanwhile, at the Su family, Su Jia pushed open the training room door and saw Su Qing with a grim face. Dad, what's wrong? Little Jia, you've come out of seclusion? How did it go? Su Qing turned his head anxiously. It worked. A low-tier Earth-grade flood dragon bloodline. The tier isn't high, but the potential is huge. Su Jia's face was full of excitement. A low-tier Earth-grade flood dragon bloodline. As long as the follow-up resources kept up, it wasn't impossible for the flood dragon to become a true dragon. Hearing that Su Jia had successfully awakened his bloodline, Su Qing was overjoyed and laughed out loud. Good, good, good. Worthy of being my Su family's prized son. With a flood dragon bloodline, that damned orphan is nothing to fear. Who? That orphan Jiang Chuan. Su Jia's face darkened. Not killing him on the spot back then had been a mistake. That bastard seems to have had some kind of encounter. His cultivation has recovered. Saying this, Su Qing's face turned unpleasant too. He hated variables. Su Jia's face went black in an instant. That lowly orphan really is like a ghost that won't leave. Something that could restore a cripple's cultivation in half a day had to be a world-shaking spirit treasure. What right did that orphan have? Good things should belong to me. Forget it. Let him enjoy himself a couple more days. At the exam, I'll grind his bones to ash and scatter them. Su Jia revealed a bloodthirsty smile that made the skin crawl. Good. Defy my Su family, and this is exactly the end you deserve. Su Qing swept away his gloom. Steward's son, invite everyone over. Set up a banquet. Tonight we drink till we drop. Su Qing laughed loudly. Su Jia had awakened a flood dragon bloodline, and from now on the Su family's resources should tilt more toward his son. Once Su Jia made a name at the provincial exam and the national tournament, the Su family would truly rise. Joining the capital Su family's main branch wasn't even out of the question. 2 days later, the martial exams in all 23 provincial capitals of Great Xia began at the same time. The provincial exam was the threshold for the national tournament. Only those who ranked in the top 10 of the provincial exam earned qualification for the national tournament. Once you entered the national tournament and placed, entering a martial arts university automatically put you on the first-tier training roster. This was Great Xia's preferential treatment for geniuses. Each provincial capital's exam was hosted in rotation by its subordinate cities, and this year Annan Province happened to land on Linen City. For the past few days, every hotel large and small in Linen City was fully booked. Students coming to test, teachers coming to recruit, all crammed together. The streets were packed with people, thick with traffic, everyone headed to a single destination, the provincial exam venue. This was a big day the whole nation watched. Every parent hoped their child would stun everyone at the exam and change their fate from that day on. Walking down the street, I saw hope written on every face, and the light in their eyes was called yearning. That was the greatest hope an ordinary person had of changing their fate. The martial exam wasn't just a contest of talent and effort. It was also family background and resources. But no matter what, for ordinary people, this was a broad road to changing one's fate. And that was enough. Linen City students were all assigned to the first exam venue, the Linen City Martial Arts Hall, a courtesy to the home city candidates. The venue came into view. Holding my exam pass, I entered the heavily guarded hall, sat down in number 19 section, and waited to be called. The exam tested 4 things: blood energy strength, punching force, speed, and reaction. The first test alone eliminated 99% of people. Only the top 20,000 could enter the trial's secret realm to fight for those few slots. Everyone else could only rely on their preliminary ranking to go to a lesser martial arts academy or university. The truly famous martial arts universities picked only from those 20,000. This test held no difficulty for me. I wasn't worried. Even if the Su family had a hand over all of Linen, they wouldn't dare tamper with the exam. Number 19 really takes in any garbage. The cripple we at number 1 didn't want, and you actually let them scoop him up. Su Jie's voice carried over, my former teammates trailing behind him. Oh, sounds like a dog barking? So grating, it's deafening. Qi Shuyuan plugged his ears and looked around. He still remembered the sight of me blasting the force-testing target apart with one punch, and had already made me a target to chase. Insult him, fine. Insult his school, no? Qi Shuyuan, what business is it of yours? Su Jie stared at him venomously. Oh, so it was you barking? Qi Shuyuan looked Su Jie up and down, clicking his tongue in wonder. First time I've seen someone fight to be a dog. The other 4 of number 19 all burst out laughing, 8 eyes rolling over Su Jie, the pink-haired girl covering her nose as if she'd really smelled something filthy. Su Jie's face went green, blood and energy surging around him. This pack of trash from number 19, how dare they? Friendly reminder, no fighting in the waiting area, or else, haha. Qi Shuyuan sneered and pointed at the enforcement squad not far off. Su Jie, I said it before. You lot won't get into even the worst martial arts academy. Those words still stand. I slowly rose to my feet. Whatever grudges there are, we settle them in the secret realm. Good, 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 Jiang Chuan. I hope you can still be this cocky once you're in the secret realm. Let's go. Su Jie sneered without pause. The power of a bloodline martial artist. How would a frog at the bottom of a well like you understand? Su Jie had lost face and led his people away. But with that vengeful, petty streak of his, those few from number 19 were probably now in his sights. Qi Shuyuan, if you few can get into the trial's secret realm, come find me the moment you're in. My expression was serious. I didn't want to drag others into my affairs. Qi Shuyuan shook his head. We know exactly what we're worth. We're not counting on the secret realm. Watch yourself. It's not just number 1. The other seed teams aren't pushovers either. Just get a good score and win the school some more resources. He gave a small smile, but a bitterness pressed at the bottom of his eyes. Of course, he wanted to attend a better martial arts university. But for a martial artist with average talent and no family background, rising up was as hard as reaching the heavens. I said nothing, just nodded quietly. Consider it agreed. At that moment, an electronic voice rang through the venue. The martial exam had begun. Would the students of Linen number 1 please prepare and note your own exam numbers? Candidate number 001, Su Jie, to the stage. Candidate number 002, prepare. Su Jie walked onto the testing platform, pressed his hand to the machine, swept a taunting glance at number 19's section, then erupted with blood and energy. The data on the electronic screen flashed wildly, and after a moment the announcement rang out. Candidate number 001, blood energy strength, S-grade. Punching force test. Candidate number 001, punching force 3008 caddies, rating, S-grade. Speed test. Candidate number 001, instantaneous speed 17.9 meters per second, rating, S-grade. Reaction test. Candidate number 001, reaction speed rating, S-grade. Su Jie's performance gave the provincial exam a beautiful opening. On the main platform, the various leaders of Linen City nodded one after another. Principal Su, congratulations. A super genius with 4 S-grades. Linen City hasn't produced a seedling this good in years. This year's champion might just fall to the Su family. Su Qing sat on the platform quite pleased with himself, though his words stayed modest. Not at all. I wouldn't dare claim champion. There are so many more candidates to come. Principal Su is too humble. 4 S-grades ranks near the top of all of Annan province. Exactly. If he gets a good score at the national exam and enters one of the 3 top martial arts universities, his prospects will be limitless. Congratulations in advance, Principal Su. The chorus of flattery had Su Qing floating a little. From the moment Su Jie took the stage until now, the smile hadn't left his face. It seemed that bottle of bloodline serum had been the right buy. It cost most of his fortune, but it was worth it. Su Jie, coming down from the stage, was pleased with himself too. The him now was more than a little stronger than before. He shot a glance toward number 19's direction and secretly made a throat-slitting gesture. As his strength swelled, his ambition swelled with it. He, Su Jie, was a proud genius destined to make a name at the national tournament. A mere Jiang Chuan was nothing to fear. Su Jie came down from the stage, and the rest went up one after another. Some wore faces of pure despair, others beamed with joy. Not many candidates from Linen City were testing this year. Only about 3,000, so it soon came around to number 19. Besides the 5 members of the seed team, I was the only extra one number 19 had this year. I'd only just reclaimed my qualification, so my exam number was dead last. Would candidate 3562 please come to the stage? It was my turn. Qi Shuyuan patted my shoulder. The 5 of us are only upper middle. Passing the prelim is a long shot. From here it's on you. I walked up onto the testing platform. Down below, Su Jie sat with one leg crossed over the other, basking in the flattery around him, thoroughly pleased with himself. That cripple, so what if he recovered? He'd still end up under my feet. I swept a glance over the crowd, locked onto Su Jie in an instant, and gave him a taunting smile. If you're going to slap a face, slap it thoroughly. And as it happened, I wanted to see just how strong I was now. I raised my hand and pressed it to the testing machine, blood and energy racing through me. Crimson blood energy coiled around me like wolf smoke, the aura terrifying. The data on the electronic screen trembled for an instant, too fast for the eye to follow, then went still, no further response. This blood energy strength seems a little off. Energy so full it overflows. Is this student from number 19? The leaders on the platform saw the blood-red smoke coiling around me and shot to their feet in unison, unable to hide their excitement. Was Linen City about to produce another monster? On the other side, Su Qing's face darkened at a visible rate. Impossible. How could this lowly orphan possibly have an encounter like this? Su Jie stared me down, fists clenched. Impossible. He's a cripple. How could he? Qi Shuyuan watched, dumbstruck. He seems even stronger than 2 days ago. Is he a monster? The whole first venue's mood was set ablaze by the blood smoke around me. That last one up is from number 19. Since when did they have a beast like this? Shoo. That's Jiang Chuan. Used to be from number 1, got expelled. Didn't you see how ugly Su Jie's face looked? Is number 1 blind? Expelling someone like that? But that electronic screen, why hasn't the data changed at all? Hearing this, Su Jie turned to look at the electronic screen and burst out laughing. Jiang Chuan, stop embarrassing yourself. Come down. Is playing a con trick like this fun? You think forcing your blood and energy out of your body, faking that overflow effect, can fool the machine? To prove he wasn't talking nonsense, he let out a great shout, blood and energy churning around him, strands of blood smoke drifting up, looking about the same as me on the platform. Su Qing's face went from dark to bright, and he declared loudly, "Everyone, this person used to be from our number 1, but his character is corrupt, and he's been expelled. I didn't expect him to worm his way into number 19 by some means. To learn martial arts, one first cultivates virtue. A person this virtueless, no matter how talented, our number 1 will not take. So it was all a mix-up. Principal Su is honorable. Indeed, a person of corrupt character won't go far even as a martial artist." Though the leaders on the platform were puzzled, that flash of feeling from a moment ago shouldn't have been wrong. But this data? An accompanying researcher picked up a microphone and put an end to the farce. Would the candidate please channel blood and energy normally to avoid a testing error? A lowly orphan really can't handle the big stage. All he can do is pull these low-rate, shabby tricks. Su Jie sneered a few times and sat back down. He wanted to see exactly how I'd get out of this. And I, on the platform, was working hard to suppress my blood and energy. This time, it seemed I'd made things too big. The blood and energy I'd put out a moment ago seemed to have exceeded the machine's limit. This scene feels a little familiar somehow. Qi Shuyuan muttered, scratching his head. I was still holding my earlier posture. I could feel that the temperature of the entire testing machine had climbed to a frightening degree. "Researcher son, come look at the data." The researcher's assistant glanced at the collection panel and cried out in alarm. "What the?" The researcher who'd just spoken turned and glanced at the screen, his face changing abruptly. "Student, run. Not good, it's going to blow." I snapped to it too. Running was already too late, so I could only cross my arms to shield my face and take a defensive stance. The next second, a piercing alarm rang through the venue, and the entire testing machine glowed red at a visible rate. A thunderous boom, and flames shot into the sky. Within the thick smoke, A blood-red light flickered in and out. That was me. Qi Shuyuan sat back down, looking like it was only natural. Now that's more like it. Can't just keep fleecing us at number 19. What's going on? Save him, quick. What's wrong with your testing machine? Did it malfunction? The leaders on the platform stared at that ball of flames, their faces shifting between dark and light. If a real accident happened at the martial exam, everyone would catch the blame. Leaders, no need to save him. He's fine. A person from the Enforcement Bureau pointed at the blood-red light in the smoke, an odd look in his eyes. The smoke slowly cleared, and my form appeared. Thick blood and energy, almost solid, blocked in front of me. I'd endured the shockwave of the explosion head-on, without retreating a single step. You have to understand, at that intensity of explosion, an ordinary second-rank martial artist would have been blown into a sooty mess. Yet a blood refinement student like me had just held it, and by the looks of it, with strength to spare. What's going on? Mayor Lee turned to Researcher Sun and asked sternly. Leader, this really can't be blamed on us. Blame that student. Researcher Sun made a bitter face. He attacked the testing machine? No, but the peak blood energy output he put out in an instant exceeded the machine's upper limit and triggered the fuse. Put simply, Researcher Sun swallowed hard and pointed at the line that had suddenly shot straight. He overloaded the machine until it burst. What? Burst? You're not joking. I can guarantee there's absolutely nothing wrong with the machine. It's this student. His blood energy strength seems to have already far exceeded the blood refinement realm. What are you standing around for? Go check whether that student is hurt. No, I'll go myself. With the guarantee given, Mayor Lee grew anxious too. He stamped down hard, his form shooting out in an instant, streaking straight for the testing platform. A genius like this absolutely could not come to harm, not the slightest bit. He still wanted to climb higher. A junk machine, so it blew. Fine, but if this genius fell in his hands, that would be a real problem. Su Jie watched the leaders and researchers on the platform in their frantic state, and a flicker of delight rose on his face. Daring to attack a testing machine. Jiang Chuan, this time you're finished. Li Changwang flashed forward and appeared on the testing platform. At this moment, the blood and energy around me still hadn't fully dispersed. This blood and energy. Li Changwang paused slightly, the delight on his face growing thicker. Scorching, domineering, that was his first impression. A monster-grade seedling indeed. Student, are you all right? He patted my shoulder, his tone gentle. The newcomer's aura was extraordinary, the energy around him deep as an ocean abyss. His background had to be no small thing. I understood at once. This was a hard-won chance to show my face. As long as my name got attached to him, if the Su family wanted to move against me again, they'd have to weigh it very carefully. Leader, I'm fine. I let out a light breath and said with a smile. Good, good, good. Heroes truly do emerge young. Seeing my color unchanged, Li Changwang laughed out loud. A moment ago, in his urgency, he'd let slip a trace of a fourth-rank martial artist's aura. An ordinary martial artist would probably not even be able to stand steady right now. Yet this blood refinement child before him hadn't changed expression and could still speak with him normally. It seems Mayor Lee is quite satisfied with this child. The leaders on the platform looked at the grim-faced Su Qing, then at me, their expressions a little amused. Anyone with eyes could see this student had a conflict with the Su father and son. Seen this way, Su Qing's earlier speech held no credibility at all. Student. Li Changwang pointed at the wrecked testing platform. This machine can't be used anymore. If you don't mind, I'll conduct the test for you. Rest assured, I'm the mayor of Linen City, and I will never let any student be wronged. Then I'll trouble you, Mayor Lee. I cupped my hands. Candidates, the machine had an accident. For what follows, I'll personally conduct this student's test. Li Changwang's voice echoed through the venue. I will absolutely not show favoritism. I guarantee this student's results will be entirely genuine, and I welcome oversight. The moment these words came out, the first venue erupted. Those who knew this man's background were utterly shocked. Those who didn't felt puzzled, but one look toward the main platform put them at ease. The people up there had no objection, so who were they to say anything? Down below, Su Jian nearly ground his teeth to dust. Why? Just a lowly orphan. Why on earth? The faces of number 1 seed team members showed a flicker of regret too. Su Jie turned to look at them and sneered. What? Regret it now? Let me tell you, if you're going to be a dog, be a good one. Being fickle won't do. Young Master Su, we didn't. The few of them hurried to explain. Seeing their faces stiffen, Su Jie darkened and added slowly. Enough. No need to explain. You think Jiang Chuan will let you off? Don't forget you did plenty in that matter too. Instead of wasting time on regret, Better to think about how to eliminate the threat for good. On the platform, Li Changwang declared loudly, "First, we test blood energy strength. I'll cover this student with my own blood and energy, and he'll resist with his. How strong he is, I'll judge for myself." He turned to me. "Student Jiang, don't be nervous. I'll start applying force from the peak of the blood refinement realm. When you can't hold, just blink twice quickly." "All right, I'll trouble you, Mayor Li." I nodded, no objection. A fourth-rank golden body realm martial artist testing me personally. That result would be enough to convince the vast majority. Li Changwang waved his hand, and a faint blood-red veil covered me, tightening steadily as his fingers moved. "Student Jiang, erupt your blood and energy, resist." I felt as if a yoke had been slipped over me, but the yoke wasn't firm. With a little force I could break free. Seeing my color unchanged, Li Changwang nodded with satisfaction. Increasing the force, the blood veil thickened. The delight in the eyes of the leaders on the main platform grew heavier and heavier, while Su Qing's face sank to a frightening degree, though he didn't dare show a shred of displeasure. Perfect blood refinement realm. And this student feels like he still has strength to spare. His potential is immeasurable. A solid foundation, too. A fine seedling for martial arts. As for Su Qing's line about cultivating virtue first, no one brought it up now. It seems the blood refinement realm poses no threat to you at all. Next is the pressure of a second-rank martial artist. Li Changwang gave me a heads up. Blood and energy forming gang, it pressed down. I immediately felt the pressure surge. It was like 1,000 caddy burden had been laid on me, and even my blood and energy grew a little sluggish. Still, it seemed bearable. I thought to myself, driving my blood and energy with all my might to resist the gang force. Seeing Li Changwang use gang force, the crowd below let out a wave of gasps. Gang force? Does this mean the one on the platform can go head-on with a second-rank martial artist? Don't be naive. A couple of exchanges is no problem, but saying he can resist head-on is a bit of an exaggeration. Resisting gang force with blood and energy for this long, calling him the #1 in Annan province wouldn't be an overstatement. That's just blood energy strength. The rest hasn't even been tested yet. The person who said this met the looks of the people beside him, looks reserved for a fool, and felt a bit like sinking into the ground with embarrassment. That's right. Blood and energy is the foundation of everything. With blood energy strength this high, even if the other aspects were weak points, how weak could they really be? Su Jie's expression was venomous, staring me down as if the next second I'd be crushed by the gang force, blood spraying on the spot. The gang force grew thicker and thicker, the pressure greater and greater, and the appreciation in the eyes of the leaders on the main platform grew richer and richer. I let out a low shout and suddenly erupted with blood and energy. This was my final resistance. Li Changwang felt the gang force covering me get pried open by a sliver. Just a sliver, yet it was enough to shock a person. Sensing I was spent, he abruptly withdrew his force. "Mayor Li, how was it?" I said, half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. A young talent, potential without limit. Li Changwang bent down and helped me up, sparing no praise. Then he turned and looked out at the crowd below. Test complete. Blood energy strength, Super S grade. There was one thing he didn't say. Super S grade was the ceiling of the rating, not the ceiling of my strength. For the next 3 items, I got Super S grade on every single one without exception. Though there was no precise data, with a 4th-rank martial artist like Li Changwang endorsing it, no one would be blind enough to question a 4th-rank martial artist. With that, the prelim ended. I'd made a name, and the things the Su father and son had done were dug up by those paying attention. Though there was no hard evidence, it was enough to sicken the Su family for a while. The results weren't out yet, but everyone knew that first place in the prelim would surely land on the head of that monster named Jiang Chuan. The story splits 2 ways. I'd made a name, but the Su family at this moment was far from as calm as it looked on the outside. At the Su family, "Dad, stop hesitating. Keeping that lowly orphan alive is nothing but a menace." Su Jie's face twisted as he hissed through a lowered voice. He was jealous. He was unwilling. Why? Why could an orphan, lowly as a weed, step over his head time and time again? He, Su Jie, used the most luxurious resources, tempering his body and bones from childhood, soaking in the most expensive medicinal baths, with the most fitting techniques and martial skills, and had even awakened a bloodline to become a noble bloodline martial artist. Why should he lose to an orphan who had nothing? Little Jie, the risk is too great. He's already caught Li Changwang's eye. Have you considered, if this fails, what state we'll fall into? Su Qing's face was full of frustration. One wrong move on the board, and an orphan had actually flipped the whole thing over. Dad, have you considered, at this rate, if we really let him succeed, we'll have no chance left at all. Though Su Jie was unwilling to admit it, the him now, without unleashing his bloodline power, honestly might not beat Jiang Chuan. Let me think. Su Qing rubbed the space between his brows. He had to admit Su Jie made sense. If Jiang Chuan became provincial champion, he'd be a focus of attention for all of Annan province. Trying to make a move then would be as hard as reaching the heavens. What's more, what they'd done originally wasn't well hidden. If it were dug up, the Su family would have to give an account and fall into an extremely passive position, and even Su Jie would get dragged in. After a long while, Su Qing lifted his head, his voice hoarse. Su Wu, family head, a black-clothed man with wooden, blank eyes, cradling a long blade, stepped out of the darkness. Remember this person. Su Qing tossed Jiang Chuan's file over. A moment later the file turned to drifting ash. Su Wu lifted his head and awaited orders. You know what you're to do? Kill in silence, leave no trace. Then die there. Su Wu spoke word by word, without a shred of feeling. He was a death soldier raised by the Su family. To die for the Su family was his glory. Su Qing nodded with satisfaction. Go. Keep it clean. Don't cause too big a commotion. Su Wu said nothing, left behind everything that could identify him, and walked silently out of the Su residence. Dad, sending a second-rank martial artist to trade for an orphan, isn't that too extravagant? Su Jie didn't look at Su Wu. Just a death soldier. If he died, he died. But this deal seemed a bit of a loss in his eyes. Little Jie, let Dad teach you another lesson. Even a fierce tiger uses full strength to pounce on a rabbit. Once you make your move, you strike for the certain kill. Trading a second-rank martial artist piled up on ferocious drugs for an enemy of limitless potential, it's worth it, very worth it. Su Jie said nothing, only silently clenched his fists. He'd never heard his father give such a high evaluation of a single person. Even he, the biological son who'd awakened a flood dragon bloodline, had never been praised like this. Also take this. If it goes wrong, I'll take all the blame. You take this token and rush to the capital Su family to find your uncle. Su Qing placed a token in Su Jie's hand, speaking earnestly. He'll arrange for you to change your name and identity and keep taking the martial exam. Remember, if this goes wrong, before you have enough strength, do not provoke Jiang Chuan, absolutely not. Only one who can bend and stretch is a true man, and only such a man survives in this cruel world. Su Jie's head snapped up. Had things really gotten this serious? He stroked the token, not quite understanding. Just an orphan. How had it come to the point of shaking the Su family? In the West District, inside a rundown apartment, I sat on the bed. With each breath, blood and energy surged through my meridians like great rivers, the momentum majestic. I let out a long breath of turbid air. I could feel that under Li Changwang's pressure, the realm bottleneck had loosened a little. But after all, it was a test, not a life-or-death struggle, not enough to force out all my potential. The flash sale store has refreshed. Host, please select the type of flash sale goods. I thought for a moment. Right now I had blood and energy in abundance, but lacked means of attack. Back at number 1, I'd learned a few low-tier martial skills, but they never felt right to use. Martial skills. This flash sale item has been selected. You may spend 1 energy point to refresh, with a limit of 9 refreshes per item type. Martial skill, 7 kills. Tier, unknown. Harbors killing intent, using slaughter to end slaughter. Gods and ghosts retreat before it. Purchase limit, 1 of 1. Remaining energy points, 2. I didn't refresh, and bought this martial skill of unknown tier. Purchase successful. Goods delivered. This week's flash sale items are sold out. Countdown to next flash sale. 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. In an instant, delight flashed across my face. This martial skill was strong, very strong. While I was studying the martial skill, Su Wu was crouched in a hidden corner, motionless, like a lurking venomous snake, waiting for the moment of a certain kill. He'd been brainwashed by the Su family since childhood, treating himself as a tool, believing that sacrificing himself for the Su family was the highest glory. What he practiced was a technique that squeezed the future for strength. What he ate were pills that burn lifespan to extract potential. In his 20s, when he should have been full of vigor, a thick air of decline hung over him instead. Even without this task, he had only a few months left to live. Deep in the night, I turned off the light and lay down. Su Wu moved too. He avoided the few surveillance cameras and quietly slipped into that rundown apartment. 401. Blood-red light spread through his hands, and the rusted mechanical lock couldn't stop him. He remembered Su Qing's order, no big commotion. The door opened without a sound. In the darkness, a blurry human shape lay on the bed, utterly unaware he'd come. The long blade left its sheath without a sound, a layer of gang force covering the blade. A faint sound of tearing air, and the long blade stabbed straight in, buried to the hilt. Suwu paused slightly. The feel was wrong. His reaction was lightning fast. He flicked the blade upward, cotton wadding flying about, then spun and slashed down, all in one smooth motion. Shing! He didn't hold back on this strike. It shrieked as it split the air. Even 100-forged steel would be cleaved in two by this blade. That was his confidence. Unfortunately, this strike hit empty too. Guessed wrong. Blood smoke coiled around me. I broke through the bedboards, planted a step, and brought a knife hand chopping down at the back of his neck. The truth was, the moment Suwu broke the lock, I'd sensed something was off. My powerful blood and energy gave me not just strength, but exceptional perception too. So I'd piled up the blanket and rolled under the bed to hide. The instant he spun around, I struck. I wanted to take this assassin alive. I knew full well this man was sent by the Su family, but an accusation without evidence meant nothing to them at all. I wasn't overestimating myself. The pressure this assassin gave me was less than half of what I'd felt during Li Chongwang's test. I was confident I could face him head-on. And even if I failed, as long as I made a commotion, the Enforcement Bureau would arrive within 5 minutes. Stalling him then would at least sicken the Su family a bit. My knife hand chopped across the back of Su Wu's neck with a heavy, muffled sound. But to my surprise, Su Wu didn't fall on the spot. I knew my own strength. This should have stripped his ability to resist. When he turned around and spat out a short length of bright red tongue, I understood everything. Vicious. One strike missing, I rapidly retreated, dodging the descending blade edge, blasted the wall apart with a punch, and leapt down. Right after, a great shout shattered the silence of the deep night. Martial exam student Jiang Chuan, under assassination by the Su family. Evidence or no evidence, I didn't care anymore. Pin the blame on them first. Martial exam student Jiang Chuan, under assassination by the Su family. A great shout shattered the calm of the night. The enforcement squad patrolling nearby was jolted. A martial exam student under assassination. How many years had it been since that last happened? Don't underestimate how seriously Great Xia took the martial exam. The last person to pull something like this, along with everyone behind them, had their records wiped that very night. Truly not a chicken or dog spared. That no one had dared disturb the martial exam in all these years was precisely because the Enforcement Bureau's blade had never returned to its sheath. Move, move. Captain Wang Ming snapped to it and threw a punch, a pillar of blood energy light bursting in midair to mark the direction for me. Then he stamped down hard, the ground exploding with a roar, and shot toward the source of the sound like an arrow off the string. Every last one of you keep up. If something happens, we all catch it in the neck. Bold indeed. Haven't touched something like this in years. Racing along, Wang Ming stroked the hilt at his waist, a flicker of bloodthirst in his eyes. After landing, I saw the burst pillar of blood energy light and understood at once. I stopped running too, turned, and looked at Su Wu with his long blade in hand. What I had to do now was stall him. Su Wu's assault was fierce, every strike lethal. All he sought now was a fast kill, no longer caring how big a commotion he made. The long blade returned to its sheath, and he took a draw stance, gang force gathering. For over 20 years, he'd trained only this one strike, a single draw that unleashed all his power, and it was either you die or I live. This time he'd even activated the life-burning art. What this strike would cut out was not just his whole body's strength, but his life. I felt a lethal killing intent lock onto me, every hair on my body standing on end. This strike was dangerous and impossible to avoid. The moment I shrank back and showed an opening, I'd be dead or gravely wounded at best. I didn't dare take it lightly. I set my fist stance, blood and energy racing, majestic blood energy coiling around me. Just a martial skill, is it? I know those two. A good chance to test just how strong my newly bought martial skill was. This martial skill wasn't limited to any weapon. It only nurtured killing intent within the body. The stronger the killing intent, the greater the power. The moment my fist stance came out, my whole aura transformed, and a savage killing intent surged out through my body. This was the most ordinary fist stance, and the fist technique wasn't advanced either, just a yellow-tier martial skill, mountain-shaking fist. But my blood and energy was no ordinary thing, and my killing intent was pure still. The two combined forced this fist technique to a height that didn't belong to it. A blood-red glint flashed in my eyes, and the blood and energy around me shifted with it, turning black-red as the killing intent wound through it. The two of us faced each other from afar. No fear, only the resolve to kill the other. Wang Ming had no attention to spare for anything else now. He'd already felt that killing intent, pure to the extreme, something no student who'd never seen blood could give off. The one across from me had to be a seasoned assassin. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Wang Ming was drenched in cold sweat. He knew Jiang Chuan. Li Changwang had personally endorsed his test. Barring surprises, this year's prelim first would be Jiang Chuan. For a super genius to die before their eyes like this, and during the special period of the martial exam. If he really died, Wang Ming didn't dare even imagine the consequences. At that thought, he let out a long howl. Wang Ming of the Enforcement Bureau is here. Surrender at once. His voice carried blood and energy, clear across the entire West District. He only hoped the assassin would show some hesitation, and hoped Jiang Chuan wasn't a useless bag with nothing but blood and energy that he could hold on a while longer. Wang Ming's roar reached both our ears clearly. I stopped feeling anxious too and gave Suwu a smile. The one who should be anxious now was the other side, not me. At that very moment, the scabbard in Suwu's hand burst apart, and an utterly fierce blood-red light shot straight for my throat. The blade light surged skyward, carrying a faint sweetish scent of blood. As the strike came out, the long blade in his hand along with the right hand holding it suddenly burst to pieces. The Suwu of this moment was already dead. This strike was everything he had left, and his very life was staked on it. The blood-colored blade light streaked toward me. My fist stance shifted, and with a great shout, I threw a punch. 7 kills, peak breaker. Savage killing intent wrapped around my strongest blood and energy, black-red blood light soaring to the heavens. Fist and blade light collided. A thunderous boom, and the windows of houses for dozens of meters around burst apart, shaking without pause. Cries of panic rang out, but no one dared come out. They could only pray for the Enforcement Bureau to arrive quickly and stop these two lawless madmen. Blade energy crisscrossed, fist wind bit cold. With me at the center, the ground for 5 meters around collapsed, a scene of ruin. Suwu's life-burning blade energy pressed down hard on me, but my fist stance hadn't broken, my spine still straight, not bending an inch. Blood and energy raced through my body, layer after layer of force striking out, like great rivers flowing on without end. The blood and energy around me swelled further. With a crisp crack, that almost solid bloody blade energy split along a barely perceptible seam. Then crisp cracking sounds came without pause, fissures spreading across the entire blade energy, and it burst apart with a roar. Fragments of blade energy shot out like a storm, plowing the already battered ground all over again. This was the scene Wang Ming saw as he rushed in. In the dim moonlight, I stood amid the blade energy storm, cloaked in black-red killing intent, my fist stance not yet broken. Ruin lay all around, faint screams drifting through it, and not far off, a black-clothed assassin, missing one arm, lay on the ground, life or death unknown. This blood and energy, this killing intent, this is blood refinement realm. Wang Ming was dumbstruck, his blade-drawing hand frozen in midair. That killing intent, savage to the utmost, could it really be given off by a blood refinement high schooler who'd never seen blood, never stepped onto a battlefield? The blade energy storm dispersed. I let out a soft breath of turbid air and slowly withdrew my fist. This punch felt like it had swept out the violence in my heart along with it. My state of mind was crystal clear now, and the realm bottleneck seemed to loosen a little more. The Enforcement Bureau's people arrived. Next, it was time for my performance. My once straight spine suddenly slumped. The killing intent vanished without a trace, and my powerful blood and energy withered at a visible rate. Then a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out, and I collapsed with a thud. Wang Ming reacted fastest, flashing over to catch me. "Student Jiang, are you all right?" My face was pale, my breath faint. "Su, the Su family, revenge." Before I finished, I passed out. The enforcement officer who'd gone to check whether the black-clothed man was alive shook his head at Wang Ming. Seeing that dead men tell no tales, Wang Ming's head instantly began to pound. "I'll take him for treatment. The rest of you calm the crowd and assess the damage. Literally, take the corpse back to the bureau and report it at once." Wang Ming gave orders at breakneck speed and raced off with me. That I had a conflict with the Su family was already common knowledge. But today's affair was no longer something they could handle. Whether it was them or not, given a commotion this big and my performance, the Su family was destined for no more calm. In the hospital, I gradually came to. My injuries weren't actually serious. I'd just taken the chance to sleep. I hadn't planned to hide anything. I did this only to test Li Chongwang's stance. If nothing could be done, at least I could sicken the Su family a bit. Student Jiang, how are you feeling? My pupil shrank slightly. That voice, Li Chongwang. Mayor Li, I'm fine. My face was pale, my speech weak and listless, as if truly gravely wounded. Student Jiang, this matter is very serious. We will definitely investigate it to the bottom. Assassinating the prelim's #1 martial seed. That charge is enough to send heads rolling. Li Chongwang said gravely. With something this big happening during the exam period, he had to give the higher-ups an account. Jiang Chuan, you don't mind me calling you that? Tell me what happened at the time. I didn't hesitate and laid out the whole situation. Li Chongwang's stance was already clear. The Su family had lorded over Linen City for too long enough to lose their clear-headedness. He needed an account, and he needed a reason to swing his blade. And I was that reason. Not enough. A prelim first, a provincial champion seedling, a peerless monster who'd killed a second-rank martial artist with first-rank strength, assassinated during the exam period. Wasn't that reason enough? We understand the situation. I, Li Chongwang, promise you a reasonable account. Rest well these next couple of days. He paused. If you can get a good result in the secret realm 3 days from now, things will be much easier. Li Chongwang gave me an unreadable smile and walked out of the ward. With my talent, if I could walk out, I'd surely be a power in my own right. He didn't mind selling me a favor, on the condition that I grew up. The martial exam was a threshold to test my potential. I understood his thinking too. He wanted to move against the Su family, but my leverage wasn't enough yet. The value I'd shown wasn't enough. Lying in bed, I smiled. With someone backing me up, I could rest easy. Su Qing couldn't be touched for now, but barring surprises, Su Jie still had to keep taking the exam. On the other side, Li Chongwang gave orders as he left the ward. Send people to surround the Su residence. Mind the measure, just put on a show, don't push them into a corner. Wang Ming was startled at first, then understood. Mayor Li wanted to boil the frog in slowly warming water. After Wang Ming left, Li Chongwang suddenly spoke. Uncle Li, keep an eye on the Su family these next few days. Yes. From a quiet corner, a middle-aged man suddenly stepped out, bowed his head to receive the order, and departed. He'd been standing there in plain sight all along, and the eerie thing was, no one had noticed him. Elsewhere, Wang Ming was extremely fast, and soon had the Su residence surrounded. If anyone asked, he'd say it was an investigation. No matter how Su Qing pressed, Wang Ming had only one line. Family head Su, I'm just following orders. Don't put me in a hard spot. Until Su Qing produced a small box and quietly slipped it into Wang Ming's hand. The two exchanged a smile, everything understood without a word. Family head Su, don't take offense. It's my duty, I've given plenty of offense. Wang Ming revealed a trace of greed, timed just right. Su Qing smiled all the more happily. What are you saying, Captain Wang? My Su family is clean as a whistle. Investigate all you want. Then we'll put on a show and leave 2 people to watch. I've got to give the higher-ups an account too, don't I? Wang Ming pocketed the box. Of course. Can't make things hard for Captain Wang. Su Qing chuckled. Little Li, little son, you stay and watch. Don't disturb the family. Everyone else, pack it up. Wang Ming waved his hand and led the crowd off in a swarm. Behind them, Su Qing smiled so wide his eyes disappeared, and even handed the 2 who stayed a few blood crystals as a hardship fee. Around the corner, Wang Ming opened the box. Inside lay over 1,000 blood crystals, densely packed. This Su family, really willing to part with it. Coming out to put on a show, and there was extra income. Captain, doing this, won't it cause trouble? A squad member beside him worried. What trouble could it cause? Think about it. Even that assassin's body turned up nothing, and we're going to march in openly and dig something out. Wang Ming wore a look of exasperation at iron that wouldn't become steel. That mysterious assassin's body carried nothing to prove his identity. His blood and energy inside withered dry. Even an immortal couldn't find anything. Besides, we're just the vanguard. If I'm not wrong, someone else is watching the Su family. We're only here to lower their guard. Wang Ming waved a hand, wearing a look of deep inscrutability. He'd knocked around the Enforcement Bureau for over a decade. What hadn't he seen? Taking the Su family's goods at this juncture carried no risk. In fact, refusing would have made Su Qing more suspicious. You two, go take this to that student Jiang Chuan. Stay at the hospital these next few days and protect him. Hear me? When you get there, say nothing. Just tell him it's his nutrition allowance. Wang Ming picked two clever ones, split half the blood crystals to them, and divided up the rest. He ate the meat, and the brothers had to get some soup too. Blood crystals circulated only within the martial artist circle, both a cultivation resource and a currency. Bureau people like them drew only 50 crystals a month as a subsidy. One trip out here was over half a month's subsidy. Who wouldn't be glad? Captain, are we really giving that student so much? The two asked, a little puzzled. You saw it today. There are plenty of second-rank martial artists among you. Who dare say they'd beat him for sure? How old is he? How old are you? This year's provincial champion is surely in his pocket. Building the relationship early can't hurt. There was one line Wang Ming didn't say. With Jiang Chuan's potential, once he took the provincial championship and made a name at the national competition, by then Wang Ming probably wouldn't even get a word in. The two took the blood crystals and shot off for the hospital as if pumped full of adrenaline. This was a rare chance. This student Jiang Chuan, no simple figure. Strong, and he could act, and he knew how to adapt. Someone like this, once grown, TSK. But where on earth did that terrifying killing intent come from? Wang Ming was still curious. A studying student, how had he cultivated such killing intent? But what business was that of his? Tossing a blood crystal in the air and humming a tune, he ambled off toward the enforcement bureau with his people. In the span of a single day, the story of the Su family assassinating the prelims #1 martial exam student spread far and wide, and some even recounted the details as if they'd witnessed it all. At this moment, the Su family. In the training room, Su Jie pounded the force testing machine like a madman, nearly frenzied. Su Qing walked in and handed him a blood-red pill. Blood surge pill. It briefly raises strength without harming the foundation. Little Jie, if you run into Jiang Chuan at the exam, don't hesitate, take it. A gravely wounded cripple. Does it warrant this much caution, Dad? Once Jiang Chuan rises, the Su family will suffer real damage. But a dead genius is surely not worth as much as the Su family. Su Qing's tone was grim. If he could do it over, he'd never have let Jiang Chuan live this long. Fine. Su Jie silently gripped that bottle of serum. Jiang Chuan, this time, will you die or not? 3 days later, I was discharged. Those 500 blood crystals, I took them generously, and had the two men pass along my thanks for Wang Ming's concern. Wang Ming, on getting the message, was over the moon. He knew the inside story, so he was extremely optimistic about me. As for Su Jie, just a dead man walking. He'd watched all of Mayor Li's moves these past few days, only waiting for me to take one more step forward. The prelim results were announced during my hospital stay. As expected, I ranked first by a crushing margin. From number 19, I was the only one who earned a slot for the Secret Realm trial. Qi Shiyuan and Lin Qingyan both came to see me when they heard, but I revealed nothing and kept my mouth shut about my injuries. This set off much debate outside. A gravely wounded prelim first. Could he still take the crown in the Secret Realm? Even Li Changwang, who'd endorsed me, never set foot in the hospital these days, didn't even send anyone to check on me. That stance was enough to set people's imaginations running. Riding the momentum, the Su family also put out the news that Su Jie had awakened a flood dragon bloodline and become a bloodline martial artist. For a while, Su Jie was without rival in the spotlight, and the once deserted Su residence grew lively again. And my conflict with the Su family, pushed along by those paying attention, became a red-hot topic. Meanwhile, the opening time for the martial exam Secret Realm was set for tomorrow. I went back to that rundown apartment. The place had been repaired, the furniture and bedding all replaced with new. The flash sale store has refreshed. Host, please select the type of flash sale goods. I thought about it. Techniques weren't urgent yet, and I already had a martial skill. Thinking of how I'd hardened my fist against Su Wu's blade a few days ago, I still felt a lingering dread. The one thing in short supply now was a handy weapon. Weapons. This flash sale item has been selected. You may spend 1 energy point to refresh, with a limit of 9 refreshes per item type. Halt the spear. Tier, mystic weapon, upgradable. Type, long blade. Description, a fierce weapon forged from a century of blood malice, aided by meteoric iron from beyond the heavens. Price, 1 energy point. Purchase limit, 1 of 1. Remaining energy points, 100. Of those 500 blood crystals, I'd only recharged 100, keeping the other 400 for emergencies. In the martial artist circle, blood crystals were a solid hard currency. Purchase halt the spear. I didn't hesitate and bought this mystic tier long blade. The first time I laid eyes on it, I had a deep down feeling. This was the weapon that suited me best. Purchase successful. Goods delivered. This week's flash sale items are sold out. Countdown to next flash sale. 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. My hand sank as a black-red long blade suddenly appeared in my palm. As I reached out and gripped the hilt, an extremely fierce blood malice energy tried to seep into me. My scorching blood and energy flickered, and that blood malice instantly dissolved into nothing, leaving only a faint scent of blood. Shing! The long blade left its sheath. The blade was pitch black all over, red veins winding across it. I poured in blood and energy, and the red veins suddenly flowed, the blood malice energy inside the blade erupting. People and birds for 100 meters around were startled, then eerily fell silent. Good blade. I couldn't hide my excitement. Paired with my 7 kills martial skill, the power this blade unleashed would be no small thing. If I'd had it in hand that night, Su Wu's final strike would have been nothing to fear. After playing with it a while longer, I sheathed the blade and set it within easy reach, then finally slept in peace. The instant the long blade returned to its sheath, the birdsong and insect chirps around me gradually started up again. A full night's sleep. The next day, the first venue was packed. Today was the day the martial exam secret realm opened, and the day the 3,000 candidates who'd made it through the prelim fought for their final ranking. 20,000 people, 10 regions, ranked by hunting points. That was the rule of the martial exam. I wore a set of black martial arts robes, a long blade at my waist, ignoring everyone's pointing and whispering, and strolled into the venue at ease. If you ignored my extremely pale face and slightly listless breath, that is. On the platform, Li Chongwang looked at my state and nodded with satisfaction. You can't overact. This measure was perfect. The mood in number 19's waiting area was heavy. They all knew I was in poor condition. On the other side, Su Jie, listening to the flattery, had regained some of his form. That's right, that gravely wounded orphan. What right did he have to measure up to him? Bloodline, resources, reputation, he had them all, plus a bottle of blood surge pill. He felt he wouldn't even need that bottle to slaughter Jiang Chuan in the secret realm. Right, slaughter. Only that could ease the hatred in his heart. Jiang Chuan, don't push yourself. Worst case, wait a year. Qi Shuyuan, seeing the malice in Su Jie's eyes, tried to persuade me. Yeah, no need. Life and death are your own responsibility in the secret realm, and Su Jie won't let you go. He's awakened a bloodline too. Bloodline martial artists are hard to deal with. The others chimed in one after another. Jiang Chuan, think it over carefully. I still have the power to grant you a repeat year slot. Lin Xingyan looked at my pale face and couldn't bear it. Principal Lin, my mind's made up. You don't need to persuade me. I shook my head. Between me and the Su family, it's a fight to the death. There's no second choice. Besides, even if I withdrew, would the Su family let me go? The group fell silent. That's right. The title of prelim first couldn't keep me alive. If I wanted to live, wanted to stand against the Su family, I could only keep taking the exam and fight for my life. It was a dead end, unbreakable. Then be careful with everything, don't push yourself. As long as you get a result, the Su family will have nothing they can do to you. Lin Xingyan let out a long sigh, turned, and left. Jiang Chuan, once you're in the secret realm, be careful with everything. Qi Shuyuan patted my shoulder. At the very least, survive. Students from the same school were always assigned to the same region. I nodded without speaking. This group from number 19, though we'd been together only briefly, was far better than that pack of ingrates at number 1. At least when I was down and out, they wouldn't stab me in the back. At that moment, the crowd suddenly grew noisy. The secret realm's open. Wonder how many wild beasts they released this year. I heard the rules changed a bit this year. Wonder how big the change is. On the platform, Li Chongwang was explaining the rules. The secret realm trial lasts 3 days. For the first 2 days, seizing points across regions is not allowed, but fights among candidates within the same region are unrestricted. On the final day, all restrictions are lifted, and candidates from all regions may freely seize points by any means. Point rules. Hunting a Tier 1 wild beast earns 5 points, a Tier 2 wild beast 10 points, and so on. For cooperative kills, the whole team splits evenly. There are 20 Tier 1 demon beasts in the secret realm, 2 per region, and hunting 1 earns 500 points. Life and death in the secret realm are your own responsibility. If you truly meet danger, you may crush your teleportation token to be sent out, but the consequence is your points reset to 0 and your result voided, keeping only your prelim score. Those are the rules. Finally, I wish you all flourishing martial fortune. The secret realm trial officially begins. At the secret realm entrance, Su Jie turned to look at me, revealed a bloodthirsty smile, and stepped inside. The day the restrictions lift is the day Jiang Chuan dies. I turned and glanced at the 5 from number 19, then stepped into the secret realm too. Huh. Lin Qingyan let out a long sigh at my back. Principal Lin, looks like you bet on the wrong horse. Su Qing, all smiles, said in a low voice. I recall number 19's advancement rate has been 0 for 5 straight years now. With results this poor again this year, there's really no need for number 19 to exist. Lin Qingyan flushed red with anger, but couldn't refute it. Su Qing, you can't be helped. Who told you to take in that orphan? Everyone who offends my Su family pays a price. In the secret realm, the jungle was dense. I landed on the ground, found a random spot, and began to regulate my breathing. That's the prelim first? He comes in and doesn't rush to grab points. What did he even come in for? Did you hear? He's injured, gravely. Huh? Then why come in? To die. By contrast, the other schools weren't so conservative. Their supplies were ample, so they didn't need to worry much about expenditure. In Region 1, Su Jia led 4 seed team members steamrolling straight through, his long spear jabbing in rapid succession, popping a high-grade recovery pill whenever his blood and energy ran low. Their points climbed fastest, leading all the way. Worthy of the Su family, big spenders, eating high-grade recovery pills like candy. Schools from other cities nearby watched Su Jia steamroll and felt a touch of envy. Isn't every city's number 1 like this? But this year Linen number 1 produced a bloodline martial artist. Others probably won't face them head-on. Just settle for the leftovers. It's only day 1. Su Jia, up ahead, looked at the weak teams trailing far behind, and a flicker of violence crossed his face. Turn back. Clear out those ants. All of Region 1's points are ours. Young Master Su this. Yes. Number 1 seed team suddenly turned back and pounced on the other teams. Each region only ever held one number 1 school seed team. That was an unspoken rule of many years. So Su Jia wasn't worried about a sneak attack. As for the other teams, schools whose names no one had even heard, who among them could be stronger than him? Run. Split up and run. Linen number 1's people have gone mad. Run? Can you get away? Su Jia's spear never stopped, a trace of glee on his face. This was how it should be. What right did these ants have to compete with him? Teleportation lights kept appearing, and Region 1's numbers dwindled fast. Su Jia was vicious, every move aimed at vital points, routinely breaking arms and legs. Those who made it to teleport were the lucky ones. Those who couldn't crush their tokens in time died on the spot. Soon the vicinity was cleared out. The fate of those people was fresh in everyone's memory, and no one dared approach them anymore. Outside the secret realm, the eliminated students wore faces of utter despair, and their school leaders' faces were grim too. Humiliating, deeply humiliating. But mercifully, no deaths. Skill inferior to another's, they could only swallow their broken teeth. Keep moving. Su Jia swept his gaze around, saw no one dared come up, and nodded with satisfaction. Outside the venue, debate ran hot. This Su Jia, isn't his violent streak too heavy? Right? He's just scavenging leftovers from behind. Why kill people? The martial exam rule is the weak are meat for the strong. It applies everywhere. The strong are revered. Skill inferior to another's, you can't blame anyone else. The point rankings on the electronic screen came out. Su Jia sang all the way to the top, hanging at the head of the board with 356 points. Everyone else left far behind. Young Master Su is truly decisive in slaughter. This year's martial exam first belongs to none but young Master Su. And at this moment, my points were still 0. The praise all around had Su Qing floating. He looked at my figure regulating my breath in place and sneered. Looks like he really is gravely hurt, foregoing even a result. But for some reason, I just sat there openly in place, and no wild beast came to disturb me. Everyone was puzzled and could only chalk it up to my good luck. What no one saw was that Halt the spear, laid across my knees, was slightly unsheathed, and under my deliberate suppression, a faint blood malice energy drifted out. Around me, there wasn't even a single insect's chirp. Prelim first, that's it? So what if the paper stats are strong? A martial artist needs fighting spirit. Still has to be young Master Su, a bloodline martial artist, and his methods aren't weak either. If you ask me, young Master Su erupted his bloodline in the prelim. This prelim first might not even be his to keep. That's why he keeps a low profile. People admire the strong. The gravely wounded me, while everyone was unaware, would only be used to set off the strong. And Su Jia happened to be the strong in their eyes. Good family background, strong ability, fully satisfying their fantasy of what a strong person should be. And me? At most a shooting star flashing by. Though it had been brilliant for a moment, in others' eyes now, it was already a spent force. The contestants in Region 10 had noticed this peculiar person too. Of the seed teams in the leading group before the prelim, only a few could send all members into the secret realm, except each city's number one. Once inside, temporary teams formed one after another. Only I still looked so out of place. Prelim first? This is his level. A gravely wounded one. Nothing to fear. Let's go hunt wild beasts first. Come on. I'd like to see how a gravely wounded one gets through these 3 days. Strange. Why are there so few wild beasts in Region 10? On the main platform, the recruiting teachers from the martial arts universities watched my performance and quietly shook their heads. Doesn't know how to adapt. Acts purely on his own will. A student like this doesn't deserve enrollment. That was the thinking of the vast majority of recruiting teachers. Once the prelim results came out, those near the top all had recruiting teachers come knocking. Only I had not a single one. The Sioux family had done plenty here. After all, they were a branch of the capital Sioux clan, and they produced a bloodline martial artist, so best not to offend them if it could be helped. Just a commoner genius. So what if he was excellent? Without vast resources behind him, he'd be a flower that bloomed once and withered. What's more, having offended the Sioux family, whether he could even grow up was still an unknown. At that moment, the pebbles on the ground began to jump slightly, as if some colossal thing in the distance were charging at high speed. I opened my eyes, the paleness on my face seeming to fade a little, a flicker of excitement passing through them. Here it comes. I no longer sat. I slowly rose. Halt, the spear in my hand flashed a faint red glow with my breathing. The tremors in the ground grew stronger, and the students nearby sensed something unusual too. Run! Region 10's wild beasts are rioting. Run! The teams hunting beasts in the forest were all dumbfounded. A beast riot? Following the sound, amid rolling dust and endlessly toppling trees, 2 colossal figures gradually came into focus, and around them were the 1,000-odd wild beasts of Region 10. It's those 2 Tier 1 demon beasts. How could this happen? This is a beast tide. Run! Everyone turned and fled for their lives. Once you were swept into a beast tide led by 2 Tier 1 demon beasts, it was a dead end. Buddy, run! What are you standing there for? An instructor will come deal with it before long. Someone swept past me and kindly reminded me. Run? If I really ran, wouldn't all this be for nothing? I shook my head. Halt, the spear left its sheath, blood-red malice surging to the heavens, as if pointing the way for them. Stimulated by the malice, the 2 Tier 1 demon beasts grew more frenzied. That faint, taunting aura from before, this was it. To have become Tier 1 demon beasts, they had their own pride too. Someone was madly taunting them in their territory. How could they endure that? I knew their habits, so from the start I triggered Halt the spear's malice to keep spreading, taunting those 2 beasts, making them think someone had come to seize their territory. Region 10's range was small to begin with, and the 2 beasts had already carved up the land between them. So this newly arrived intruder became their common enemy. This was my plan. Better to wait for the enemy to throw themselves into my arms than to strike out first. Outside the secret realm, on the main platform, the leaders' faces were grim. During the martial exam, first a candidate assassinated, now a beast riot. Wasn't this cutting off their careers? Where are the enforcement bureau's people? Where the hell did they all go? Hurry up and save him. Move now. Once the martial exam secret realm opens, no one has the right to interfere. Have you all forgotten this rule? Li Chongwang's voice drifted out unhurried. He was steady as a mountain, watching my figure with undisguised appreciation in his eyes. A mere 2 Tier 1 demon beasts of yellow tier bloodline couldn't do anything to Jiang Chuan. That frightening-looking beast tide was even less of a threat to him. You have to understand, Tier 1 demon beasts also varied in bloodline. Yellow tier was the lowest, heaven tier the highest. When a wild beast reverted to ancestry and awakened a bloodline, it was called a demon beast. Its intelligence greatly increased. Those released into the secret realm were all low-grade yellow tier Tier 1s, none higher than Tier 3 exotic beasts, with strength roughly on par with perfect blood refinement. Has he gone mad? Does he really think being prelim first makes him invincible? Such a waste, a fine genius. The recruiting teachers shook their heads too, and the few who'd been optimistic about me crossed me off their lists as well. A beast tide like this was not something a blood refinement martial artist could withstand, let alone with 2 Tier 1 demon beasts. Though my strength far exceeded a normal blood refinement cultivator, it couldn't hide the fact that I was still just a first-rank martial artist. Even number 1 seed team would need meticulous tactical arrangement to dare risk hunting a Tier 1 demon beast. Inside the secret realm, The skyward malice guided the two beasts, and soon they appeared in my line of sight. A wild wolf and a green spirit snake. The huge wild wolf let out a long howl, its steel needle fur standing on end root by root, a pair of head-sized beast eyes full of bloodlust. A mere first-rank martial artist daring to taunt it like this, audacious beyond belief. The green spirit snake, 5 or 6 meters long, flicked its tongue, its pale yellow vertical pupils devoid of any feeling. It only felt the human before it looked delicious, and eating him would surely bring great benefit. Wrong? Why did the beast tide stop? Could it be those two beasts are targeting him? Who cares? Better a fellow cultivator die than me. Get farther away. I raised my long blade, and vigorous blood energy suddenly exploded, pure killing intent winding through it, the skyward blood malice growing ever fiercer. My target is you two. The rest, get lost first. I looked at the two beasts, my voice utterly relaxed, as if speaking of a trivial little thing. My voice carried clearly, startling the fleeing candidates badly. The electronic screen had no sound, but my lip movements were enough for people to guess what I meant to do. What did he say? Told the beast tide to get lost. Mad. Even a second-rank martial artist facing a beast tide would only get thrashed, and he dares this. Tisk, arrogant, so arrogant. Shame. He'll be dead the next second. Su Qing laughed out loud, his eyes full of glee. Looks like he won't even need his son. This orphan flush with sudden success is about to get himself killed in the beast tide. Get lost. I let out a great shout, and the black-red blood and energy laced with blood malice erupted, scorching as fire, surging out to blot out the sky. The terrifying aura this human gave off was in no way inferior to the two Tier 1 demon beasts. The driven-in beast tide felt this utterly savage aura and instantly let out whimper after whimper. Flying birds dropped to the ground, running beasts crouched prostrate. The sky-covering beast tide lost all fighting spirit and slowly receded like an ebbing tide. No matter how the wild wolf howled, it couldn't make them obedient again. The two beasts revealed a strangely human gravity and put away their earlier contempt. This human before them was very dangerous. What's going on? The beast tide, it scattered? What's with the aura he's giving off? Even my blood and energy feels a little sluggish. Such a savage aura. This guy isn't some murderer who kills without count, is he? The candidates hiding not far off were frightened badly too. A beast tide like this, actually scared off by Jiang Chuan? Outside the secret realm, the once noisy venue went as if muted, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Even through the screen, they could all feel this beast-like savagery. The beast tide receding was the best proof of my strength. What's going on? He's not injured. The veins on Su Qing's palm bulged as he stared at the screen. If Jiang Chuan wasn't injured, then all the rumors these past days were false. No, impossible. How could a mere blood refinement cultivator hard take a second-rank, gang-forming martial artist's desperate all-out strike and come away unhurt? Absolutely impossible. Cold sweat poured down Su Qing's back. His peripheral vision caught Li Changwang above, steady as a mountain, and his pupils shrank slightly, as if he'd grasped something. Could it be a life-staking secret art? Or was it a scheme? A scheme aimed at their Su family? Whether it was or not, he was already in the game now. As long as Jiang Chuan died, it would at least buy the Su family some time. After all, a dead genius held no value at all. The obstacles are gone. Next, it's your turn. My long blade angled at the ground, blood smoke drifting. I abruptly stamped down and charged at the two beasts. Seeing me charge, the hot-tempered wild wolf's eyes instantly went blood-red. Since when did a blood refinement human dare taunt them so brazenly? It let out a long howl, and a head-sized pale green energy orb shot toward me. This was the Wild Wolf clan's gift, the Wolf Howl Cannon. And as a noble wild wolf who'd awakened the Wind Wolf bloodline, the Wolf Howl Cannon it fired was more than a simple energy bolt. It flew extremely fast and was wrapped with strands of wind blades. Once you got hit, the sensation was no less than being cut apart piece by piece. That's it. My long blade slashed down hard, and the Wolf Howl Cannon was actually split in two, flying past both sides of me without affecting my speed in the slightest. The blood glint in the wild wolf's eyes grew fiercer, and it fired Wolf Howl Cannons as if they cost nothing, wind blades whirling everywhere, the surrounding trees left in ruins. Seeing this, the candidates nearby who'd harbored scavenging thoughts couldn't help but move away from the battlefield to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The green spirit snake didn't join in. Instead, it shrank its form, found a hidden spot to lie in wait, ready to reap the profit when others clashed. Amid the storm, a streak of black-red bloodlight kept weaving through. The rainstorm of wolf howl cannons couldn't block my advancing figure at all. The wild wolf stopped wasting stamina. The wild wolf clan wasn't skilled at energy manipulation. A swift body and lethal fangs and claws were their trump cards. Pale green light coiled around it, and with a kick of its hind legs, it erupted into a speed at odds with its huge frame, vanishing from the spot in an instant. The electronic eyes monitoring the secret realm could no longer keep up with its speed, and the crowd outside buzzed with debate. Where'd it go? Why is this wild wolf so fast? Can't even see it clearly. Heh, Tier 1 demon beasts really aren't something a lone blood refinement cultivator can handle. The green light kept flashing, dizzying to watch. I held my long blade across my chest, a faint killing intent coiling. I'd activated 7 kills. All flash, no substance. My expression relaxed. I took a step, and my figure abruptly vanished. Black-red bloodlight chased the green light, darting and dodging endlessly. Amid the crowd's dizziness, a violent roar sounded, along with shriek after wretched shriek of a wolf's howl echoing through the forest. He actually kept up with that wild wolf speed? Is that even human? Weren't they saying he was gravely wounded? How could he possibly have this kind of strength? In midair, my figure suddenly appeared, and beneath my feet was the wild wolf's huge body, riddled with wounds. Its whimpers were extremely feeble. More than half its fur dyed red with blood. By contrast, my clothes didn't have a single tear. Down! I stamped a foot on its waist, and with a crisp crack, the wild wolf let out one last wretched howl and dropped back to the ground. With a thunderous boom, it kicked up countless clouds of dust, plainly no longer alive. On the point board, my ranking shot up like a rocket, rushing from dead last straight to first. Point board. First, Jiang Chuan, 500 points. Second, Su Jie, for 178 points. Third, Wang Ping, 128 points. One Tier 1 demon beast took me straight from last to first. And at this moment Su Jie was leading number 1's team, huffing and puffing as he hunted low-grade wild beasts to harvest points. What's the situation on the rankings? Su Jie swallowed a recovery pill and turned to ask, Young Master Su Jiang. Jiang Chuan is at the top of the point board. The seed team member behind him trembled with fear. What? Su Jie's freshly smug expression vanished in an instant. That orphan again. Why is he always crossing me? After venting, his smile turned twisted. Forget it, let him be smug a while. Once I kill him, his points are mine anyway. Come, pick up the pace, clear out these low-grade wild beasts first. Yes, but for some reason, he felt the temperature around him drop a few degrees, threads of chilly cold seeping into his body. And the wild beasts, usually so ferocious, seemed a little weak in the knees. Having dealt with the wild wolf, I didn't forget to maintain my persona. Suppressed coughs came out one after another, and on the ravaged ground, faint spots of red were vaguely visible. So he really did activate some potential triggering secret art? With this one burst, getting into a decent martial arts university should be enough, right? It's 3 days. Who knows what variables there'll be? Just as the others were itching to move, a thin green line suddenly shot out, streaking like an arrow off the string at the back of my neck. Tiny venom fangs glinted with a black-purple light, and a strange fragrance drifted out. Inhaling, it made one dizzy. This snake so sly. Those who hadn't managed to make their move pounded their chests and stamped their feet, the duck already in hand having flown off. Still, one fewer competitor was good too. Watch out for that snake. Most looked on coldly. Only a scattered few shouted to warn me. The corners of my mouth curled into a smile. Finally took the bait. I whirled around and gripped the hilt. Halt! The spear left its sheath, a blood-colored blade energy wrapped in black killing intent, laced with strands of crimson blood malice, surging to the heavens. Sensing something was wrong, the green spirit snake swelled its body against the wind, then coiled up, trying to hard-block this domineering strike with its scales. This strike was something I'd worked out in my idle time after that fight with Su Wu. SSSS. The blade energy collided with the scales, teeth-grating friction and hissing roars ringing without pause. After a brief deadlock, the blade energy passed clean through, cleaving the green spirit snake in two. First, Jiang Chuan, 1,000 points. The point board updated in time. This time I truly led by a chasm. The entire venue went quiet enough to hear a pin drop. No one had expected I could unleash such formidable combat power, even killing 2 Tier 1 demon beasts. Lin Qingyan laughed out loud. Their number 19 really was about to take off this time. Principal Su, my luck at bets has always been pretty good. Oomph, a life-burning secret art can be used once. But does he have the life left to use it a second time? Su Qing sneered repeatedly. He'd already decided Jiang Chuan had used a life-burning secret art, that black-red bloodlight being the best proof. But Lin Qingyan knew Jiang Chuan didn't know any life-burning secret art at all. He'd been acting the whole time. He'd fooled everyone, including me, his own principal. On the platform, a smile rose in Li Chongwang's eyes. Very good. With this result, the plan was half a success. And how to drive Su Qing to madness still depended on Jiang Chuan. But in the secret realm at this moment, except for Region 10, the Tier 1 demon beasts of the other 9 regions rioted simultaneously, madly slamming against the restrictions between regions. Their direction, all of it, was Region 10. This is bad. The wild beasts are rioting. Run. Have those bloodline chiefs gone mad? How dare they slam the restrictions? Something's off. Definitely off. In Region 1, Su Jie held his long spear, scorching blood and energy erupting again and again as he charged back and forth through the beast tide. Perfect. I was just worrying I couldn't find you, and you delivered yourselves to my door. Violence rose around Su Jie, and he no longer cared about the consequences. That damned orphan was so lucky, scavenging 2 Tier 1 demon beasts. He had to surpass him, had to grind him underfoot. These beasts seemed to have a target. No matter how he taunted them, the wild beasts only kept charging forward, at most snarling at him a few times. Su Jie put away his spear and leapt onto a tree. He saw blood mist flying about at Region 1's restriction, waves of wild beasts driven into slamming against it, the restriction's light flickering endlessly. Its breaking was only a matter of time. Why would these wild beasts suddenly riot? Could they have been taunted somehow? Recalling that strange, chilly aura from before, Su Jie seemed to figure something out. Whoever it is, when the beasts brawl I can scavenge 1 or 2 myself. Surpassing that orphan is easy as anything. Outside the secret realm, on the main platform, the leaders' faces were grim. They saw it clearly. Jiang Chuan's savage aura was an enormous provocation to those Tier 1 demon beasts. But they hadn't expected Jiang Chuan to be strong enough that even wild beasts in other regions were affected, and they'd expected even less that those beasts would lose their reason and slam against the restrictions. This year's martial exam was thrown into utter chaos. Though the martial exam had a death quota, if the death rate ran too high, they'd be held accountable too. But with the martial exam rules pressing down on them, they couldn't bear the crime of sabotaging the exam. What Great Xia's martial exam wanted was martial artists, not flowers in a greenhouse. So no matter what accident occurred, they couldn't intervene. Now they could only hope the restrictions held a little longer. 1 hour, 2 hours. An endless stream of wild beasts slammed the restrictions, and the restrictions' power kept weakening. The Tier 1 demon beasts each unleashed their means too, powerful attacks pounding the restrictions with deafening booms. At last, cracks appeared, crisp cracking sounds ringing without pause. The restrictions broke. 8 Tier 1 demon beasts howled at the sky in unison and charged toward Region 10. A human had dared to taunt them. Their eyes blood red. Those beasts had plainly lost their reason. At this moment, their eyes held only that human who dared insult their dignity. Everything else was, for now, unimportant. Region 10. I sat cross-legged on the ground, my face growing paler, the long blade sheathed and laid across my knees, a bone-chilling savage aura spreading without concealment. Beside me lay the mangled corpses of 2 Tier 1 demon beasts. Plenty of people watched hungrily around me, but no one dared step up to scavenge. They didn't know how much strength this beast of a man had left, so no one dared act rashly. Suddenly the ground shook violently. I opened my eyes and grinned. This too was part of my mad plan. Taunt the fierce beasts, lure them into breaking the restrictions. Though this made me a target of those beasts as well, a mere 8 brutes, what was there to fear? 2 days later? No, too slow. I couldn't wait. I held my long blade and slowly rose. Halt! The spear within its sheath gave off a heart-shaking malice, a bloodlight too thick to dissolve flickering in and out through the black leather sheath. His aura seems to have changed again, more dangerous. Stop talking. I don't even dare look at him. An aura like this, is he really the same age as us? The people from the other regions followed far behind the beast tide. The closer they got, the more they felt that heart-shaking savagery. What happened? How could such a dangerous aura appear in the martial exam secret realm? No idea. These wild beasts are probably this frenzied because that aura taunted them. What on earth is that thing? Su Jie followed behind the beast tide too, sensing that aura drawing ever closer, feeling a faint familiarity. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. Why do I feel this way? By rights, no one in this secret realm should be my match. The distance kept shrinking, and that figure glowing with black-red blood light gradually came into focus, the savage aura growing thicker and thicker. Those ordinary wild beasts couldn't even walk up to that person before crouching prostrate on the ground, urine and dung flowing freely, an unbearable stench spreading in waves. The Tier 1 demon beasts let out a roar and, ignoring the driven-in cannon fodder, charged straight toward my position. Closer, closer. That heart-shaking figure finally came clear. The instant he saw it clearly, Su Jie froze in place, staring hard. Impossible. How could it be? His footing staggered, and he muttered unconsciously. How could it be him? How can it be him? This figure before him. The aura alone stirred a sense of helplessness in him. But how could it be? He was just a lowly orphan with no family background, whose techniques were even run-of-the-mill. Right, a life-burning secret art. It must be a life-burning secret art. A neurotic smile surfaced on Su Jie's twisted face. Apart from a life-burning secret art, he couldn't think of any way a person could suddenly become this strong. He had no time to think further. The 8 Tier 1 demon beasts erupted with pressure in unison, 8 terrifying bloodline pressures bearing down on me together. Beast roars, eagle screeches, hissing snarls, deafening. Who's that? Daring to taunt Tier 1 demon beasts, 8 of them. Does he not want to live? This martial exam really produces talent. First a prelim, first assassinated and gravely wounded. Now a peerless idiot taunting 8 Tier 1 demon beasts. Buddy, is it possible these two are the same person? The one who spoke was a candidate from Linen City who knew me. But he couldn't for the life of him connect this god of slaughter drenched in malice with the spirited Jiang Chuan of before. Huh? The same person? Fighting 8 chiefs single-handed with a gravely wounded body. Shoo, stop talking. They're about to clash. The 8 chiefs attacked all at once, and Su Jie regained his confidence. Strength erupted through crooked means never lasts. Just grandstanding. He sneered. The final victor is still me. The points you fight and scrape for with your life, in the end they still fall into my hands. The Jiang Chuan before him did indeed have the strength to contend with these 8 chiefs. But after the eruption, he, Su Jie, was the one who'd picked the fruit. The 8 bloodline chiefs erupted with bloodline pressure in unison. Everyone dared only watch from afar, not daring to take a single step into the battle circle. Pillars of blood-colored light surged to the sky, the powerful pressure crushing down like the heavens collapsing. The surrounding trees trembled and shattered without pause, and even the ground seemed unable to bear this heavy pressure, collapsing again and again. Utterly absurd. The bloodline suppression from 8 erupting yellow-tier bloodlines. How could a first-rank martial artist with no bloodline at all hard take it? On the main platform, Zhou Shan, president of the Martial Arts Association, couldn't help slamming the table. Old Zhou, watch quietly, don't make a fuss. Li Changwang tapped the table lightly, not the least bit flustered. He knew Jiang Chuan's blood and energy, powerful to the point of defying reason. Even his own gang force had been knocked aside by a sliver. A mere yellow-tier bloodline? A joke. All that talk of bloodline supremacy was nothing against powerful blood and energy. Blood and energy was the foundation of a martial artist. Everything else was a lesser path. In the secret realm, Su Jie wore the look of a spectator. The martial artist world held bloodline martial artists as the strongest. Why? Wasn't it just bloodline suppression? Now Jiang Chuan, a person with no bloodline at all, amid these 8 powerful pressures, probably couldn't bring out even 10% of his strength. And I, standing at the center of the 8 pressures, stood unmoving, only feeling my whole body slipped into a heavy yoke. Except this yoke did seem a touch weak. My bottleneck had just loosened a bit within, yet always fell short by that last sliver. Trash. I shuddered slightly, blood energy spreading out, forcibly crushing those 8 bloodline pressures whole. Inside the venue and out, all fell silent. How is this possible? A first-rank martial artist with no bloodline at all, crushing the pressure of 8 yellow-tier bloodlines on blood energy strength alone. Unheard of. Zhou Shan pointed at the screen, his voice trembling a little. This blood energy strength, was this even human? Old Zhou, blood and energy is the foundation of a martial artist. Have you forgotten? Li Changwang said unhurried. These years, the doctrine of bloodlines had swept the entire martial world, martial artists all holding bloodlines supreme, yet neglecting their own foundation. This gave him a feeling of something not quite right. Inside the secret realm, everyone was badly shaken. Did he just crush 8 pressures? Could he be a bloodline martial artist too? No, that can't be. There's no anomaly around him at all. That was pure blood and energy. Oomph. and he still dares keep taunting. Look, those bloodline chiefs are about to go berserk. The words had barely fallen when the 8 chiefs' eyes grew even more blood red, letting out impatient snarls. A mere weak human daring to taunt them like this, simply courting death. The Heaven Frost Eagle circling above my head was the first to lose patience, its body turning to an afterimage as it dove at high speed. A pair of razor-sharp eagle talons, carrying endless cold, struck at the back of my neck, frost dusting even the weeds where they passed. Once they grabbed hold, they'd surely tear open that hateful human's throat. Watch your back. Someone, I don't know who, called out a warning. The cold bore down, and under everyone's horrified gaze, I reached out and clamped down hard on that pair of talons radiating endless cold. That cold, enough to freeze an entire lake, seemed to have no effect on me at all. A hard squeeze, and with a crack, that pair of talons, hard as Vajra, was crushed like tofu before me. The Heaven Frost Eagle let out a wretched screech, flapping madly, trying to shake off this terrifying human. It couldn't understand why its talons, able to pierce metal and split stone, were so fragile in this man's hand. Once you're down, don't go back up. I planted my feet, standing unmoving, the gale stirred by those giant wings like a light breeze brushing my face. A hard yank sent the Heaven Frost Eagle stumbling, and with a violent pull, I slammed this vanguard eagle hard into the ground. Dust and dirt sprayed, rocks flew, and the Heaven Frost Eagle let out a wretched wail, pinned dead beneath my foot, unable to move. Roar! The other chiefs each unleashed their gift skills and pounced together. Lightning snakes danced. Earth and stone flew skyward. Poison gas filled the air. Sharp talons cut across, utterly heedless of the Heaven Frost Eagle beneath my foot. A brute is a brute. I stomped down hard, and the Heaven Frost Eagle let out one last low screech and perished on the spot. Then I slowly gripped the hilt. Halt! The spear gave a crisp hum, as if impatient. I'd just had another realization. Seemingly sitting cross-legged regulating my breath, I'd in fact been silently building up this single draw strike. What is he trying to do? Hard take the assault of 7 bloodline chiefs? No matter how strong, you can't do that, right? Shut it. Didn't you see how he slaughtered the Heaven Frost Eagle just now? Right now, even if you told me he was a grandmaster reincarnated, I'd believe you. Look, he's about to draw his blade. What fierce killing intent. Now no one dared belittle Jiang Chuan. A beast of a man who could easily slaughter Tier 1 demon beasts. It wasn't their place to judge him. In their eyes, Jiang Chuan was no longer an ordinary madman, but a madman with strength. That killing intent and malice. What was he if not a madman? Outside the venue, Li Chongwang pointed at the screen. See, this is his true strength. Powerful, domineering, enough to drive the proud geniuses of his generation to despair. Beside him, Su Qing sneered inwardly. He still didn't believe an orphan of common birth could climb to such strength in such a short time. In his view, this was all a scheme by Li Chongwang aimed at the Su family, and Jiang Chuan was nothing but a pawn to be discarded once used. Inside the secret realm, the 8 chiefs' attacks were right before me. I could even smell the fishy stench from their maws. At last, I drew my blade. As it left the sheath by an inch, a blood light too thick to dissolve suddenly burst forth. The few chiefs closest by felt that utterly terrifying aura, and the fur across their bodies stood on end, then flared out. With a wretched snarl, they abruptly halted their bodies, turning to flee. Want to flee now? Too late. My face was full of smiles, yet the words that came out were cold as the dead of winter. Shing! Halt! The spear left its sheath, countless blood-colored blade energies crisscrossing, and I seemed to turn into a blood-colored ocean. Only this sea was made of blade energies beyond counting. 7 kills, peak breaker. I sheathed the blade, and the ocean of blade energy slowly dispersed. The 7 Tier 1 demon beasts abruptly went still, bloodlines spreading endlessly across their huge bodies, fresh blood dripping down, pooling into a pool of blood around me. 7 bloodline chiefs, dead in one strike. Drip, drip. Fresh blood flowed without pause, and inside the secret realm, and out it was, as if a mute button had been pressed. No one spoke. All of this before their eyes seemed like a dream. One strike. At last someone broke the silence, their voice trembling uncontrollably. Is this even human? We actually have to compete for slots alongside someone like this. Now, points and slots no longer mattered at all. My aura was at its peak, powerful malice hitting them in the face, blood-soaked earth all around me. They didn't even have the courage to meet my eyes. Avoid his edge first. Once his life-burning secret art runs its course, deal with him then. Su Jie's legs shook too. My aura at this moment was truly terrifying. But he wanted to avoid the fight, and I wouldn't let this fine chance slip. The restrictions were broken. I wanted the points, and I wanted Sujie's life. Sujie, our grudge, it's time we settled it, don't you think? I spoke abruptly. Jiang Chuan, don't go too far. Sujie's face flushed red. He hadn't expected me to come at him at this moment. Shouldn't he be too spent right now? How was he coming to make trouble for him? Oh, when you stole my slot, you didn't say I went too far. When you crippled me, you didn't say I went too far. When you expelled me, you didn't say I went too far. And now I've gone too far. I looked at him. What? Is all the reason in this world raised by your Su family? A suppressed, choked snicker drifted out in fits and starts. Are the rest of you all dead? Come out and help me. Sujie's face twisted as he screamed hoarsely. Amid a rustling, from the bushes not far off came a few people who could barely stand steady. The moment they emerged, they thudded to their knees before me, tears and snot streaming. Captain Jiang, we were wrong. Truly wrong. We were all forced into it. That's right, all forced by Sujie. We don't have your talent or your family background. We simply didn't dare offend the Su family. Captain Jiang, we beg you. We had no choice. Our hearts were clouded for a moment. We beg you not to hold it against us, please. I didn't spare them so much as a glance, looking at Sujie with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. These are your fine teammates. A pack of ingrate trash. You fear him, but don't you fear my Su family. Sujie's face contorted. Kill him. If anything happens, the Su family will bear it. Move and you die. I didn't look at them, only said it calmly. Sujie watched the few of them tremble and was livid. He's trash who used a life-burning secret art. Can't you see he doesn't dare make a move? He's a spent force now. What are you afraid of? What? A life-burning secret art? What nonsense is young Master Su talking? A life-burning secret art? Actually, it's not impossible. Jiang Chuan's strength really is a bit abnormal. A life-burning secret art. The faster the strength surges, the faster the lifespan burns. Jiang Chuan is going to any lengths to get revenge on the Su family. The crowd whispered among themselves, and a smug smile surfaced on Sujie's face. He'd finally torn away Jiang Chuan's mask. The few lying on the ground quietly lifted their heads to glance at my back, exchanged a look, and a flicker of viciousness passed through their eyes. They'd done it once already anyway. This time was just repeating it. I said nothing, my long blade propped against the ground, calmly watching Sujie. I hadn't forgotten Sujie still had a teleportation token. If he wanted to run, I really couldn't stop him. Since they all thought I'd used a life-burning secret art, I might as well grant their wish. The next moment, my breathing suddenly grew heavy, a barely perceptible thread of blood spilling from the corner of my mouth. But it quickly returned to normal, as if I were straining to suppress something. Look, he can't hold on. Excitement flashed across Sujie's face. As if to prove his words, I abruptly covered my mouth, suppressed coughs coming out one after another, faint spots of crimson flickering in my palm. This seems like I've seen it somewhere. Shu, do you want to die? A move doesn't have to be new, just useful. Young Master Su's in for it this time. Unlike Sujie's excitement, those who'd seen me kill 2 bloodline demon beasts felt a faint familiarity. This trick, wasn't it the same as luring the snake out of its hole last time? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chuan, what do you think I've been talking with you so long for? Sujie couldn't hide his self-satisfaction. An orphan is an orphan. In the end, still a stepping stone for me, Sujie. All of you go. Kill him, and my Su family will guarantee you glory and wealth for life. This is a grudge between us. Anyone else who dares interfere is an enemy of my Su family. He screamed hoarsely, yet retreated behind the crowd, sending these few cannon fodder to test me first. The few on the ground exchanged a look and erupted with blood and energy in unison, pouncing at me. They didn't want to die, so they could only ask Jiang Chuan to go and die. Despicable and shameless. Does a base person like this even deserve to be a martial artist? Outside the venue, Qi Shuyin and the others, unaware of the truth, flushed with anger and roared out. The recruiting teachers watched the few of them perform and quietly crossed their names off the lists too. People of poor character would surely become a scourge to the human race in the future. Watching my back, they sighed in unison. This child had probably been blinded by hatred and used a life-burning secret art. Even if he survived, his foundation would be utterly ruined. Why bother? I heard the sound of tearing air behind me, whirled around, and made as if to draw my blade. The few of them started violently, halted their bodies, and leapt away to flee. That terrifying strike from before still left their hearts pounding. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The terrifying blade energy they'd imagined didn't come. I hadn't even drawn my blade. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chuan, impressive. One pose, and you scared them stiff like this. Bullying the weak, fearing the strong. Can't even do being a dog right. Jiang Chuan, if you die today, these few, Wang Chuang, will kill them for you. What these few had done was beneath the contempt of everyone present. Jiang Chuan's terrifying strength in killing 10 bloodline chiefs commanded respect. Even if he'd used a life-burning secret art, he was still an upright man. To die at the hands of these few base people would be a shame. Seeing no movement, the few realized they'd been played, flushed red, and charged in with a unified shout. As for Face was nothing next to their lives. Too slow. Is this how I taught you before? So little force, are you tickling me? Learned everything into a dog's belly? Truly trash. Didn't the Su family give you martial skills and techniques? Why not use them? Can't figure them out. I didn't even use blood and energy, heaping insult upon insult as I spoke, holding the sheath to easily block the few assault. The few exchanged a look and erupted with blood and energy in unison, two fainting while the other two seemed to be brewing some powerful martial skill. And behind the crowd, Su Jia held his long spear, blood energy spreading. He was waiting too, waiting for an opening. That's it. I darted and dodged, evading the two men's assault entirely. Watching my performance, the others felt a touch of regret. Facing 7 bloodline chiefs, I hadn't retreated a step, yet now I was being pushed into such straits by a few sinister base men. Someone couldn't stand it and made to rush out, eyes red, only to be pinned down hard by the teammate beside him. Have you gone mad? That's the Su family, a branch of the capital Su clan. You can't afford to provoke them. So infuriating. Such a shame. If we'd waited a few years for him, who'd kill whom would be anyone's guess. Su Jia sneered without pause. A few years? Having offended my Su family, and he still wants to live? Wishful thinking. His arrogant performance was seen entirely by Li Chongguang. He turned to look at Su Qing. Family head Su, the Su family really does carry quite the airs. A bead of cold sweat ran down Su Qing's temple, and he said cautiously, Mayorly, everyone's been young once. Big talk is perfectly normal. My Su family's household style is upright and clean. We would absolutely never do such a thing. Oh, is that so? Li Chongguang deliberately drew out his tone, his eyes never once leaving the screen. Su Qing nodded and agreed, but sneered inwardly. If Li Chongguang weren't of no small background, would he need to grovel like this? He understood Li Chongguang wouldn't hold this post long. With his kind of clout, returning to the capital was only a matter of time. He just needed to endure for a while. Once Li Chongguang left, this Linen City would still be the Su family's word. As they spoke, the martial skills the two men had been brewing were also complete, a confidence never seen before flashing in their eyes. There weren't many people in all of Annan province who could cultivate mystic-tier martial skills. So what if they were dogs for the Su family? What you got in hand for real was your own. Everything else was empty talk. Once Jiang Chuan died, the Su family would press the matter down, and the storm would blow over soon enough. Starnet Palm. Wind Chase Kick. 2 mystic-tier martial skills, carrying scorching blood and energy, avoided the front and struck straight at my blind spots. I crossed both hands, hard taking these 2 attacks while sliding backward, plowing 2 deep furrows. He blocked it, someone gasped in a low voice. These weren't those run-of-the-mill martial skills. These were genuine mystic-tier ones. Though these 2 hadn't cultivated them well, they still carried 5 or 6 parts of their power. Something's wrong. Jiang Chuan looks like he can't hold on. Though I'd blocked it, my face had indeed grown paler, and my arms trembled slightly. Clearly, blocking these 2's attacks wasn't as easy as others had thought. The 4 exchanged a look, each reading the other's meaning. Strike while he's sick, take his life. The 4's assault grew fiercer. Though I blocked them all one by one, I'd lost that ease from the start. Suddenly my footing staggered, I narrowly dodged a palm strike, and lost my balance too. Su Jie's eyes lit up. The chance had come. He leapt into the air, the long spear in his hand humming under the infusion of blood and energy, the shadowy image of a flood dragon faintly roaring around him. Jiang Chuan die. Azure Dragon Breaker. Su Jie's face was full of glee, his blood and energy pushed to the utmost at this moment. This spear thrust was strong, stronger than ever before. Spear shadows filled the sky. The flood dragon roared. Anyone could see he'd used his full strength. This thrust vowed to kill Jiang Chuan. Sensing the terrifying ripple coming from behind me, the corner of my mouth curled. At last, took the bait. I didn't turn. My footing shifted, and the sheath jabbed out in rapid succession. A few muffled thuds, and the several people besieging me were sent flying at once, crashing hard to the ground. Those few jabs had actually shattered their dantians, crippling their cultivation. Only now did they understand that the prey they'd thought they were hunting was in fact the hunter, a hunter waiting for the real prey to take the hook. And they were the bait I'd fished with. Su Jie was the prey who'd foolishly stepped into the trap, thinking himself clever. The sharp sound of tearing air was right beside me, laced with Su Jie's gleeful, savage laugh. I whirled around, revealed a smile at him, extended 2 fingers, and clamped down on the menacing long spear. Su Jie felt his sure-kill thrust slam into a great mountain, unable to advance an inch. The instant he saw my smile, he immediately realized he'd taken the bait, dropped the spear at once, turned, and fled. Su Jie was aghast. This long spear was a mystic weapon forged at great cost, said to split a hair blown against its edge and not be an exaggeration. Yet this very mystic weapon couldn't so much as scratch my 2 fingers. Run? Can you get away? I turned the spearhead around, my body like a great bow, and hurled the long spear with force. The spear tore through the air with a shriek, turning to an afterimage as it shot towards Su Jie. Su Jie felt the danger at once and, borrowing force, kicked off to dodge the spear rushing at him. The long spear, carrying powerful blood and energy, spun and nailed itself into a tree beside him. Blood and energy burst out, with splinters flying like needles, stinging faces raw. Su Jie, at the center, was disheveled, his expression ferocious. Half his body dyed with blood, clearly no light wound. Jiang Chuan, this round is yours. Next, get ready to face my Su family's pursuit and slaughter. Su Jie laughed arrogantly, reaching into his robes to pull out the teleportation token. As for a result, with the Su family's power, he could get into a martial arts university with no result all the same. Only then, his standing in the family's main line and in the university's cultivation ranks would be very different, and he might even be slowly marginalized. All of this was the fault of that damned orphan. Just accept your fate obediently and stretch out your neck for the blade. Wasn't that enough? Why resist? You can't get away this time. My voice sounded beside his ear. Su Jie stiffened, the hand holding the token trembling once. That one tremble cost him his chance to flee. A string of crisp cracks, and amid my flickering movements, Su Jie's 4 limbs twisted and deformed, snapped by my violence. The teleportation token dropped to the ground too, smeared with blood and dirt. Su Jie didn't scream, didn't beg. Instead, he strained to twist his body, crawling toward the token not far off. He wanted to live. As long as he lived, there was hope, and he could pay back today's suffering 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Just as he was about to touch the token, a foot stepped on it, grinding it into the mud. As long as you can move my foot away, you get to live. I said it without a shred of feeling. Fine, you said it. A light of hope burst in Su Jie's eyes. He wriggled his body, enduring the searing pain to mobilize his blood and energy, ramming my shin without pause. When a person is drowning, they'll grab hard even at a floating straw. Su Jie knew I was humiliating him, but he had no choice. As long as he could live, he'd do anything. Truly facing death, he admitted he was afraid, truly afraid. Once, twice. Muffled thuds of impact kept ringing out, yet my foot on the token stood like a great mountain, immovable. Outside the venue, Su Qing's eyes went blood red, watching his son's miserable state on the screen, and he screamed hoarsely. Open the secret realm. I command you in the name of the capital Su clan. Open the secret realm. I'll cut that little beast into 10,000 pieces. The Su Qing of this moment had lost his reason, screaming again and again in the venue, even trying to seize the secret realm's key by force. Family head Su, calm down. Li Chongwang stood and pressed hard on his shoulder. The cultivation of a 4th-rank martial artist erupted with a roar, pinning Su Qing to his seat, unable to move. He was only a 3rd-rank martial artist. Knowing he had no hope of breakthrough this life, he'd staked all his hope on his only son. But now that hope was about to shatter, how could he not be frantic? Mayor Li, this is an utter slaughter. This little beast is humiliating my Su family. We are both great clans, branches of one tree. Will you just watch this? Su Qing, don't say you're just a tiny branch of the Su family. Even if someone from the Su main line stood here, they wouldn't dare speak to me this way. Li Chongwang's tone grew colder. And who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Let me guess, is it your brother Su Lin in the main line? Hearing Su Lin's name, Su Qing finally calmed down. The man before him held no simple standing in the Li family. Though Li Chongwang had left the Li family of his own accord, his name was still on the clan register. As long as he was willing, he could return at any time. Mayor Li, what exactly do you want? Su Qing asked hoarsely. I'm quite optimistic about the young friend in there, and some of the things your Su family has done have already crossed a line. So, the Su family owes me an account. Li Chongwang let go and looked at the screen, the appreciation in his eyes undisguised. Scheming, capable of enduring, ruthless enough in action, and more importantly, talented enough with immense potential. These traits left him no choice but to be optimistic. An account? What account? Intent to sabotage the martial exam and to murder a provincial champion. Is that charge big enough? You have no evidence. Su Qing growled low. Once he takes the champion's title and makes a name at the national competition, will having evidence or not even matter? Li Chongwang said in a low voice. How can you be sure he'll live to that time? At this moment, Su Qing understood everything. This was a scheme aimed at the Su family. Because of me. Li Chongwang's tone was full of confidence, as if it went without saying. Is this the Li family's meaning or your own? It has nothing to do with the Li family. I'm a disciple who left the clan. How would I dare act under the Li family's name on my own authority? Li Chongwang's tone was full of indifference. Su Qing cursed inwardly. Just because you're surnamed Li, just because you're called Li Chongwang, one of the Li family's twin Qilin, no one dares belittle you. Then what account is Mayor Li prepared to want? Su Qing yielded. The situation was stronger than the man, and he had to concede. Haven't decided yet, but I know the young friend in there. His attitude matters greatly. I understand. I'll give an account that satisfies Mayor Li. But on one condition, my son does not die. Su Qing gritted his teeth, word by word. Then there's nothing to be done. Li Chongwang spread his hands, noncommittal. In the secret realm, Su Jie had rammed his head bloody, yet didn't dare stop for a moment. He knew. Only if he was miserable enough was there the faintest chance Jiang Chuan would let him go. He was gambling, betting Jiang Chuan had scruples and wouldn't dare kill him. At this moment, he had to yield. Jiang Chuan, I admit I was wrong. Resources, status, even women, as long as you say the word, my Su family can give them all to you. Crippling you back then was my mistake. I have no objection to you crippling me. Just let me go, and I promise the Su family won't retaliate against you. Su Jie panted heavily, ramming my shin as he spoke in broken fragments. After I'm crippled, the Su family can become your backing, pour resources into cultivating you. With a great clan's support, with your talent you'll rise to prominence soon. I can swear it here and now. Everyone here can be a witness. I said nothing, but moved my foot a hair. Seeing this, wild joy flashed in Su Jie's eyes. As expected, Jiang Chuan still had reservations about the Su family's power. An orphan with no power and no influence, no matter how talented, still had to take shelter with a great clan, or there'd be no day of rising at all. My Linen Su family is a branch of the capital Su clan. Once you get into a capital martial arts university, the Su family will surely recruit you, give you support. A martial artist without a great clan's support is rootless duckweed in this martial world and won't last in the end. Isn't this too cruel? Nonsense. Let me cripple you right now and see if you retaliate. But, there's no but. Skill inferior to another's. Accept your fate obediently. If Jiang Chuan died today, I'd still say the same. Martial artists, the weak are meat for the strong. There's no second rule. Su Qing strained to lift his head, a light called hope flickering in his eyes. Jiang Chuan, how about it? This way you've had your revenge and gained resources too, turning enemies with the Su family into friends. Isn't that a win for both? Have you finished your last words? If you're done, then you can be on your way. I finally spoke, slowly drawing halt the spear. The crisp sound of friction in Su Jie's ears was no less than the low hum of the reaper. No, Jiang Chuan, you can't do this. Kill me and my father won't let you go. How can you stand against a great clan alone? Jiang Chuan, I beg you. I'm kowtowing to you. Let me go. Su Jie wriggled his body, ramming his forehead hard against the ground with muffled thuds. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Do whatever you want of me. Just don't kill me. I beg you. You only know you're about to die. The black-red blade light flashed, the head flew up, and Su Jie's unfinished words cut off abruptly. Su Jie dead. I let out a long breath and swept my gaze around. The exam isn't over yet, but since the martial exam's chaos was caused by me, I won't make a move from here on. If you run into a wild beast you can't handle, you can drive it my way, call it my compensation to everyone. With that, I found a level patch of ground and sat to regulate my breath. 3 great battles in a row, I was tired too. The crowd dispersed, and no one dared take issue with me. The strong, wherever they are, have their privileges. Outside the venue, Su Qing's eyes were blood red, his manner near frenzied. Little beast, that little beast actually dared. Li Changwang, even if you shield him this time, I will have his life. Go on, I'll be waiting. Li Changwang waved a hand, not the least bit concerned. As for this tiny branch, the Linen Su family, let it be Jiang Chuan's tempering. With himself standing guard behind, the Su family wouldn't dare act recklessly. The 3-day trial soon passed, and the secret realm's exit opened. Everyone gathered at the exit, making no move, as if waiting for something. After a moment, I still wore that same get-up, black martial arts robes, a black long blade at my waist. That terrifying malice dissolved into nothing, a faint smile on my face, giving people the feeling of a warm spring breeze. Yet no one dared belittle this excessively young student. Killing 7 Tier 1 demon beasts with one strike, breaking Annan Province's martial exam record with 10,000 points. No one walked out. They all silently made way for me. I should be the first to walk out of the secret realm and receive this honor that belonged to me. Champion Jiang, strong. Apart from strong, they had no other word to describe me. Strong to the point of despair, so much that they couldn't even give rise to the thought of surpassing me. At the secret realm exit, my figure slowly walked out, and the entire venue fell silent, no one speaking, even their breathing slowed. Behind me, the candidates from each school filed out one after another, but at this moment they no longer mattered. My radiance was too dazzling. Su Qing, eyes red, stared hard at me, and in the end still did nothing. With Li Changwang there, making a move now would only drag himself down too. He rose and walked into the secret realm to collect Su Jie's corpse. Everything in this venue had nothing to do with him now. Next, he had only one thing to do: kill Jiang Chuan at any cost, and take his head to offer at Su Jie's grave. Li Changwang stood and led the applause. Jiang Chuan, slaying 10 Tier 1 demon beasts at the Blood Refinement Realm, breaking Annan Province's century-old record with 10,000 points. Now, let us welcome our champion to the stage to receive his decoration. The original procedure was by ranking, with the top 3 going up together to receive their decorations. But at this moment no one objected, and no one dared. Li Changwang decorating me alone was both a show of backing and a warning. That stance was well worth pondering. Why did Li Changwang, one of the Li family's twin Qilin, hold in such regard a Jiang Chuan of common birth, with no one to rely on? No one knew, and no one dared ask. But my talent and potential were indeed worth the Li family courting. Li Changwang stood before me and solemnly pinned a specially made decoration on me, the first Dawn Medal, a fiery red sun newly born. This decoration represented not only honor, but would also be recorded in the archives, entitling one to a national subsidy. It was a privilege, and it expressed Great Xia's regard for martial seeds. A genius such as this, cause for Linen to celebrate, cause for Great Xia to celebrate. Li Changwang's voice echoed through the venue. Cause for Linen to celebrate. Cause for Great Xia to celebrate. On the other side, Su Qing walked out carrying Su Jie's corpse and cast a chilly glance at me on the stage. Genius, heh? Has the Su family killed few geniuses? So what if Li Changwang backs him? There are places even his sky-reaching hands can't reach. Su Qing silently walked out of the venue. As long as he could kill Jiang Chuan, he'd do it gladly no matter how enormous the cost. The decoration ceremony continued, but with me as the gem laid out first, everyone else no longer mattered. Even the recruiting teachers didn't open their mouths to court me, only showing their faces before me and leaving. They knew the man before them was not someone they could recruit. His stage was at those 3 top martial universities, in the capital, on the battlefield. They waited for the day this young man would shine. The decoration ceremony didn't last long. The time that followed belonged to the recruiting teachers and the students. As for the national competition half a month later, the top 10 slots were set, no need for anything extra. In the office, Li Changwang and I sat facing each other. Why? I looked at him and spoke. There is no kindness without cause. Having clawed my way up all along, I understood this deeply. Li Changwang backing me surely had an aim. What if I said I'm simply optimistic about you? Li Changwang said with a smile. I shook my head, indicating I didn't buy it. I understood his origins were no simple thing. What kind of genius had a man like this not seen? Seeing me shake my head, Li Changwang laughed out loud, yet a flicker of desolation passed through his eyes. Actually, at first I was only somewhat optimistic about you, but everything I did afterward was one trial after another. Pass them, and you'd earn my support, including changing the martial exam rules. Li Changwang's eyes were full of appreciation. I thought you'd foolishly wait until 2 days later to kill Su Jie. Didn't expect it, well done. And if I hadn't passed? then dead is dead. A dead genius can't be called a genius. Understood. I nodded silently. In Li Chongwang's eyes, my potential and talent had already surpassed the value of the Su family branch. That was why he'd back me so, even tearing openly with Su Qing. There's one more reason. Do you want to hear it? Before I could react, his next words gave me the feeling of being seen through. The reason is ultimate realm blood and energy. Seeing me somewhat dazed, Li Chongwang finally laughed with genuine ease. Young people still can't keep their composure. Rest easy. No one but me knows of this. They can't even see it if they look. You have the potential to break through to the ultimate realm. Very good. Remember, the reason the ultimate realm is called the ultimate is precisely this, unmatched within the same realm. You're very good. I can only tell you, the ultimate realm isn't so easy to break through to. You're still a bit short on foundation. Li Chongwang extended a finger and pointed at me, an unreadable look in his eyes. Everyone's ultimate realm is a little different. Breaking through the bottleneck can only rely on you. So, do your best, young friend. There are some things you'll only be qualified to know once you're strong enough. One more thing. The path of the ultimate realm has no turning back. Once you set foot on it, the later realms can only be broken by ultimate realm power. Think it over carefully. This is your own road. All right, go back and rest. Li Chongwang said a great deal in one breath, much of it things I'd never encountered, never even heard of. I looked at him, and after a long while, finally asked my question. Are you also ultimate realm? No, I'm half-step ultimate. Li Chongwang's voice carried a deep desolation. He knew too much, so he lacked the courage to set foot on that road of no return. Telling me all this was also to see my resolve. He didn't want me setting foot on this lonely road in confusion. All right, enough said today, go back. I nodded, rose, and left. I had to go back and digest all this. Oh right, Su Qing will probably go mad. Be careful yourself. As long as the rules aren't broken, I won't make a move. Only after passing this trial did I truly rise. It was still that rundown apartment building. This time I'd come back to pack up my things. As provincial champion, the rewards at the national level were extremely generous. The City Technique Library was fully open to me, and the material rewards were no small amount either. Not to mention the people looking to court and curry favor with me. These past couple of days I'd taken in quite a lot. Of course, I'd asked Li Chongwang about it, and his words were full of indifference. Take what you take, just remember your identity. With that line, I turned nothing away and accepted it all. This villa in the city center was just one of the most trivial gifts among them. As for techniques, under Li Chongwang's deliberate hint, I wasn't greedy. From the technique library, I took only a blade-down master's manuscript, a movement art called Wind Chase, and a body protection secret art called the Vajra formula. These were the means I most lacked at present. In Li Chongwang's view, techniques lay in refinement, not quantity. A strong foundation was true strength. Having chosen my techniques, I shut my door to visitors and focused on studying at home, planning my road ahead along the way. With the system to aid me, the path of the ultimate realm was definitely worth attempting. No need to hesitate there. As for the other things Li Chongwang hadn't disclosed, once I grew strong, someone would tell me even if I didn't seek to understand. Along the way, the system's goods refreshed too. This time I chose consumables. I needed a trump card. This week's flash sale item has been selected. You may spend 1 energy point to refresh, with a limit of 9 refreshes per item type. Swift Travel Talisman. Type, Yellow Tier Talisman. Refresh. I didn't hesitate. Blood Energy Pill. Refresh. After spending 5 energy points, I finally refreshed out what I wanted. 5th rank Grandmaster's Single Strike. Price, 1 energy point. Description, a 5th rank Grandmaster's Full Force Single Strike. A life-saving trump card was still a must-have. The Su family had made no moves to this point, which felt unusual to me. Purchase successful. Goods delivered. This week's flash sale items are sold out. Countdown to next flash sale. 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Remaining energy points, 94. At this moment, the Su family memorial hall. Little Jia, rest easy. That little beast will go down to keep you company soon. No, all of Great Xia's martial seeds will. Su Qing's chilly voice echoed through the empty memorial hall. He'd already gone mad. Li Chongwang had put out word to suppress the Su family, and now, beset front and back, the Su family's glory was no more. And they were only a tiny branch of the Su family. Every great clan had plenty of such families, and they couldn't draw the main lines regard at all. I'll kill him at the height of his glory, sever his head. That's the best offering to you. Su Qing stroked the coffin. A plan had already formed in his heart, missing only the last piece. But if I don't do something now, they probably won't rest easy either. His smile chilly, he turned. Su 1, Su 2, Su 4. Family head, we're here. Su 4, Su 2. On the 7th day after little Jia's passing, go assassinate Jiang Chuan. Remember, you're to die there. Su 1, on the night before the national competition departs, disguise yourself as me and go kill him. Remember, you must die spectacularly, so everyone knows. These next few days I'll teach you all my means. As for the disguise, don't worry, no one will spot a flaw. Yes. The 3 death warriors answered in unison, then quietly vanished. 3 days later, Su Jia was buried. The scene was grand, yet no one dared attend. Only Su Qing, alone, dragged the coffin across the whole city. On Su Jia's 7th day, in the small courtyard of my villa, my figure flickered without pause. This was the wind chase movement art I'd drawn from the technique library. This movement art had eruption to spare, but no staying power. Yet supported by my powerful blood and energy, where was the lack of staying power? Only then did I truly grasp what Li Chongwang meant by a strong foundation is true strength. Here they come. My gaze sharpened. The Su family's retaliation had finally come. Halt the spear in hand. My figure abruptly vanished. Black-red blade light burst forth, and 2 headless corpses dropped. I faintly felt something odd. This retaliation's force seemed a bit weak. Though these 2 were second-rank martial artists as well, even a notch stronger than Su Wu that day, I'd made no small progress in this period. The ultimate realm bottleneck was only a hair from breaking, my blood and energy full and seamless. My grasp of several martial skills was stronger too, especially that 7 kills. Now my killing intent was withdrawn within, yet pure, and using it no longer carried a bloodthirsty feeling. I'd completely mastered this martial skill of limitless potential. Next I need only slowly nurture the killing intent, and it would grow stronger and stronger. As for Halt the Spear, I'd bought a portion of malice from the store for it to devour, trying to raise its tier, but sadly failed. This blade had an extremely high affinity with me and felt smooth in hand. I didn't want to change it for now. I shook my head and sheathed the blade. No use overthinking. Soldiers come, a general blocks them. Water comes, earth dams it. With my own strength, I feared no scheme. On the other side, news of my assassination attempt reached Li Chongwang's ears too. He sat in his office, tapping the table lightly. Su Qing, what on earth are you trying to do? Clearly, he too thought this retaliation too light. The Enforcement Bureau is on full duty these days. No leave granted. Everyone stay sharp. Especially the Su family. Keep a close watch. Meanwhile, in the Su family's secret chamber, Su Qing was disheveled. For the sake of his plan, apart from dragging the coffin out, he'd spent all his other time here. Done. It's finally done. Su Qing laughed madly. He couldn't wait to lay that transparent crystal, thin as a cicada's wing, over his own face. This was a fragment of an evil art he'd come by chance, the blood-guiding 100 Faces pill, able to change a person's face entirely, undetectable even to a grandmaster. But this secret art had a cost. It required a large amount of the disguised one's essence blood to achieve perfect seamlessness. Su Wan was a 3rd-rank martial artist too. These past days Su Qing had used a mind transmission secret art to teach him all his means. Though the cost was great, Su Qing had no regrets. His plan was already half a success at this moment. As for the mind transmission cutting off Su Wan's future road, just a death warrior, who would care? Having lost most of his essence blood, Su Qing was now extremely feeble, his 3rd-rank cultivation teetering. Su Wan, come in. His voice was muffled, as if blocked by something. Su Wan pushed the door open and awaited orders. Eat this. On the day before the competition departs, go assassinate Jiang Chuan. Su Qing wore a broad cloak, his back to him. The pill radiating an ominous aura went down, and a copy of Su Qing appeared, even his aura identical. Having left his final orders, Su Qing came to the study. Jiang Chuan, wait for this great gift of mine. He gently stroked that specially made coffin of dark sinking wood, bent down, and hoisted it onto his back. Little Jia, rest easy, you won't be lonely down there. The next second, man and coffin vanished together, leaving only muffled laughter echoing through the study. In the blink of an eye, another week passed. The system store refreshed its items twice more. I still remembered the boost the blood and energy like a dragon entry had brought me, so without hesitation I chose entries again. Sadly, of 9 refreshes, I only refreshed out 1 usable at present. Blade Dao Genius. Description: you are innately sensitive to blade-type weapons, with excellent comprehension of blade-type martial skills. Purchase limit: 1 of 1. Besides the entry, I bought several Vajra talismans for safety, better prepared than sorry. Vajra talisman. Type: talisman. Description: can block attacks from 4th rank and below, lasting 3 breaths. Purchase limit: 9 of 9. Remaining energy points: 86. For immediate combat power, the Vajra talisman perhaps couldn't compare to an entry, but whoever complained about too many life-saving things? Blade Dao Genius greatly benefited my strength. During this time, drawing on the manuscript and combining it with the blade-type martial skills in the technique library, I'd worked out several martial skills suited to myself, folding malice and killing intent into that foundation. Though they couldn't be called perfect, as long as I refined them slowly in real combat, their potential was no small thing. In the past, this was something I couldn't have done. Tomorrow was the day to set off for the capital for the national competition. Su Qing had still made no move, which was truly suspicious. I stood in the courtyard slowly sheathing my blade. I could feel the blood malice on Halt the Spear's body growing ever fiercer. Given time, it would surely become a peerless fierce blade. But I had the confidence to subdue it. If I couldn't even control my own blade, what talk was there of the ultimate realm road? I sat cross-legged, blood and energy flowing like a great tide crashing against the shore, scouring my body without pause. Though the bottleneck hadn't broken, the daily time honing my blood and energy was indispensable. It had been my habit ever since I stepped onto the martial path. And at this moment, Su Wan, no, at this moment he should be called Su Qing, appeared outside my villa. Following Su Qing's instructions, he waited quietly for his moment. Su Qing had even prepared his expressions and lines for him. Only he didn't understand why Su Qing wanted him to give his all, yet couldn't truly kill Jiang Chuan, at most grievously wound him, never kill. He was a little puzzled, but it didn't stop him from carrying out the order. 2 hours later, I slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and walked into the house. Tomorrow I set off for the national competition, so I had to sleep well. Having washed up, I lay on the soft, large bed. This past half-month of life felt like a dream to me. From an orphan no one paid any mind, to the sought-after martial exam champion I was now. The great wealth I'd once fantasized about. Now with a wave of my hand, countless people scrambled to shove money at me. But I no longer had much need for worldly money now. The real hard currency of the martial world was blood crystals. The so-called great clans Su Jie spoke of controlled 90% of the martial world's blood crystals and resources. They were powerful, flourishing, and no one dared provoke them. This was why Su Jie had said a martial artist without a great clan's support was rootless duckweed that couldn't last. But he didn't know I had a system. Those resources others eyed with envy, I could buy with a single blood crystal. As long as I didn't die, my strength would only snowball larger and larger, until it ground to dust every obstacle that dared stand before me. Just as I was gradually letting down my guard, Su Wan made his move. With a crash, the reinforced glass I'd deliberately installed was shattered by force, scorching blood and energy surging, a fist bearing down on me on the bed like a mountain collapse. I sensed it the instant he struck, only he was too fast. I'd just begun to react when the fist, carrying scorching blood and energy, arrived before me. With a thunderous boom, the floor collapsed. My figure flickered and I narrowly dodged, yet still couldn't avoid being grazed. My chest was red and swollen, the wound stinging fiercely. Just being grazed was this severe. If I'd been struck head-on, what then? I reached out and grabbed, Halt the Spear in hand. Su Wan slowly lifted his head. My hand, just about to draw the blade, froze for an instant. Su Qing. I truly hadn't expected Su Qing to make a move in person. The dignified head of the Su family personally assassinating me. Was he trying to drag the whole Su family down with me in mutual destruction? Die. Su Wan's hoarse voice came out. I didn't hesitate, threw out a 7 kills peak breaker, turned, and fled. Su Qing was a 3rd-rank martial artist, not someone I could contend with, even if I was now no weaker than an ordinary 2nd rank. Once a martial artist reached 3rd rank, they should awaken to the road ahead and nurture a martial will of their own. In this process, one's own soul kept growing stronger until it bred the seed of a martial divine ability. Though I still had the 5th-rank Grandmaster's single strike and used, this was the city district. A 5th-rank Grandmaster could already commune with heaven and earth in a rudimentary way, moving mountains and filling seas with a raise of the hand. Throwing that out in the city, I, the provincial champion, would become a prisoner in the dock. Though Great Xia treated martial artists favorably, the law was just as strict. A martial artist wantonly killing civilians was a grave crime. If I used a 5th-rank strike in the city, setting aside the matter of explaining it, once that charge was pinned on me, Even Li Chongwang couldn't shield me. So what I had to do now was stall for time, or find an open outskirt and use my trump card to kill Su Qing outright. I fled along the way, blood and energy bursting in midair without pause, trying to draw Li Chongwang's attention. At the same time, the Vajra talisman in my hand gathered its force, ready. For speed, I truly couldn't match a maddened third-rank martial artist. Sure enough, with a great shout, that utterly explosive fist wind bore down again. It was Su Qing's famed ultimate skill, the Blood Kill 9 breaks. The fist wind carried an air impossible to name or describe, yet strangely, it seemed a little at odds with Su Qing's temperament. 9 fists in all, their force layered one upon another, each fist stronger than the last, the drawback being each strike needed to gather force anew. It was said the 9th fist could even hardtake an ordinary 4th-rank martial artist. As the fist wind pressed in, the Vajra talisman instantly activated, a golden light blocking the strike. I seized the moment to borrow force and rush toward the wild hills of the outskirts. The city district was no solution after all. Too many casualties, and I could be held accountable too. Jiang Chuan, how many of these things can you have? Su Wan laughed madly. This too was one link in Su Qing's arrangement. You can try me. I forcibly suppressed the churning blood and energy within, my speed not dropping but rising instead. The two of us chased and fled, and I blocked while running. The high rises gradually receded, and the screams gradually thinned. I let out a breath of relief. Unless necessary, I didn't want to cause too many casualties. Another fist bore down, golden light flashing, and my speed rose again. The force coming through the Vajra talisman was growing larger and larger. Let him keep striking like this, and the first to give out would surely be me. And of the Vajra talismans in my hand, only the last 2 remained. Both of us were quick, and the wild hills of the outskirts were now within reach. Yet Li Chongwang was nowhere to be seen. Waiting for Li Chongwang, aren't you? He won't come. Su Wan spoke again. He went to Annan province for the meeting before the national competition and should still be on the road back. That pack of trash at the Enforcement Bureau is probably busy dealing with the city disturbance right now. So, take your death obediently. The familiar explosive fist wind bore down again. I didn't hesitate, activating 2 Vajra talismans at once to block Su Qing's 9th fist. The wild hills of the outskirts had also been reached. Su Qing, this is the grave I've chosen for you. Take a look, is it to your liking? As I spoke, a small transparent orb appeared in my palm. Su Wan didn't respond, only staring hard at me. His lines, it seemed, had run out. Jiang Chuan die. With a great shout, the explosive fist wind rose again, and I crushed the 5th-rank single strike in my hand, and an overwhelming, suffocating pressure suddenly surfaced. The transparent orb shattered, and the pressure surfaced. In the void, a sky-blotting hand of glazed light emerged, slowly pressing down at Su Wan, starkly conspicuous against the pitch-black night sky. Su Wan still wore that maddened look, throwing fists wildly at the midair hand. His blood and energy burst without pause, yet couldn't obstruct that great hand's descending force in the slightest. And at this moment my face was pale too. This 5th-rank Grandmaster's single strike had drained all the blood and energy in my body. I was spent, but it was all worth it. Su Qing was dead for certain. The great worry that had hung over my heart all this time was finally to be settled completely today. But I faintly sensed something odd. This person before me, whether in aura or appearance, was identical to Su Qing, yet I had a gut feeling. He was not Su Qing. The feeling grew stronger and stronger, yet I couldn't say what was wrong. Perhaps there was a secret art that could let a person perfectly disguise as another? Martial artists above 2nd rank had seamless force and could freely control every muscle and bone. Disguising as another person wasn't hard. What was hard was the aura. Even a Grandmaster would find it extremely difficult to completely mimic another's aura. Besides, a Grandmaster personally striking to assassinate a 1st-rank martial artist? Don't make me laugh. As long as one's mind wasn't broken, no one would do such a thing. Great Xia's Grandmaster-level martial artists were all on record, openly assassinating the martial exam champion in Linen City District, causing an enormous disturbance. Once that charge was cemented, even a Grandmaster couldn't come away unscathed. I shook my head and flung that absurd thought out of my mind. Whether he was Su Qing or not, the Linen Su family was finished. The great palm descended slowly, Su Wan's figure sinking lower and lower. He simply couldn't resist this Grandmaster's single strike. He felt as if he were resisting an entire heaven and earth, a sense of being rejected by heaven and earth flooding his heart. Su Wan's whole life flashed before his eyes, painful in the extreme, his hands stained with blood. He'd lived hardly as a person at all. Huh. Su Wan dropped heavily to the ground. Yet a look of release flashed in his eyes. At last, he was going to die. The great palm fell, my ears rang, and it was as if everything before me went still. No dust, no explosion, more like something had been erased. The wild hill before me was left half of what it was, the cliff face smooth as glass, and Su Wan hadn't even left a trace of blood. Every trace had been forcibly erased by that great palm, as if it had never existed. Jiang Chuan. A great shout came. The sound had barely entered my ears when Li Chongwang's figure appeared on this wild hill left half of what it was. Where's Su Qing? Has he gone mad? Dragging the whole Su family down to the grave with him. He's dead. My voice was a little hoarse. Right now I didn't want to move even a finger. What? You killed him? No, there's a Grandmaster's aura. Li Chongwang sensed carefully. There were 3 auras entangled here in all. No, it was a senior. I put up a tiger's skin as cover. An unfamiliar 5th-rank Grandmaster. Li Chongwang murmured. It seemed this young friend was no simple thing either. An orphan. How had he come to know a 5th-rank Grandmaster? Combined with Jiang Chuan's inexplicable recovery of cultivation after being crippled, plus that utterly peculiar cultivation method, Li Chongwang thought a great deal. And this was precisely the effect I wanted. Having an unknown backer was always better than being all alone with no one to rely on. With this tiger's skin, anyone wanting to move against me would have to weigh it carefully. All right, we'll set this aside for now. Let me send you back to recover first. Li Chongwang supported me, and his figure shot away. Such a huge mess tonight. There was still plenty to handle, all the more so with a Su family to deal with. Beating a drowning dog, plenty of people, I believe, would be glad to lend a hand. Back at the villa, I found an intact room and dropped straight into sleep. The rest didn't need my worry. Li Chongwang would surely handle it well. I didn't know about anything else, but the Su family was finished for certain. A great stone lifting from my heart, I slept extremely deep. Yet an indescribable gloom lingered in my heart throughout. Was he really Su Qing? The next day, dawn broke bright, and I woke. Today was the day to set off for the national competition. But when I arrived at the airport, the one leading the team was beyond my expectation. Mayor Li leads the team in person? I found it strange. I'm not the mayor now. I demoted myself. Call me team leader Li. Li Chongwang waved a hand, his face full of indifference. I was a bit speechless. Demoting yourself? That works too. The Su family is finished, utterly finished, and even the main line will face accountability, Li Chongwang said in a low voice. Though the main line will probably just go through the motions, nothing will really come of it. But you yourself must be careful. As an old, established great clan, the Su clan lost face this time and will surely target you. But rest easy. No matter how bold that side is, they won't dare tamper with the competition itself. You can be at ease about that. Still, there'll be no shortage of petty moves. After all, for a great clan, face is their very life. Li Chongwang's eyes were unreadable, as if he'd sunk into some memory. They wouldn't pull the assassination routine again, would they? My head ached a little. It won't go that far. Probably just sending a few disciples to step on you. It is the capital after all, and the competition, they won't dare act wildly. Then do I hit back? My head ached more. Up to you. But the greater the potential you show, the more resources you'll gain later. Li Chongwang spread his hands. The choice is yours. Forget it. I'll see when the time comes. I rubbed my brow. It seemed this trip to the capital wouldn't be peaceful. For this national competition, a special flight was arranged directly, Linen straight to the capital, taking roughly 5+ hours. Upon arrival, there'd be 3 days to rest, then the day of the national competition. All expenses during the period were covered by Great Xia's officials, and the whole competition would be arranged for live stream, broadcast nationwide. It was a chance to show one's face, and a fine chance to make a name. Apart from me, everyone else was extremely excited. This was a chance to show their faces before the whole nation's people. Mom, remember to watch the live stream. Watch me beat those people into the dirt. All right, Mom will watch for sure. Mind your safety. Don't get hurt too badly. There were even those who dragged huge banners to see us off. For a while, the whole airport was lively beyond measure. That one standing with Mayor Li. Isn't that the god of slaughter Jiang Chuan you mentioned? A girl poked Wang Chuang's arm, her eyes shining as she looked at me. In Great Xia, everyone revered the marshal. Strong people were respected wherever they went. Wang Chuang was a bit speechless. Sis, don't even think about it. How could he ever take a liking to you? Put away that look, would you? What? I can't even think about it. Is he really as strong as you said? Very strong. I feel like everyone here put together couldn't beat him alone. Wang Chuang said in a heavy voice, his expression serious, not joking. Whatever. When he takes the field, remember to tell me. Wang Chuang's sister, seeing me look over, tossed a wink my way without the slightest concealment. Sadly, I had no reaction. At last, everyone boarded. In the airport, the escort personnel lined up in formation, salute cannons booming. The plane taxied through 9 water gates. This was an enormous honor. May all of you find fortune in the martial way. 5 hours later, the plane landed. By now everyone's spirits were high, as if pumped up on stimulants. That scene at departure had everyone's blood surging. To have this once in a life, I could die with no regrets. I really have made something of myself. Li Changwang clapped his hands, his voice reaching each person's ears clearly. Come, I'll take you all to a place. His tone was low and grave, carrying a trace of remembrance. A moment later, everyone arrived at a cemetery. A memorial monument towering into the clouds came into view. Li Changwang turned, his voice clear. Everyone, stand up straight for me. Let our great Xia's forebears see the martial seeds of our great Xia today. Attention. Salute. Looking at these dozens of towering memorial monuments, everyone was affected by the solemn mood and fell quiet of their own accord. No one spoke, everyone's expression grave and serious. These were great Xia's fallen heroes, not to be defiled. After a long while, Li Changwang faced everyone, his voice soft, yet carrying a weight called responsibility. Here is our great Xia's memorial monument. In the 237 years since the nation's founding, 3,503,782 names have been inscribed on it. Some of them, when they gave their lives, were about your age. It was they who used their own bodies to hold those wild beasts beyond the nation's borders. It was they who gave you the peaceful life you have today. But I can tell you, Great Xia has never truly been at peace. The fires of war and bloodshed are a road every martial artist must walk. Your names too may one day be inscribed on this memorial. Tell me loud, are you afraid? Not afraid. Everyone, faces flushed, roared out. Very good. We great Xia martial artists have never had those who fear death. So it was with our forebears, so all the more should it be with great Xia's future martial seeds. As martial artists, we should hold danger beyond the nation's borders, tear our enemies utterly to pieces, make them understand that our great Xia is no soft persimmon. Can you do it? We can. We can. We can. Fighting spirit surged straight to the clouds, as if to tear apart every cloud in the high heavens. Li Changwang swept his gaze over everyone, raised a hand, clenched it into a fist, and pressed it hard against his chest, his expression graver than ever. Loyal to great Xia, 10,000 deaths without regret, this will unwavering, with the nation without bounds. The muffled sound of heavy strikes rang out, the voices of the 100-strong elite team grand and stirring. Loyal to great Xia, 10,000 deaths without regret, this will unwavering, with the nation without bounds. I swept my gaze around. Everyone had grown impassioned from Li Changwang's words, as if brainwashed by some secret art. Not just them. This place seemed to be a required stop for every elite team come to compete. Everyone's words were different, but at least in this moment, the fearlessness and passion in their hearts had all been successfully ignited. I'd crossed over here, and to begin with I had no sense of belonging to this world. Yet at this moment, I thought of the world before I crossed over. Those soldiers, weren't they the same? I reached out, clenched my fist, and pressed it hard against my chest. Loyal to great Xia, 10,000 deaths without regret, this will unwavering, with the nation without bounds. I'd once seen myself as a tourist, but now I truly saw myself as a person of this world, a person of great Xia, a martial artist of great Xia. Li Changwang held this posture and swept his gaze over everyone. Only his eyes lingered especially long on me. Seeing my performance, his joy grew deeper. After a long while, Li Changwang lowered his fist. Come, let's not disturb the forebears' peace. The group came in silence and left in silence. In the cemetery, the sound of oaths kept drifting over. At the hotel, Wang Chuang and I were assigned to the same room. I had an impression of this fellow. When my former teammates besieged me, he was the only one who spoke up in support. Jiang the Slog. No, Champion Jiang. As someone who'd witnessed my whole slaughter firsthand, it was impossible to say he wasn't nervous. Just call me Jiang Chuan. I lay on the bed and waved a hand. Great Jiang, you seem different from what I imagined. Wang Chuang hesitated a few times before finally speaking. Oh, then what should I be like? A madman who draws his blade and kills at the slightest disagreement. I looked at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Since that ordeal just now, The gloomy aura about me had dispersed by more than half. My mental state grown far clearer, and the blood and energy within me seemed livelier still. That bottleneck that had troubled me so long loosened once more, and the day of setting foot in the ultimate realm seemed within reach. Wang Chuang chuckled a few times and said nothing. He'd found I wasn't such a terrifying person, provided I wasn't pushed, cornered with no way out. Anyone could be a potential madman. I've never been to the capital before. I've got to take some good photos to show my mom and dad. Wang Chuang pulled out a camera and looked at me. Great, Jiang, you coming along? Sure. I had no objection and wanted to get a good look at this world's capital too. The result proved I'd overthought it. This world's capital had its legendary dark cuisine too. The smell, even more pungent. A group of martial exam elites nearly got solo killed by a bowl of iced drink. Blah, these capital folk, there's something else. No wonder this place is developed. With that kind of grit, you'd succeed at anything. Besides Wang Chuang and me, our companions included 2 more men and 3 women, all Wang Chuang's friends. When they first saw me, they froze a moment. But they were all young after all, and after a brief acquaintance, the misunderstanding was cleared up, and they took the chance to spit on the Su family together. Though the misunderstanding was cleared, they still held mostly awe toward me. I didn't mind. I couldn't very well govern what was in other people's hearts. Right, Grey Jiang, are you aiming for national champion this time? A petite girl with twin ponytails asked. Her name was Zhang Xinyue. When she first saw me come out, she'd been scared into bolting, but now she was also the least afraid of me. No idea, we'll see. I can only say I'll do my best. Take it if I can, and if I can't, so be it. The Su family was destroyed. Even if Su Qing truly hadn't died, he couldn't stir up much of a storm. Once I grew stronger and stronger in the future, he'd be even less worth worrying about. Oh, big talk. A mere blood refinement realm, and you dare spout off here. Someone who didn't know might think you'd already locked up this championship. An ill-timed voice reached everyone's ears. What do you mean by that? Wang Chuang was the first to lose his patience. The literal meaning. A country bumpkin from some small place gets a little result and thinks the world beneath him, dares to talk big here, not even afraid of drawing ridicule. Hearing this, I understood. This was trouble come knocking. Your surname Su? I stopped Wang Chuang and spoke up. Su family main line, Su Qishan. The person opposite revealed a smile, brimming with provocation. Oh, let's go. Newly arrived in the capital, I didn't want to make more trouble. But the Su family branch had been destroyed, and even the main line had faced accountability. Though it stung little, in the end they had lost face. So my not wanting to make trouble didn't mean someone would be willing to let me go. Seeing me about to leave, Su Qishan waved a hand, and someone blocked our way. Want to leave? Did you ask me first? I looked at Su Qishan. He was set on picking a quarrel. This road belongs to your family. Zhang Xinyue put her hands on her hips, pointing at them and scolding sweetly. Half the shops on this street are Su family property, so wouldn't you say it belongs to us? Su Qishan's face was full of smiles, his tone abruptly cold. A wild country girl dares speak to me like this, truly courting death. With that, Su Qishan raised his hand to strike a slap, yet his eyes kept flicking toward me. If you want to target me, just say so, no need for all these roundabout twists. I blocked in front of Zhang Xinyue, stopping Su Qishan's descending hand. Some backbone, at least. Su Qishan leisurely withdrew his hand. But you probably still don't know what the Su family represents in the capital. Then he leaned close and said in a low voice, a tiny branch, the Su family doesn't care. But this time you slapped the main line's face. Guess, is the main line's face worth this cheap life of yours? It's not. One face for my one life, not enough. I shook my head, without the slightest intent to yield. Hearing this, Su Qishan didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed out loud. Looks like you really don't know what the Su family represents in the capital. Wait and see, someone will deal with you. He knew he absolutely couldn't beat me right now. No need to hand his head to an opponent. He'd heard of my killing 7 yellow-tier bloodline wild beasts with 1 strike too. Though he didn't believe it, he wouldn't risk himself. A Su family disciple out in the world represented the Su family's face. Leaving now was no shame. Being taunted and then losing the fight, that would be the real shame. Having said his piece, Su Qishan didn't wait for my response and left with his people. Just leaving like that? Great Zhang's fierce reputation precedes him. Wang Chuang was a bit worked up. Zhang Xinyue's big eyes sparkled. This Zhang the slaughter god before her wasn't some devil after all. Rumors really do harm people. They'd made her truly believe I was a madman who killed anyone on sight, and she'd lost so much face at our meeting. NNNGH. Zhang Xinyue covered her face. wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Thrown off by all this, the group lost the mood to wander and returned to the hotel. In the room, Wang Chuang was a bit worried. Great Jiang, you'll be okay? That's the Su family. It's fine. Soldiers come, a general blocks them. Water comes, earth dams it. Compared to Wang Chuang, I wasn't the least bit flustered, still leisurely wiping my blade. Su Qixin was just the vanguard, come to test my attitude. Different means for different people. This was the Su family's usual trick. Wang Chuang watched the blood malice flowing across the blade's body and swallowed hard. This fierce blade had left an extremely deep impression on him. We'd been back at the hotel not long when a disturbance broke out outside. The capital's enforcement bureau had come knocking. Who is Jiang Chuan? Someone suspects your martial exam results were fabricated. Please come back with us to undergo investigation. Though it was framed as questioning, seeing the disturbance was big enough, the enforcement bureau's people barged straight into my room. A flash of credentials, and they made to seize the person. Wait. The disturbance on this side drew Li Changwang's attention too. Mr. Li, please do not obstruct the enforcement bureau's work. We too are acting on orders. The one in the lead didn't retreat half a step. I didn't resist. A mighty dragon doesn't crush a local snake. Resisting at this point would only make things worse. Mr. Li Changwang's wrist moved slightly, and a slap went across. You really think that with this uniform on and the Su family backing you, you can do whatever you please? He didn't hold back on this slap. The man's head snapped sharply to the side, and he forcibly swallowed the blood in his mouth, not making a sound. By seniority, what should you call me? Li Changwang's backhand delivered another slap. Say it. What do you call me? Uncle Li. The enforcement bureau is doing its work. Please don't make things difficult for me. The man still gave a stiff bit of officialese. Fine, tough enough. The Su families raised a fine dog. Where's Jiang Ming? Tell him to come out. Li Changwang turned his wrist, not continuing to strike. Uncle Li, you've been away too long. The enforcement bureau's director has changed now. Changed to whom? Su Lin. The words out, Li Changwang's pupils abruptly shrank. Su Lin, Su Qing's brother, his own blood brother. Because of his outstanding talent, he'd cultivated with the capital main line from a young age. But the two brothers were extremely close, and part of why Su Jia was so domineering lay in Su Lin's indulgence. It seemed he'd gone too long without paying attention to matters here in the capital. The sky here had changed. Su Qing and Su Jia had both died at my hands, and Su Lin would absolutely never let me go. For a moment, the two stood in deadlock, neither moving. Fabricated results? Nonsense. When Jiang Chuan killed 7 Tier 1 demon beasts with one strike, I was there. I can testify for him. Wang Chuang pushed through the crowd and stepped out. Right? We can testify too. So now you can let him go, can't you? One after another, more than a dozen people stepped out in all. Enough. All this racket, what does it look like? Take them all back. Question them slowly. A middle-aged man walked out, none other than the current Enforcement Bureau Director, Su Lin. His bearing was entirely different from Su Qing's. If Su Qing was false benevolence, then Su Lin gave people a sense of gentleness. Yes, Director Su. The captain in the lead abruptly straightened his body, waved a hand, and made to take Wang Chuang and the others away too. Su Lin, you really mean to take away martial exam candidates? Can you bear that responsibility? Whether I can bear it or not is not for Elder Brotherly to trouble over. As I recall, Elder Brotherly has now drawn a clean line with the Li family. Su Lin wore a gentle smile, yet a trace of ruthlessness flashed at the bottom of his eyes. The Enforcement Bureau was his turf. Once I was in, how to work me over was entirely his word, wasn't it? Li Changwang was momentarily wordless. 10 years. It had been 10 years since he'd returned to this place of heartbreak. Back then he'd left in a fit of anger, and one departure was 10 years. The Li family had treated it coldly too, neither asking nor caring. My name is still on the clan register. Su Lin, are you sure you want me back in the Li family? As Elder Brotherly pleases. Take them away. Anyone who dares block, take them too. Su Lin waved a hand and walked out of the hotel with his people. Everyone make way. We're only asking these few candidates to come back and cooperate with the investigation. If they truly have no problem, our Enforcement Bureau will release them. Su Lin's words were watertight. Turned around. If they still weren't released after the detention period, that would cement the charge of my fabricating results. Once public opinion fermented, that would be a provocation of Great Xia's law, a challenge to Great Xia's very foundation, and no one, whoever they were, could save me. Soon the Enforcement Bureau arrived. You lot take these few candidates for questioning first. Remember, be thorough. Not a single detail can slip by. Su Lin looked at Wang Chuang and the others and revealed a cold smile. These fledgling rookies, did they really think a chest full of fervor could stand against a great clan's power? Heh, downright naive. But he knew this trumped-up charge wasn't enough to pin me down and kill me, so the so-called investigation was merely a lead-in. What they meant to do was force me to prove myself, then kill me openly and above board. What? No wild beasts in the capital? That was easy enough. Just find a few martial artists of comparable strength. And as for what kind of martial artists, wasn't that the Su family's word? Su Lin rubbed his chin, looking at me in the interrogation room, and revealed a cold smile. Make a fuss then, the bigger the better. Under the Su family's deliberate push, news of martial exam cheating soon spread far and wide. Countless complaints and reports flew like scraps of paper toward the Capital Martial Arts General Assembly, and even some candidates competing in the national competition protested one after another, demanding a review of my martial exam results. After all, how could a blood refinement realm martial artist slay 10 Tier 1 demon beasts single-handed? Annan Province must have colluded, wanting more resources, and forcibly molded Jiang Chuan into a genius. This left the elite team from Annan Province come to compete furious beyond measure. They'd all been on scene when I slew the wild beasts, yet at this moment, no matter how they explained, all they got in return was others' doubt. It has to be said, public opinion is the best way to destroy a person. At this moment, in others' eyes, I was a good-for-nothing with no ability who only played crooked tricks. They never considered how a person with no power and no influence, one who'd nearly been driven to death by a great clan, could make all of Annan Province, high and low, act to his will. But they only believed what they saw and heard. As for what the truth was, no one cared. At this moment, Li Changwang, his face complicated, dialed a number. The call connected quickly. After a long silence, Li Changwang spoke. Dad, you're back? A voice full of vigor came from the phone. It was Li Changwang's father, Li Mingtang. I'm back. Come home for a meal. Your mother misses you very much. Dad, whatever it is, we'll talk when you're home. Don't worry about the clan elders. That bunch of old fellows won't say anything. Li Changwang fell silent. The person on the other end didn't seem anxious either, just waiting quietly. At last, Li Changwang's mouth opened and closed a few times, and he spoke. All right. Then now, I'll have them make a few extra dishes. Beep, beep, beep. The call cut off. Li Changwang gazed out the window. It's about time I went back. A moment later, the Li family. A middle-aged man and a beautifully preserved woman sat at the dining table, neither touching their chopsticks, as if waiting for someone. Both were fifth-rank grandmasters. Nourished by the power of heaven and earth, though past 60, they didn't look old at all. If a grandmaster didn't go to the battlefield and didn't deplete their origin, living 200 or 300 years was no problem. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Li Changwang stood outside the door. This was the first time in 10 years he'd returned to this place, familiar and yet strange. You're back, then sit. After Li Changwang took his seat, the beautiful woman set a piece of meat in his bowl, tears brimming in her eyes. Eat more. She was Li Changwang's mother, Jiang Xian. Not one of them urged Li Changwang to stay, but every gesture was pleading him to. Dad, you want to ask about that candidate, don't you? Li Mingtang cut him off. Yes. Li Changwang couldn't understand why things had come to this. Changwang, it's been 10 years, you've been away 10 years, and now the whole structure of Great Xia is different. Though our Li family is a great clan like the Su family, we've kept to the ancestral precepts and never overstepped, and these past years there have been signs of decline. New risen great clans like the Su, Zhao, and Zhou will scheme and band together. They are Great Xia's current pinnacle of power. Whoever they want dead, dead they must be. How can that be? What about Great Xia's law, the Enforcement Bureau? What are they good for? Li Changwang froze a moment, then couldn't help slamming the table. You're still as naive as 10 years ago. Li Mingtang gave a cold snort. The great clans keep expanding, something the officials are unwilling to see. But Great Xia needs the high-tier martial artists the great clans cultivate, as long as it doesn't touch Great Xia's foundation. So what if that candidate is a peerless genius? Great Xia has never been short of geniuses. Then what do we do? Li Changwang was at a bit of a loss now too. But the Su family took this big roundabout route to clear their name, not to kill. If they wanted him dead, that child would already be dead. Li Mingtang took a sip of wine and said unhurried. The Su family cannot be in the wrong. The one in the wrong can only be someone else. As long as that student's results are fabricated, then it all falls apart. And the accusation against the Su family branch is mere nonsense too. By then, they'll have the face and the substance both, sacrificing only one tiny student. Best of both worlds, isn't that fine? So in the end it still comes down to results. By rights, yes. Li Mingtang nodded. But it won't be so easy. The Su family will probably set up a ring and take the chance to propose a retest. Win, and your martial exam qualification is returned, thoroughly offending the Su family. Lose, and the charge is cemented, death. Think it over well yourself. This matter, our Li family won't get involved. All right, eat. Let's finish the meal first. Jiang Xin tapped the table. The food's gone cold. On the other side, the Martial Arts General Assembly also issued an announcement, saying it had sent people to Annan Province to investigate the truth of the matter and press down the ever-intensifying situation. But how long the investigation would take was not mentioned. The instant Su Lin saw this announcement, he knew it had worked. How long an investigation would take? Who could say? 3 more days until the martial exam. By the rules, I, under review, couldn't take part in the martial exam. So the only way to clear my name was to take part in the Su family's ring and prove my strength. Win or lose, I'd come away with nothing good. Win, and I cleared my name while the Su family lost greater face. Lose, and the charge was cemented, death. Su Lin walked out of the enforcement bureau. What came next had nothing to do with him. Back home, a cloaked figure sat on the sofa, and on that expensive tea table sat a black coffin. Who's there? Su Lin's blood and energy surged around him, ready to strike. Brother, it's me, Su Qing. Little brother? You're not dead. Su Lin's blood and energy abruptly settled, looking at the familiar figure before him, and at the eyes of his nephew in the coffin refusing to close in death. His voice trembled a little. Not dead. This time I've come to ask for your help. I want that little beast dead. What help? Tell me. I want. Su Qing had barely finished when Su Lin's face changed drastically, and he growled low. Have you gone mad? Do you know what the consequences of doing this are? Su Qing said nothing, slowly pulling back his hood. Su Lin looked at that face, a mess of raw flesh, and was wordless for a long while. If he doesn't die this time, I'll help you. After a long while, Su Qing spoke with difficulty. Rest easy. I only want little Jie to go not so lonely. And brother, you've all rather underestimated this orphan. On the other side, the Su family's ring was set, and the Martial Arts General Assembly issued a statement too, to review whether candidate Jiang Chuan's results are genuine. In short, it had me fight the Su family disciples in the ring to prove I truly had the strength to single-handedly slay 10 Tier 1 demon beasts. The next day, our group was released, and Wang Chuan got the news too. Jiang Chuan, this is obviously a trap. Are you really going? Going, why not? I hefted halt the spear, killing intent surging in my heart. In full public view, the Su family won't break the rules, at least won't dare go too far. That being so, what do I have to fear? Just yesterday, my flash sale store had refreshed. After 5 refreshes, I bought a technique fragment called the 9 Turns True Martial Codex, filling in that last shortcoming. 9 Turns True Martial Codex, Blood Refinement Chapter. Type, Technique Fragment. Tier, Heaven Tier. Description, blood and energy in 9 turns, condensing an innate blood pill, treading through to the ultimate realm, combat power without peer. Flash sale price, 1 energy point. Remaining energy points, 86. Blood and energy in 9 turns before the pill can condense. This was an ultimate realm technique tailored to me. As long as I cultivated it successfully, I could set foot in the ultimate realm. As for follow-up techniques, I could only refresh the store slowly. Because of the technique, the blood energy crystal in my Dantian had now all shattered, transforming into a rough blood pill the size of a thumb, seated at the center of my Dantian. The blood pill slowly rotated, strand after strand of pure blood and energy devoured and compressed by it. As the blood and energy poured in, the blood pill's pitted surface seemed to grow a little smoother, and an abstruse rune slowly took shape on its surface. This was the mark of the first turn's completion. Let's go, see the caliber of the Su family's disciples. My words carried boundless confidence. I meant to complete the 9 turns in battle and formally set foot in the ultimate realm. I hoped the Su family wouldn't disappoint me too much. At the Capital Martial Arts General Assembly, Su Lin had already taken his seat, and the representatives from all walks the Su family had invited had long arrived. The electronic screen outside the assembly was live-streaming this results review in Sync 2, and who knows how many people crowded before the plaza to watch the spectacle. With the Su family's face at stake, under Su Lin's deliberate arrangement, there'd be no accident. I would surely lose. Su Lin looked at the 10 core disciples beside him. Every one of them was at blood refinement perfection, a single step from breakthrough, in the Su family's second cultivation tier. They'd already planned it out. If they proved no match when the time came, they'd find a chance to take a pill and break through to second rank. A last-second breakthrough that couldn't be reined in was understandable enough. As for those first-tier geniuses, why would they need to act personally against a country bumpkin? The national competition was their true stage. 10 core disciples of Mystic Tier bloodline. Hasn't the Su family gotten this wrong? That candidate only slew 10 Tier 1 demon beasts, is all. Are you dumb? Wild beast combat power is naturally stronger than humankind's. Looking at overall strength, the Su family hasn't gotten it wrong. This was muddying the waters. Though the paper figures said so, once real combat began, these disciples need only reveal their bloodline pressure to easily slaughter those wild beasts. But by the Su family's account, this was to ensure the review's fairness and be convincing to all. Though the overall combat power of 10 Mystic Tier bloodline core disciples slightly exceeded those Tier 1 demon beasts, since I had the strength to instant-kill Tier 1 demon beasts, my strength must far exceed my realm. In the contest with their core disciples, I need only not lose within 100 moves to prove the results genuine. Here they come. I pushed open the great door and walked into the Martial Arts General Assembly, the whole Anin Province elite team behind me. As fellow Anin elites, they couldn't very well let me fight alone, all the more so since my strength truly warranted their conviction. This is that Jiang Chuan who slew 7 Tier 1 demon beasts with one strike? Doesn't look all that strong. The results are all fabricated. Now that it's exposed, of course he can't keep up the act. That's true too. How did this guy dare do such a thing? Listening to the crowd's chatter, the 9 people behind me flushed red with anger, and Wang Chuang made to stride over and argue with them. They'd all seen my great display of might with their own eyes. Did the crowd take them for blind? Wang Chuang, don't get worked up. I reached out and pressed him down. Wang Chuang's face was full of astonishment. With that one press of mine, the blood and energy in half his body stalled, and for a moment, he couldn't move at all. You, this strength of yours? I've made a bit of progress this while. I rarely offered an explanation. Monster. Wang Chuang said it with his mouth, but his face was full of joy. Those few in the ring were only a notch stronger than them, so it seemed there was no need to worry about my safety. He set his heart fully at ease, walked to his seat, and gave a cold snort. When they lose then, let's see what you all say. Talking big. These are all my Su family's core disciples, each a heaven-gifted prodigy, and bearing Mystic Tier bloodlines besides. How could a bunch of country bumpkins from some small place compare? Mystic Tier bloodline? The last one to flaunt his bloodline before Great Jiang, who knows how long ago his 7th day passed. Zhang Xinyue put her hands on her hips, not yielding an inch with her mouth. Preposterous. Bloodline divine ability alone is not something a mere blood refinement realm can take. What bloodline divine ability? We don't understand. We only know that before Great Jiang, bloodline martial artists are nothing. Fine. Wait and see then. See just how strong your so-called Great Jiang really is. Seeing the group's unfriendly looks, the person gave a few cold snorts and sat back down. I gave rise to a doubt too. Bloodline divine ability? What was that? I hadn't seen Su Jie have one. Seeing that I didn't even know what a bloodline divine ability was, the person beside me instantly grew more contemptuous. A country bumpkin who didn't even know this. It seemed the results were fabricated beyond doubt. A bloodline divine ability is a means unique to bloodline martial artists. Su Jie had awakened his bloodline not long before. Of course he couldn't use it. Li Changwang patted my shoulder in explanation. Besides, there's a difference between acquired and innate bloodlines. Su Jie's was an acquired bloodline, and grasping a bloodline divine ability wasn't easy for him. But these several Su family core disciples, they all have innate bloodlines. Watch yourself. Team Leader Li, tell me, if I killed them all up on the stage, what would happen? My right hand rested on the blade, not the least bit concerned with the ugly looks on the Su family's faces. Then you'd thoroughly offend the Su family. We're enemies to begin with. Isn't the Su family after face? Then I'll make them lose greater face. I said with a smile, as if the Su family's defeat were already a settled fact. Decide for yourself. Your road, you have to walk it yourself. Li Changwang sighed. Too rigid, and it breaks easily. I'm off. Quick battle, quick end. Wait to eat with me. Go get him, Great Jiang. I slowly walked up onto the ring and swept my gaze around. Somehow, I seemed to have glimpsed an extremely familiar figure. An illusion? I lightly rubbed the blade's hilt, a doubt rising in my heart. Below the ring, Su Qing, clad in a black robe, stood behind Su Lin. His bearing was greatly changed now. Having lost most of his essence blood, his aura surged high and low, extremely unstable. This too was why he dared appear here openly. Su Feng, you go first. Seeing me take the stage, Su Lin casually pointed a core disciple up to probe me. Behind him, Su Qing, seeing the Su family's attitude toward me, revealed a cold smile. Fight then, and don't disappoint my expectations, Jiang Chuan. My life must be collected by his hand. With the Su family's attitude this arrogant, they'd surely suffer a great loss at my hands. Don't bother, come together. My voice wasn't loud, yet it was as if I'd dropped a bomb in the venue. Come together? Who does he think he is? Those great clan prodigies. Arrogant, too arrogant. A despicable little man who fabricated his results. Is this smashing the pot, since it's already cracked? Does this count as insulting the Su family? Hearing this, the name Su Feng at once erupted with blood and energy and leapt up onto the ring. His deep blood and energy, paired with his massive frame, carried great oppressive force. You dare insult my Su family so? You court death. Su Feng gave a great shout, and behind him surfaced the shadowy image of a black bear, his frame growing a few sizes larger as it roared to the heavens. A bloodline pressure heavy as a mountain instantly erupted, pressing down at me overwhelmingly. Mystic Tier Savage Bear Bloodline. In terms of strength, the Savage Bear Bloodline is among the best of the Mystic Tier bloodlines. This kid's done for. What's he doing? Is he planning to hard take the bloodline pressure? What else? This country bumpkin doesn't even have a bloodline. Besides hard taking it, what other option does he have? The bloodline pressure crushed down, and I stood in place unhurried. The pressure others found terrifying, to me was like a spring breeze brushing my face. This performance of mine, in others' eyes, was the sign of someone scared out of his wits. Only Wang Chuang and the others were unruffled. What bloodline pressure? Didn't understand it. This fool. He really is just standing there not moving. We'll see who the fool is. Wang Chuang shot back, full of confidence. At this moment, I finally spoke, brimming with provocation. That's it. You court death. Mountain collapsed fist. Su Feng clenched his fist, and amid surging blood and energy, a martial skill roared toward me. The bloodline divine ability called Giant Force had opened too. His bloodline walked the path of one strength, breaking 10,000 methods. Add this martial skill, and he had the confidence that even 1,000 catty boulder before him would crumble to pieces under this fist. The fist wind surged, and Su Feng seemed to already see the sight of me crushed to dust by his mighty strength. The crowd below watched Su Feng's violent aura, then looked over at my side. I hadn't even erupted my blood and energy. Truly a good-for-nothing. Now he can't run even if he wants to. At last, I made my move. With just one hand, I halted Su Feng's forward charge. Su Feng felt only that this fist had slammed into a mountain, the rebounding force jolting through half his body until it went numb. With a hard shake of my strength, I sent him flying, then withdrew my hand, still calm and light as before. I said, come together. Su Lingling, Su Haoguang, you go. Su Lin's face was ugly. He hadn't expected this country bumpkin to have some means. The two leapt onto the stage, pressing their hands to Su Feng's shoulders, meaning to halt his backward flight. The instant they made contact, both their faces changed drastically. The force coming from Su Feng was like a mountain collapse, simply not something they could contend with. Blood, energy, and bloodline force erupting at once. The two were jolted back 3 steps in succession before they finally helped Su Feng shed the force. The three exchanged a look, each reading gravity in the other's eyes. His strength is terrifying. I'll block head-on. You two coordinate from the flanks. Su Feng shook out his hands and said in a heavy voice. The two nodded, erupting their bloodlines at once and drawing the soft swords at their waists. Under the bloodline's influence, their pupils turned to vertical slits, their bearing grown extremely cold and sinister. Su Lingling and Su Haoguang were twins, of the innate spirit serpent bloodline, skilled with soft swords. Through their coordination, who knows how many had died with regret. Su Feng gave a great shout, and 3 bloodline pressures pressed down at once. Then, not daring to be careless, golden light suffused his body as he unleashed a body protection martial skill, and only then charged in with great strides. The other two turned to shadowy images, hidden behind Su Feng, waiting for their moment. I told you, come together, why won't you just listen? I slowly shook my head, reached out and clamped Su Feng's throat, gave a hard squeeze, and the golden light shattered. Then a vicious slam, and with a muffled grunt, Su Feng was smashed hard into the ring, unable to move. And behind Su Feng, Su Lingling and Su Haoguang had already vanished, reappearing behind me. A trace of cruelty flashed in their vertical pupils, the soft swords bursting through the air silently. The bloodline divine ability spirit serpent break unleashed, one aiming for my back, one for the nape of my neck. Without even looking, I turned and threw out a fist. The two revealed smug smiles. What they feared least was this kind of brute. Because of their bloodlines, plus their cultivated body protection martial skill, the two were best at shedding force. A fist landing on them carrying even 3 parts of its force was already something. With a thunderous boom, my blood and energy, substantial as matter, blocked the two soft swords. Then a fist and a kick sent the two flying. In midair, the two spat out mouthfuls of blood, their eyes full of disbelief. How could this man be so strong? Not only ignoring the bloodline pressure, but blocking their bloodline divine ability with sheer deep blood and energy. What kind of monster was this? Su Lin gave a cold snort, waved a hand, and the other 7 leapt onto the ring too. What's this? They're not even honoring the rules anymore. Nonsense. He can slay 7 bloodline chiefs with 1 strike. With that kind of strength, the Su family needs to send a few more people to guarantee the accuracy of the results review. Didn't you just say his results were fabricated? That he's actually a good-for-nothing? I didn't, I never. Anyone with eyes could see the Su family had flown into a rage from shame and wasn't even honoring the most basic rules. Even if I could beat 7 Tier 1 demon beasts, with only blood refinement realm strength, facing the siege of 10 bloodline martial artists, I'd come away with nothing good. And I, up in the ring, looking at the 3 fallen, only frowned. Their strength was too weak, unable to give me any pressure. At this moment, the blood pill in my dantian, that first rune had grown only a sliver clearer, still far short of what I'd expected. I hope you can give me a little surprise. Facing 10 in a siege, I not only wasn't flustered, I gave them ample time to prepare. I'd already noticed those twins' little maneuvers, but didn't stop them, letting them act as they pleased. Below the ring, Su Lin's face was dark. He was riding a tiger now, unable to get off. So at this moment, Jiang Chuan had to lose. The Su family couldn't afford to lose greater face. Jiang Chuan losing. Then everything was easy to explain, and a last-second breakthrough wasn't unheard of. I saw behind me that the twins' bodies erupted with strands of astral energy, their blood and energy transforming into astral energy, clearly having broken into the second-rank realm. What? They broke through. Then does this contest continue? The crowd below buzzed with discussion, their eyes at the Su family a bit off now. Not breaking through earlier, not later, but breaking through at exactly this moment. This was plainly aimed at Jiang Chuan. Su Lin cast a faint glance at the Martial Arts General Assembly's man, signaling him to smooth it over quickly. The man's face was awkward. He bit the bullet and stood. Newly entered second rank, their actual combat power differs little from first-rank martial artists. The review continues. Nonsense. Wang Chuang stood up. What do you know? Are blood energy and astral energy the same thing? That's right. Astral energy's lethality is far stronger than blood energy. Though only newly entered second rank, it's far stronger than first rank. The Su family's thrown away all shame. The Annan province elite team at once stood up, refuting in a clamor. I said, the review continues. Disturb the order again, and you'll be handed over to the Enforcement Bureau. Su Lin gave a cold snort and waved a hand. A large group of Enforcement Bureau personnel poured in, their eyes unfriendly. They'd torn openly now. As long as Jiang Chuan lost, public opinion would still be in the Su family's hands. As for these people, once the heat passed, who would still care about a dead genius? Up in the ring, the twins' eyes at me held an unshakable fear. In truth, it couldn't be blamed on them. Only by breaking through to second rank did they have the courage to keep facing me. That fist just now had truly frightened them. Seeing the two had broken through, the Su family crowd opposite didn't want to drag it out any longer either, and erupted their pressure in unison, various bloodline shadows surfacing. 10 bloodline pressures surfaced at once, even the air pressed into faint ripples. With a thunderous boom, the 10 pressures crushed down in unison. I neither dodged nor evaded, plunging straight into the pressure. Feeling the blood pill in my body spinning rapidly, the second rune already condensing faster, I couldn't help but reveal a smile. Now this is more like it. The 10 shouted in unison, unleashing various martial skills, all attacking me at once. I strolled leisurely, weaving among the 10 under the bloodline pressure, and with each fist and kick carrying overwhelming force, I actually hard-took every one of the 10's martial skills. Amid the churning of blood and energy, the second rune had finished condensing. As expected, Battle really does break the realm faster. The more I fought, the braver I grew, the aura about me growing ever more violent. And those freshly broken through twins were circling outside the battle ring, trying to find a chance for a sneak attack. Seeing this, I feigned a deadlock with the others, revealing a flaw, my back wide open. The two's eyes lit up. Amid flickering astral energy, their bodies turned to shadows, soft swords bursting through the air. Shameless, Wang Chuang growled low, and just as he made to stand, Li Chongwang pressed him down. Don't rush, watch. The attacks pressed in, and amid surging blood and energy, I jolted the others flying, then turned, both hands shooting out to clamp those two soft swords. With a crisp crack, the astral energy shattered, and I revealed a satisfied smile, a kick each sending them flying. At this point, the Su family's defeat seemed only a matter of time. Just as the crowd thought the Su family's loss was settled, the other 8 looked towards Su Lin. Seeing Su Lin nod, they too quietly slipped a pill into their mouths. The pills went down, and the 8's momentum climbed step by step, actually all breaking through to second rank. Breaking through in unison? Isn't that a bit too coincidental? The representatives from all walks the Su family had invited exchanged glances, whispering below. Su Lin swept his gaze around and coughed lightly a few times. The venue returned to silence. Those people understood too that the review was just a pretext, that Jiang Chuan's results didn't matter. What mattered was the Su family's face. But doing it this way was a bit too unsightly. Wang Chuang's whole body trembled, so angry for a moment, he couldn't even speak. Zhang Xinyue gripped her friend's hand hard. What do we do? 10 second rankers. Great Jiang won't be unable to beat them, will he? Just second rank. It's not like Jiang Chuan hasn't killed them before. Li Chongwang wasn't the least bit flustered, even had the leisure to fiddle with the video recorder he'd brought. Yes, he'd been recording from the moment I took the stage. The Su family really has thrown away all shame. Seeing the group break through in unison, I understood the Su family's plan too. Since they didn't want me to live, then let them all die. I swept my gaze around. All 10 of the Su family bore different wounds, whereas I hadn't even dirted my clothes. Seen this way, the gap was clear at a glance. I admit you're strong, even no weaker than those few above. But today, you're destined not to walk out of here. Su Feng spoke. His blood and energy was the deepest, and after breaking through to second rank, his astral energy was quite a bit stronger than the others. Is that so? Just second rank. It's not like I haven't killed them before. I had no mind to keep playing at this point either. The second rune had finished condensing. The condensing speed of the third rune had slowed greatly. These few before me could no longer bring me any progress. I reached out and gripped the blade's hilt. Malice and killing intent entwining my blood and energy, black-red blood smoke suffusing my body. What bloodline martial artist? Bloodline pressure? I'm sick of even hearing it. A trace of bloodlight flashed in my eyes, and an utterly terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Impossible. What is this thing? What kind of monster is he? This kind of aura, how is it possible? Su Lin slammed the table and abruptly stood. Impossible. Su Qing, however, showed not the slightest surprise, standing behind Su Lin like a wooden carving. Grown stronger again. That's just fitting for little Jie's funeral. Up in the ring, the black-red blood and energy collided head-on with the bloodline pressure, turned substantial. There was no great roar, nor the slightest strange phenomenon. There wasn't even time for a moment of deadlock before those 10 pressures were ground to dust by the black-red blood and energy. The 10 besieging me went pale. Su Ling spoke trembling. Brother, why do I feel he's even stronger than those 5 of the first tier? Wrong. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Su Haowang was frightened badly too, stammering out the words. The black-red blood and energy ran rampant, and the several felt only that they stood in the Avicii hell. The bloodlines they'd taken such pride in now went abruptly silent, as if they'd met a natural predator. They couldn't even call upon their bloodline divine abilities. You, what kind of monster are you? Su Feng's eyes at me had changed. He even felt a bit of regret. Monster? No, I was just driven to it by you. It was you who shaped this monster you speak of with your own hands. I slowly drew halt the spear, the sound of blade grinding against sheath extremely clear. 7 kills peak breaker. The black-red blade light burst forth, dense blade energy filling the entire ring. The blade light dispersed, and the 10 fell together, wounds densely covering their bodies, looking extremely horrifying. I slowly sheathed the blade, my voice ringing through the entire venue. Well then, does this prove my results? I stood amid the pool of blood, long blade sheathed, and returned to that gentle look from before. Jiang Chuan, You dare kill my Su family's core disciples. You court death. Su Lin slammed the table, blood and energy surging around him, and made to slap me dead with one palm. The terrifying astral energy crushed toward me, but I still didn't retreat half a step. I trusted Li Chongwang would make a move, killing my Annan province martial seed right in front of me. Do you take me for dead? Li Chongwang gave a great shout, throwing out a fist, and the terrifying assaults of two fourth-rank martial artists collided. Rolling waves of energy swept out, ruining the entire venue into wreckage. Li Chongwang, are you sure you want to stop me? Su Lin retreated again and again, forcing down the churning blood and energy within, and asked sharply. I'm their team leader now, so naturally I have to guarantee their safety. Li Chongwang blocked in front of me. You, on the other hand, neglected your cultivation these past years, and can't even take a single fist from me. Humph. Su Lin gave a cold snort. With Li Chongwang here today, there was nothing he could do to me. Go, collect their corpses, take them back to the Su family for a proper burial. Su Lin left with his people. In the crowd, only then did people wake as if from a dream. One strike, 10 second rankers. Is this still human? He won, he actually won. To dare kill the Su family's people, that's some nerve. It seems this national competition sky is about to change. News of the Su family's 10 core disciples being killed soon spread through every street and alley, becoming a topic for people over tea and after meals. And on the Martial Arts General Assembly's side, pressed by public opinion, they issued an announcement too, acknowledging my results and restoring my exam qualification. At the Su family's ancestral home, the current family head Su Keiji looked at the corpses of the 10 core disciples, his face very ugly. Su Lin knelt on the ground, not daring even to lift his head. This matter originally wasn't major, but in full view of the public, 10 Su family disciples had been killed. That was no small matter. I thought he was an ant I could crush offhand. Didn't expect he'd be an ant that bites back. Su Keiji took a sip of tea, forcing down the wrath churning within. What angered him wasn't the death of 10 Su family disciples, but the Su family's face. Dead disciples could be filtered out again. There'd always be more. Once face was lost, that was truly lost. Go, call those 5 of the first tier over. Then he turned and barked at Su Lin. Still not getting out. Yes, family head. Su Lin slowly rose and walked out of the Su family's ancestral home. A moment later, 3 men and 2 women walked into the Su family's ancestral home. All 5 were prodigies of the Su family's first cultivation tier, either with special bloodlines or born with spirit bodies. For various reasons, they'd been chosen by the Su family and cultivated from a young age. Apart from this national competition, they rarely went out, being the most honored existences beneath the Su family head. Though all were blood refinement realm, the auras they gave off were no less than second-rank martial artists. Family head. The several entered, gave a greeting, and each took a seat. 10 core disciples were killed today. You've all heard, I take it. All trash. A mere country stray dog dares bare its teeth at my Su family. The teacup in Su Tian's hand slowly melted, the tea within long since evaporated by the high heat of his palm. He was born with a fire body, fierce as flame in temperament, his blood and energy able to turn into blood flame, scorching beyond compare. Just kill him offhand. The purple-robed woman Su Ru, brimming with a smile, took a light sip of tea. At her touch, the clear tea took on a 9-colored sheen, plainly venomous beyond measure. Sister Ru is right, just kill him. Only I wonder how his blood and energy tastes. Su Mei, clad in gauze, her delicate body faintly discernible, 9 tails swaying gracefully behind her, was gorgeous beyond compare. The other 2 said nothing. Lightning flickered around Su Lei, his aura explosive. Behind Su Han was the shadowy image of a white-headed, red-footed ape, weapon malice coiling, his aura extraordinarily fierce. This one's strength is bizarre, his blood and energy overwhelmingly powerful. You'll need to be a bit careful. Su Keiji watched their reactions and nodded slightly. I don't wish to still see him after the competition ends. Rest easy, family head. The 5 answered in unison, only a trace of contempt flashing at the bottom of their eyes. Merely slaying 10 pieces of trash with 1 strike, that was nothing hard. When martial artists fight, what they contend with in the end is accumulation. They'd grown up steeped in resources, beginning cultivation at 15 when their bones first formed, with the Su family's most suitable techniques and martial skills, and a steady, endless supply of resources. Under the mountain of resources heaped upon them, their foundations were seamless, their blood and energy pure beyond compare, and with powerful bloodlines besides, Instant killing 10 freshly second-rank pieces of trash with one strike was no problem. This orphan was merely lucky, had merely run into a few pieces of trash. The other great clan's first cultivation tiers, though they made no statement, took a trace of interest in me too. After all, each great clan's first tier normally stayed hidden, waiting to make their debut at the national competition. The 9 great resource secret realms controlled by the 3 martial arts universities were still quite covetable. And most importantly, this was a fine chance for the great clans to flex their muscles. If the next generation's strength was lacking, it meant that family was already not far from decline. What I didn't know was that my background had long been dug up top to bottom by others. Of course, even if I'd known, I wouldn't have cared. At this moment, I was gorging myself with the elite team members in the hotel, watching which made the hotel staff's eyes twitch. This bunch had sat down and started eating, and 2 hours later they were still eating. Great Jiang, we're counting on you to sweep all before you at the national competition. Wang Chuang's face was a bit flushed. He drunk a bit much today. That's right, Great Jiang. We all think highly of you. Zhang Xinyue, one arm around a wine bottle, the other patting my shoulder, said stammering. You didn't see that Su Lin's face, like he'd eaten a fly. Right, that'll teach them to slander Great Jiang. Now they've let Jiang the Slaughter God loose. What Jiang the Slaughter God? Don't talk nonsense. Great Jiang's a good person, all right. Zhang Xinyue chugged a few gulps of wine and let out a long breath. Wined and dined. The group returned to their rooms and dropped straight into sleep, all except me. Li Changwang was waiting for me outside the door. This is the intel on the Su family's first tier. Look it over carefully, but don't believe it all. Li Changwang handed me a stack of documents. Thanks, Team Leader Li. I took the documents. You think the Su family might send first-tier geniuses to snipe me at the national competition? Not might, well for certain. Lost face has to be won back by oneself. 9-color venomous python, innate fire body. I skimmed a few glances and immediately felt a bit of a headache. Stumped, aren't you? School doesn't teach this stuff, does it? Li Changwang flicked the documents in his hand and raised an eyebrow. Bloodlines I know, but this innate fire body, what's that again? Come to my room. I'll be generous and give you a rundown. Li Changwang patted my shoulder. In the end, it still came down to too low a birth, too little accumulation. Yet that domineering blood and energy of his was strong to an absurd degree. In the room, Li Changwang tapped the documents lightly with his finger and spoke. I've told you before, bloodline martial artists come in innate and acquired kinds. The acquired kind I won't get into. Relying on external force to forcibly dig out potential is no different from severing your own path. But the innate kind is different, with enormous potential, and with the existence of bloodline divine abilities, it's an extremely strong means while you're weak. And those born with spirit bodies are heaven and earth's favored children. Before touching martial cultivation, they're no different from ordinary people, but once they touch cultivation, they'll definitely awaken a spirit body. Their cultivation speed advances 1,000 li a day, with all sorts of marvelous uses too, extremely powerful, each with its own merits alongside innate bloodlines. But the greatest difference between the two lies in that thread of heaven and earth power within the body. Do you know why those great clan geniuses all suppress their realm and don't break through to second rank? Li Changwang hesitated a moment, as if considering whether to tell me this. Though this wasn't exactly a secret, it wasn't something just anyone could come by either. Uncle Li, why? Isn't a higher realm stronger? You kid, only now changing how you address me. Li Changwang cursed with a laugh, tacitly accepting the term. You think innate bloodlines and innate spirit bodies are such fine things. Aren't they? I was puzzled. If they weren't such fine things, then why was the status of bloodline martial artists so high? They are and they aren't. These two are gifts of heaven and earth, and also the shackles of this world. Many people's understanding of bloodline martial artists is merely that their divine abilities are powerful. But what do we martial artists seek? 2 words, purity. From first rank to 9th rank, from within to without, mastering oneself, then mastering heaven and earth, it comes down to nothing but purity. The gifts of heaven and earth are certainly powerful, but once you truly grow strong, they become the shackles that hinder you. Li Changwang paused, as if to give me time to digest. This carried too much information. He'd been extremely shocked the first time he heard it too. Shackles of heaven and earth. So they suppressed their breakthrough because of this. The 3 martial arts universities control 9 resource secret realms. The spirit-transforming grass and vein-fusing fruit produced within them are the reason these great clan prodigies suppress their realm. They want to wash away their own impurities? Half right. These two share one common effect: a return to the original, pure state. What they truly mean to do is wash every mark from their bloodline or spirit body, transforming it into the purest thread of heaven and earth power. Then they fuse it into their own blood and energy, and break through to second rank with it. The astral energy thus transformed carries heaven and earth's might, stronger than ordinary astral energy by no less than 100-fold. So I was shocked too. Yet at this moment I was rubbing the blade's hilt, my voice carrying a trace of excitement. In the end, they're human too. Cut by a blade, they'll hurt too. They'll bleed too. They're not some undying, imperishable immortals. Rest easy, Uncle Lee. Me, I'm terribly afraid of death. To keep this little life of mine, I'll just have to be forced to take the crown. Li Chongwang was slightly stunned, then burst out laughing. I had this spirit, very good. The ultimate realm was never something cultivated behind closed doors through bitter effort. It was carved out blade by blade, spear by spear, amid life and death crises. You kid, I'll be waiting for the day you take the crown. Patting my shoulder, Li Chongwang's expression turned serious. Kid, heaven and earth power isn't unique to bloodlines and spirit bodies. You can try to seek it too. Astral energy fused with heaven and earth power is indeed powerful, but don't force it. Understood? Thank you, Uncle Lee. I nodded. As I was now, I hadn't even broken the ultimate realm bottleneck. Talking of breaking through to second rank was a bit too early. Still, next time I could try choosing a resource type item. Even without heaven and earth power, what if I refreshed out something useful? At this thought, I opened the light screen and checked the store's refresh timing. Countdown to next flash sale. 2 days, 15 hours, 35 minutes. It fell right before the national competition. These 2 days I'd have to think hard about what type of flash sale item to choose. Li Chongwang's words tonight carried a great deal of information and gave me a deeper understanding of the martial way too. All great power returns to oneself. This was this world's martial way. Back in my room, I lay down to rest too. The Su family couldn't possibly pull any more petty moves. They'd even have to protect me in secret. After all, I was a public figure now, and if something happened to me, the Su family would be the prime suspect. What's more, the talent I displayed was already enough to draw the officials' attention. So unless the Su family was foolish, they wouldn't pull petty moves at a time like this. Still, there'd be no shortage of targeting at the national competition. I'd already anticipated that. In fact, I was rather looking forward to the national competitions contests, whether the ring matches or the elite bracket for the top 50. These would all be nourishment for my step into the ultimate realm. I was very curious how strong the me stepping into the ultimate realm would be. These 2 days, I didn't go out again, but found Li Chongwang to be my sparring partner. Called sparring, but in fact I was practicing the blade and circulating blood and energy under the pressure of his 4th rank might. Spurred by me, Wang Chuang and the others got fired up. Why do I feel the gap between me and Great Jiang is growing bigger and bigger? Zhang Xinyue lay on the ground with no dignity whatsoever. She was spent. Don't compare yourself to a monster. Being able to swing a blade under a 4th rank martial artist's pressure, that's beyond what freak can describe. Wang Chuang panted heavily without pause, sweat pouring down. In the martial training ground, I swung my blade without pause under the pressure, extremely slow, yet the hand swinging the blade didn't tremble in the slightest. Under the heavy pressure, the blood pill spun rapidly, and the 4th rune had grown clearly visible too. Seeing the moment was ripe, I tossed a blood energy pill into my mouth. It was the blood energy pill specially supplied by Annan Province to elite martial artists, sold outside at 1,000 blood crystals apiece. In the past, this was something I wouldn't have dared even imagine. Now, as long as I spoke the word, I could eat these blood energy pills like candy beans. This was Annan Province's investment in me, and a manifestation of my talent's worth too. The pill melted the moment it entered my mouth, vast blood and energy filling my meridians. As the blood pill spun, a great deal of blood and energy was compressed in, and the 4th rune, done. I slowly sheathed the blade and lightly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Cultivating under high pressure was fast, certainly, but it lacked the urgency of a life and death struggle. During this time, I'd also looked through a fair amount of material, but research material on the ultimate realm seemed extremely scarce. Even Li Chongwang knew little of it. Only that the ultimate realm was powerful, yet its bottleneck was incomparably firm, requiring natural gifts and also fortuitous opportunity. The ultimate realm's power was known to all in the martial world, yet very few chased it. The reason, when you got down to it, came to a single word: hard. Still, The deepest research into the ultimate realm was at the capital's martial arts university. It was said the capital martial arts university held an ultimate realm manuscript, written 100 years ago by the ultimate realm grandmaster Shaolin, one of the capital martial arts university's highest secrets. It seems that only by getting into the capital martial arts university can I figure out what this ultimate realm actually is. I murmured. But before that, I had to first pass the Su family's hurdle. Pass it, and I'd be fit to speak of the future. Fail, and it was a dead end. Time slipped slowly by amid cultivation. Just as the fifth rune had condensed more than halfway, the national competition opened. To enter the national competition was equivalent to having half a foot into the 3 great martial academies, and the contest for rankings was only to compete for different cultivation tiers. As long as one didn't perform poorly in the competition, entering one of the 3 great academies was no problem. Great Xia's 32 provinces, 320 provincial elites, plus the great clan prodigies and core disciples, 360 great clan science. The great clan disciples looked down their noses at everyone, and normally hadn't spared them much cold mockery, so the elite teams who'd fought their way up from every province held no goodwill toward the great clan science. One fewer great clan disciple meant one more portion of resources they could split, so before the competition even began, the air was thick with gunpowder. This national competition was different from before, canceling the ring matches and taking the provincial elites directly into a battlefield's secret realm. And the rewards this time were extremely enticing. The top 100 could not only freely choose among the 3 top martial academies, but upon enrollment automatically enter the first cultivation tier until graduation. This was extremely tempting to those great clan scions too. After all, some resources were one of a kind, and even with the great clan's money and power they might not obtain them. It could be foreseen that this national competition would be the most fiercely contested yet. Li Chongwang was a bit surprised by this rule change too. It seemed the higher-ups meant to suppress the great clans. Formerly, the ring matches were head-on contests, and the rankings were basically monopolized by the great clans, which was no good news for Great Xia. It was a vicious cycle. The stronger the great clans grew, the more powerless Great Xia's restrictions on them became, which didn't align with the officials' interests. And moving the arena to a battlefield secret realm this time, with its complex conditions, relatively weakened those great clan prodigies' advantages. After all, the wild beast distribution within the secret realm was complex and the terrain ever-changing, more favorable for those special martial artists to bring their strength to bear. Humph, do they really think this can restrict us? Su Keiji gave a cold snort. This competition's rule change was strongly backed by the military department. However arrogant and domineering the great clans were, they didn't dare openly oppose the military. The other great clans held differing attitudes too. New-risen military martial clans like the Jiang and Li families naturally stood on the military department's side, while old, established clans like the Su and Qian families naturally opposed. But the military's attitude was extremely firm this time, leaving them no choice but to agree. As for the disciples and connections they'd planted in various departments over the years, they couldn't stir up any waves under the military's forceful suppression. Though those old clans were unconvinced, they didn't dare voice any major objection, at most pulling petty moves behind the scenes, unable to affect the overall situation. This competition runs 3 days. Contest within the secret realm is not forbidden, but deliberate killing is not allowed. In a moment of danger, you may crush your teleport token to be transported out of the secret realm, and the moment you're transported out, your points are frozen. Obtaining wild beast materials earns points. The higher the points, the higher the ranking. Now the secret realm will open. All of you, enter in order. Each candidate will appear at a random spot within the secret realm. The secret realm entrance is open. Candidates, please enter in order. May all of you find fortune in the martial way. These rules favor us. A trace of pleasant surprise flashed in the eyes of Modu's champion, Murong Yuan. Though his family situation was quite good too, he hadn't spared much time hunting in the wilds normally. Isn't this walking right into my muzzle? Xiangnan Province's champion, Zhou Waner, lightly stroked the crimson little snake on her wrist and looked toward the secret realm entrance as if gazing at a treasury. Hunt wild beasts for materials, and contest isn't forbidden. I rubbed my chin. This was a grand melee. The elite teams from every province were happy, except for the disciples of old clans like the Su and Qian families. They had privileged environments and had long forgotten what the wilds were like. Even on the battlefield, with their own clan elders protecting them, they could pick up military merits easily. All they had to do was cultivate in peace, that one thing. It's fine. Let those mudlegs be happy for a while. Su Lin gave a cold laugh. They hunt the wild beasts, and once they've fattened up, we just butcher them. Doesn't matter. We'll just rob them directly when the time comes. Su Han shouldered a great halberd 2 men tall, a bloodthirsty color flashing in his eyes. The disciples of the Qian, Wang, and Sun families shared the same thought as the Su family, only they didn't say it aloud. Only the Jiang and Li family disciples quietly distanced themselves a bit from them. They had no wish to incur public wrath. Sure enough, the several spoke without avoiding anyone at all, and the elite teams of every province eyed them with some hostility. Worthy of the Su family, offending so many people right from the start. I was glad to see it happen. Barring surprises, the Su family would surely target me, and having others help share the fire, I was more than happy for it. Come, it's our turn. I hefted my long blade and led the Annan province elite team into the secret realm. The moment I landed, I took out a signal flare and fired it into midair. In the air, a huge character force south burst open, extremely conspicuous. I wasn't in a hurry either, just waiting in place for them to come. Before long, a person emerged from the brush. It was Zhang Xinyue. She was nearest here and had come straight over on seeing the signal. Her getup now was different from her usual cute style, a set of capable combat clothes, a huge heavy bow slung across her back. This bow was her weapon. Great Jiang, I'm here. Zhang Xinyue waved at me and said in a low voice. When you came, were there people from other provinces nearby? Modus. They're waiting for people around here too. It's just the start. No one would be foolish enough to open fire at a time like this. Zhang Xinyue giggled a few times, then leapt up a tree with a bound to keep watch around us for me. And I was checking the store's refresh status. This flash sale item has been selected. You may spend 1 energy point to refresh the flash sale item, with a limit of 9 refreshes per flash sale item. Reprieve from the brink. Description: in a desperate strait, there is always a way to live. Flash sale price: 1 energy point. Purchase limit: 1 of 1. Remaining refreshes: 0. Remaining energy points: 86. My refreshes were used up. I could only accept it and bought this baffling entry. I hope I won't need it. I felt a faint trace of unease deep down. My system never refreshed useless things. This time refreshing out this entry. It seemed this competition surely wouldn't be peaceful. Just as I was waiting for the others, a Su family core disciple quietly slipped away from his team and headed for the depths of the secret realm. This person's aura rose and fell erratically, a faint crimson glimmering in both eyes. It was none other than Su Qing. Something's off. Why hasn't Wang Chuang come yet? Zhang Xinyue was a bit puzzled. Could the distance be too far? I faintly sensed something off too. By our prior agreement, the instant they saw the signal they should gather in my direction. With Wang Chuang's speed, he shouldn't have failed to appear by now. Suddenly, my eyes narrowed. Who's there? Come out. All around was silent, not a single stir. Only the patch of grass beneath my feet bent in unison, pointing to the southeast. And as our position shifted, the direction those wild grasses pointed kept changing too. Besides the direction, those wild grasses faintly formed a character. Wang Chuang. I guessed Wang Chuang might have run into an ambush, and this person was guiding us in his direction. There could be only one reason: to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Come, let's go see what's really going on. Whether or not it was a trap, we had to go take a look. After all, Wang Chuang and I had a decent relationship, and we were one team. We couldn't very well abandon him. I charged out first, and the several of us tracked along the direction the wild grasses pointed. There's a blood energy fluctuation ahead. Zhang Xinyue took down her heavy bow, darted up to a treetop, and loosed several arrows with a whoosh, trying to draw that person's attention. Great Jiang, go save him quick. Seeing things were off, I shot out along the arrow's direction. What met my eyes was a great pool of blood, and Wang Chuang, his limbs deformed, a miserable sight beyond compare. Oh, you're here? Faster than I imagined. Su Han shouldered his great halberd, lifted the foot he'd been stepping on Wang Chuang's palm with, and scraped it in disgust. Truly filthy. You court death. I planted my soul against the ground and shot out, fist wind howling, enveloping deep blood and energy straight for that person's face. I knew him. Su Han, one of the Su family's 5 tigers, bloodthirsty and cruel in temperament. Welcome. A trace of excitement flashed in Su Han's eyes. As the great halberd swung, the muffled wind pressure blew the surrounding trees till they swayed on the verge of toppling. The great halberd bore down, and I paid it no mind, throwing a fist against the halberd's shaft. A muffled droning sounded, and that great halberd was forcibly knocked aside by me. Shock flashed in Su Han's eyes. How could this mudleg's strength be so great? I didn't linger in battle, scooped up Wang Chuang, and retreated toward the elite team's direction. What mattered most now was treating his wounds. I gently set Wang Chuang on the ground. His injuries were far more serious than I'd imagined. The bones of all four limbs had been violently smashed, both palms a bloody mess, the whole person like a blood gourd. Stop his bleeding first, I said to the others, then turned, black-red blood smoke coiling. Suhan swung his great halberd, his eyes fanatical and bloodthirsty. Kill. Looking at that great halberd carrying terrifying wind pressure, I drew halt the spear and blocked with the blade held crosswise. With a boom, the terrifying force roared and burst, the ground beneath my feet abruptly collapsing, a great pit blasting open, dirt flying. The others knew this wasn't a battle they could take part in, and retreated with Wang Chuang to a safe place. The one who offended your Su family is me. I swung my blade without pause, black-red blade energy surging like a tide towards Suhan. Suhan kept swinging his great halberd, blocking a stroke of blade energy, and laughed wildly. So what? He didn't respect my Su family, so I'm just teaching him the rules. The rules? Your so-called rules. Are they the Su family? Halt! The spear slashed down abruptly. An ear-piercing grinding sound rang out, and Suhan retreated 3 steps, the great halberd in his hands droning without cease. A bunch of country mudlegs, and you dream of challenging a great clan? Utter wishful thinking. Suhan swung out a fierce halberd stroke, blood and energy bursting, dust filling the sky. Suhan, stop playing, get moving. Su Lin's voice came over. He'd found a wild beast gathering point. Got it. No fun. Suhan answered loudly, then turned his head to look at me. This is just a warning. Disrespect my Su family again, provoke my great clan's dignity, and next it'll be your lives we take. Suhan leapt up, his wild laughter growing ever more distant. I didn't give chase. Right now Wang Chuang's injuries were the first priority. How is it? The several shook their heads. None of them understood medicine and could only do simple bandaging. But for injuries this severe, bandaging could do next to nothing. Wang Chuang's injuries couldn't be delayed any longer. Zhang Xinyue's eyes reddened. The best option now was to send him out. But injuries like these, even if healed, would leave after effects. Jiang Chuan, if you don't mind, let me try? Not far off, a gentle youth stepped out and looked at me. You are. I blocked in front of everyone, my expression wary. Jiang family, Jiang Li. Jiang Li gave a slight cupped hand salute. The Jiang families? Why help me? I knew too that the Jiang and Li families were rather special existences among the great clans. They were military martial clans, unlike the Su family and those clans anxious to grab power. Most of their scions guarded the borders in the army, one of the great clans worth trusting. Uncle Li put in a word. Jiang Li stepped forward, and with a wave of his hand, points of green light poured into Wang Chuang's body. Don't be tense. I'm a born with spirit body. I can control trees, and can also draw a small amount of life force. He explained while treating. Bean-sized beads of sweat kept dripping down. Clearly, forcibly drawing life force wasn't easy for him either. As the green light fused in, the horrifying wounds healed at a speed visible to the eye, and Wang Chuang's complexion gradually grew ruddy. Done. But he still needs several more days of rest. Jiang Li let out a long breath. My advice is to send him out. My treatment was only to keep him from lasting after effects. To heal him completely is beyond my current ability, no chance. Or, do you want to keep him with you? At this, Wang Chuang woke too, moved his arm with difficulty, and hooked the teleport token out from his chest, gripping it in his hand. Haha, it's fine, being alive is enough. Wang Chuang spoke with difficulty. I just didn't think I'd be the first one out. But it's fine, even if I can't go to the 3 great academies. The schools below are all holding spots for us. Great Jiang, compete in peace. Best bring back a national champion so I can bask in your fame. By these injuries, Wang Chuang had no chance in this national competition, and he understood, so he was unwilling to drag us down. All right, I nodded. If not for me, the elite team wouldn't have been targeted, and Wang Chuang wouldn't have been so gravely wounded. Rest and recover in peace outside. His end will surely be worse than yours. Wang Chuang chuckled a couple of times, tugging his wounds again, and sucked in a few cold breaths from the pain. SSS, Jiang the Slaughter God's words, I believe them. He put in a slight effort, crushed the teleport token, and his figure abruptly vanished. Having sent Wang Chuang off, I slowly rose, turned, and thanked Jiang Li. Many thanks. I'll remember this favor. So, can I tag along with you all? Oh right, and my sister, she's nearby too. I know medicine, and my sister's combat power is very strong. We won't hold you back. The several from Annan province all looked at me, waiting for me to decide. All right, but the matter of material distribution has to be settled first. Wild beasts of yellow tier and below, each by their own ability, mystic tier and above materials, distributed in turns. That works, right? I considered a moment and said. Since Li Changwang said the Jiang family could be trusted, I didn't mind a few more teammates. No problem. Jiang Li nodded, then turned and called toward the rear. Little you, come out. The words had barely fallen when a white-haired girl leapt down from a tree. A set of black combat clothes set off her snow-white skin all the more, her face exquisite as a porcelain doll's. But the keep-away aura emanating from her broke this beauty. SSS, so cold. Zhang Xinyue rubbed her hands and, without a trace, edged a bit away from Jiang Yu. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's eyes dimmed slightly. She quietly lowered her head, hid behind Jiang Li, then nodded at us expressionlessly, counting as a greeting. Seeing Jiang Yu come out, I finally understood what that faint, elusive sense of being watched had been about. Jiang Yu, my own little sister. She's been shy of strangers since she was small, doesn't like to talk. Jiang Li patted Jiang Yu's head and offered us a word of explanation. We'll get to know each other on the way. I nodded. Great Yin Goddess Jiang Yu. The documents Li Changwang gave me had mentioned her. There's a demon beast aura ahead. Let's go take a look. Jiang Li pointed in a direction. The several of us made our way while incidentally slaying some low-tier wild beasts along the road. These materials were generally low in points, but the group still, on the principle of not wasting, took them all. Before entering the secret realm, the exam had provided each person a storage ring. Just putting materials in would settle the points automatically. Low-tier wild beast materials weren't worth many points. The mystic tier and above wild beasts, and the demon beasts that had awakened bloodlines, were the bulk of the points. Along the way, my efficiency at hunting wild beasts was highest, and my points the most too. Next was Jiang Yu, her blood and energy cold beyond compare. With a single pointing finger, even the blood throughout those weaker wild beasts' bodies was frozen, leaving them no power to resist. I guess Jiang Yu was also some special constitution, only no one said, so I didn't ask. Almost there. Jiang Li knelt on one knee, pressed a hand to the ground, and sensed carefully a moment, then reminded us. He was born with spirit body. Every blade of grass, every tree in the secret realm was his eyes and ears. I had the others wait in place and went ahead to scout, and with those words vanished from the spot. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, and with a tap of her toe, she flitted forward, her speed not a bit slower than mine. Alarm bells rang wildly in Jiang Li's heart. His sister normally kept strangers at bay, so how was she taking the initiative to move with me now? Perhaps she wanted a few more points? Turning it over and over, that was the only possibility. Jiang Li felt gratified within. His sister had finally grown up. Jiang Yu followed by my side, then suddenly spoke. You very comfortable. My figure paused slightly. Huh? What's comfortable? Jiang Yu seemed to realize something too, her face flushing red, waving her hands wildly. No, it's not. I died. The more anxious she got, the less completely she could finish her words, until she flushed crimson with distress. Don't rush, take it slow. I didn't slow down, and offered her a word of comfort in passing. Who'd have thought the legendary, lofty great Yin goddess would turn out to be a little stammerer when she spoke? Jiang Yu silently ran what she wanted to say through her mind several times, then spoke. Your blood and energy is very, very special. It makes me feel very, very comfortable. She hesitated a long while before getting it out. This was the first time she'd said so much to anyone else. She was a great Yin spirit body, plagued by great Yin cold energy since childhood. To suppress the cold poison, even the bed she slept on was forged of fire crystal. She had to rely on such things to suppress the cold energy within. Because she rarely conversed with people, her speech carried a slight stammer. To avoid being laughed at, she generally spoke only a word or two, and that was how the name Great Yin Goddess had spread. But the incomparably scorching quasi-ultimate realm blood and energy about me gave her an innate sense of closeness. The nearer she was to me, the less the great Yin cold energy within her affected her. I was baffled too, not understanding at all what Jiang Yu was saying. Oh, we're here, a Tier 1 demon beast. Jiang Yu had just finished weighing her words and was about to speak when she saw me shoot toward the demon beast. Does he like killing demon beasts? Jiang Yu watched my figure tangling with that demon beast and couldn't help tilting her head. Then her eyes lit up, and amid flickering movement laced with boundless cold energy, she brought a palm down at that Tier 1 demon beast. At this moment, I was kicking that Tier 1 one-horned rhino up into midair, my body bent like a bow, my fist enveloping scorching blood and energy as I roared toward the one-horned rhino. At the same time, Jiang Yu arrived too, a fist and a palm landing on that poor one-horned rhino at once. A sizzling sound, and white mist suffused, cloaking us both. Scorching blood and cold energy corroded and entwined with each other, stirring up billows of white smoke. That one-horned rhino only had time to let out a single shrill wail before dying on the spot. When Jiang Li and the others rushed over, this was the scene they saw. A Tier 1 demon beast, half ice-cold and half scorching, the two colliding, and in the faint white mist, Jiang Yu and I standing face to face. Jiang Li's face changed drastically, and he dashed to my side. My sister's constitution is special. She didn't hurt you. Seems a bit cold. I slowly withdrew my fist, only feeling a bit cold. Oh, then that's, a bit cold? Only a bit cold. Jiang Li looked me up and down, as if gazing at a monster. His sister's great cold energy could freeze even the astral energy of an astral transformation realm martial artist. Yet the me before him only felt a bit cold? Just how strong was my blood and energy? An impossible thought suddenly leapt into Jiang Li's mind. Then he shook his head and drove it out. Jiang Li marveled inwardly, though it didn't show on his face, and quietly shielded Jiang Yu behind him. And Jiang Yu poked her head out from behind Jiang Li, a pair of eyes fixed curiously on me. This was the first time she'd met someone her own age able to hard take her great, cold energy head on. Big brother was right. I really do need to come out and see the world more. Jiang Yu silently nodded. From childhood on, because of her special constitution, apart from Jiang Li and her parents, she'd hardly interacted with anyone. Because she couldn't control it freely, she'd hurt people with the slightest carelessness, and after a few times, tried to avoid contact with others as much as possible. Because of her family background, no one dared say anything about her. But children speak bluntly, and some words came out openly just so, and over time she developed this personality. By the time she could control it a little, she'd grown up and gotten used to it. To let his sister interact with the outside world more, Jiang Li had cajoled every which way to drag her here to compete. This was one of the few times she'd been out of the Jiang family. Even so, the Jiang family's upbringing was thorough, and she was no unreasonable person. She wouldn't do anything without a sense of proportion. Breaking through to second rank was a gate of hell for Jiang Yu. With a secret realm spot, obtaining the spirit-transforming fruit, combined with the fire essence the Jiang family had prepared for her, she had only a 30% chance of refining the great power within. If she refined it successfully, she could fully master her own power and no longer be confined at home. As for me, she was merely a bit curious. Strange, why are there so few demon beast traces in this secret realm? Jiang Li carefully sensed the surroundings. More than half a day had passed, and we'd only slain 5 Tier 1 demon beasts. For a secret realm, this wasn't normal. Indeed, I found it strange too. I'd already spread my malice out, but there'd been no feedback whatsoever the whole time. This was very strange. After wild beasts awakened bloodlines and became demon beasts, their territorial awareness was extremely strong, and my malice was the best provocation to them. Let's rest a bit. Jiang Li halted his steps and called everyone to rest. In the depths of the secret realm, Su Qing stood before a small blood-colored spatial doorway, a blood sacrifice formation spreading open beneath his feet. As wild beast after wild beast was continuously blood sacrificed, dense bloodlight kept surging into a spatial crystal, and that streak of blood color expanded at an extremely slow pace. Faintly, the roars of a wild beast army came through the spatial doorway. Su Qing's low laughter echoed without cease. Not far off was a black coffin. This was the grand funeral he was holding for Su Jia. As for the plan he'd told Su Lin, that was merely a cover. He needed an identity that could legally enter the secret realm. He was already old, and Su Jia was his every hope. Now that hope was shattered, he only wanted Jiang Chuan to be buried alongside Su Jia. The Su family surely wouldn't help him with great fanfare, because he had no value anymore. That Su Lin could get him this identity was already the limit of what could be done. As for those 5 of the Su family's first tier, in his view not one was Jiang Chuan's match. Once Jiang Chuan formally took the crown, if the Su family then wanted to move against him, they'd have to weigh it carefully. The Su family, still underestimating this orphan too much. Su Qing couldn't understand why an orphan could push him to the state he was in now. Once the spatial doorway is fully stabilized, just wait, Jiang Chuan. Su Qing's pale face reflected the bloodlight, looking extremely gruesome. When the spatial portal stabilized and the beast tide descended, tearing all to shreds, then even if Jiang Chuan had the power to pierce the heavens and part the earth, he could only die with regret on the spot. A pity, though, the secret realm space is unstable and can withstand at most the impact of Tier 3 demon beasts. Su Qing was still a bit dissatisfied with this. Did I overestimate him? A mere blood refinement realm, however strong, Tier 3 demon beasts should be enough, no? He muttered to himself. Not just me, the other teams had discovered this place's abnormality too. But under the demon race's formation's concealment, no one discovered Su Qing's movements. With insufficient wild beast numbers, the competition among the teams grew fierce too. The Annan Province elite team ran into an interception at this moment too. The 5 of the Su family, leading a large group of Su family core disciples, blocked our path. The 2 groups stood off, the air growing thick with gunpowder. Enemies on a narrow road. Jiang Chuan. Su Han shouldered his great halberd, his face full of malice. I'd meant to deal with you slowly, but didn't expect you'd deliver yourself to my door. A country stray dog, and it dares bare its teeth at my Su family. Blood flame rose around Su Lin. Now it's useless even if you regret it. Su Mei, draped in gauze, licked her lips at me, 9 tails swaying gracefully behind her, her snow-white, delicate body faintly discernible, a wisp of wickedness flickering at the bottom of her eyes. Why waste words with him? Finish him. Lightning flickered around Su Lei, and his figure abruptly vanished, reappearing already at my side. You find somewhere to hide. I shouted at those behind me, erupting scorching blood and energy, and caught this forceful, heavy kick. Go, send this bunch of mudlegs out of the game. Su Lin waved at the disciples behind him. Then blood flame rose, and he came clawing at me with one hand. Jiang Chuan, careful, that's the Su family's secret cloud-burning claw. Zhang Li's expression was grave as he warned me. Then he clapped his hands, and a wooden wall enclosed those dozen-plus core disciples, vines flying within the wall, temporarily trapping that group of core disciples. Zhang Li, you meddling in my Su family's affairs. Does the Jiang family know? Su Lin's expression was sinister. Since I've joined up, I ought to help, no? Zhang Li chuckled, paying Su Lin's warning no mind. Zhang Yu was even more direct, pointing out a finger, cold energy suffusing, her figure flashing, meeting Su Lin's cloud-burning claw. Great Yin finger. You're the great Yin goddess Jiang Yu. Su Lin, caught off guard by this sudden finger, hurriedly changed his move to take it, then looked at the biting cold energy in his palm, his face growing more sinister. Get lost. The Jiang and Su family's relationship was tense to begin with, and Jiang Yu had even less goodwill toward the Su family folk, sparing no courtesy in her words either. This Jiang Yu erupting all at once, wrapped in biting cold energy, really did have something of the great Yin goddess about her. Only I found it hard to connect the person before me with the image of the little stammerer. Fine, what a Jiang family. Su Lin had no thought of sparing a delicate flower either. Blood flames surged, and he brought a palm down at Jiang Yu. And at Jiang Yu's side, Su Ru brought out a palm too, 7-colored venomous miasma coiling, the air sizzling, an extremely foul rank stench spreading out. Jiang Yu wasn't the least bit flustered. She pointed out a finger in reverse, and Su Ru felt as if the blood and energy throughout her body were about to freeze. And the 7-colored venomous miasma she'd painstakingly cultivated was frozen by this ultimate cold energy too, dropping to the ground. As the great Yin cold energy entered her body, Su Ru's face abruptly turned pale, half her body sealed in ice by the cold energy, and she could only temporarily avoid its edge. Because of her own circumstances, Jiang Yu rarely appeared, so those great clan prodigies had only a partial understanding of her strength too. The so-called Great Yin Goddess was mostly a mocking title, but no one had expected Jiang Yu's strength to actually be strong to such a degree. Little Yu, beautifully done. Zhang Li had by now bound those Su family core disciples up tight. He flipped a hand, a long spear appearing in it, and thrust a spear at Su Lei. Su Lei's face was ugly. His lightning simply had no effect on Jiang Li, and for a time he found himself entangled by Jiang Li, unable to break free. Blood flames surged, bearing an astonishing temperature toward Jiang Yu. I planted my soul against the ground, my figure shooting out to block in front of Jiang Yu. The blood and energy within me raced rapidly, erupting without reservation, and amid coiling blood and energy wolf smoke I threw a fist, scattering this expanse of astonishingly hot blood flame. I've got this. I turned my head and said to Jiang Yu, and before the words finished, had thrown a fist at Su Lin. Jiang Yu nodded, biting cold energy about her, and with a flash of her figure faced off against Su Mei. The way she'd looked at me just now had been strange, and she didn't quite like it. I'll help you. Su Han swung his great halberd, leapt up, and brought a mountain collapse stroke slashing at me. Blood flame grew more crimson around Su Lin, and the cloud-burning claw unfurled again, grasping at my fist. If this one landed solid, one of my arms would be crippled. Blood smoke rose about me, blood and energy substantial as matter, ready to hard clash Su Lin's cloud-burning claw. My left hand drew the blade, malice coiling on the blade's body, and holding the blade crosswise forward, I blocked the great halberd's inevitable path. It's useless, my blood flame burns blood and energy specially. A cruel smile appeared on Su Lin's face. He seemed to already see the sight of me wailing under his blood flame. Fist and claw, long blade and great halberd, abruptly collided. With a thunderous roar, dust churned, a great deal of earth splashed out, blood flame flew, and waves of energy rolled. Amid the churning dust, I held the blade in my left hand, blocking Su Han's great halberd, while my right hand's blood and energy was substantial as matter, letting the blood flame burn against it, sizzling all the while. Your blood and energy, how can it be strong to such a degree? Su Lin's pupils contracted. His blood flame couldn't burn my blood and energy. There's plenty more you don't know. I grinned, then abruptly put in force, blasting Su Lin flying with a fist, then flicked the long blade up, blade energy running crosswise, forcing Su Han back. Su Han pressed his great halberd down, borrowing the force to leap up, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Lin. By now, the battle situation had grown clear. Su Ru had temporarily lost combat ability, working to dissolve the cold energy within. Su Lei was entangled by Jiang Li, unable to break free, and Su Mei, never good at frontal combat to begin with, was beaten into a sorry state by Jiang Yu. And I, 1 against 2, faced off against the strongest fighters, Su Lin and Su Han. I have to say, you really do have some means. But this is as far as it goes. The blood flame around Su Lin slowly gathered in. As he compressed it, the blood flame went from bright red to dark red, from flame to a thick, fluid state, its temperature not dropping but rising, until even the ground beneath his feet was baked into dry cracks. And behind Su Han the shadowy image of a Zhu Yin surfaced, beating its chest and roaring, crimson weapon malice coiling, its eyes crimson, the frenzied bloodthirst on its face growing fiercer. Careful of Su Lin's fire poison, and that mad dog Su Han. Vines coiled around Jiang Li, and he blocked Su Lei's assault without seeming to strain, even having the leisure to warn me. I felt the change in these two's auras too. Killing intent coiled, the blood smoke about me turned black-red, and the crimson malice on the blade spread without cease. Whether stirred by the malice on my blade or not, Su Han's eyes grew more crimson. He let out a great roar and came charging at me, swinging his great halberd. His Zhu Yin bloodline was best at contests of strength. Just now he hadn't roused his bloodline force, and had conceded he was no match for me in strength. But the him now had bloodline backing, his strength greatly increased, and he refused to believe I could still take it. For this one strike, he even brought out his bloodline divine ability. With weapon malice entering his body, though it would greatly increase his combat power, it would also affect his mind. The great halberd swung, rolling weapon malice enveloping scarlet blood and energy, and smashed down abruptly. Mountain collapse. Before the great halberd even fell, the violent wind pressure ran rampant, rolling dust churning, even pressing a shallow mark into the ground. I held the blade in both hands, killing intent coiling about me, rolling malice surging out enveloping scorching blood and energy, and flicked the long blade up in reverse to meet that great halberd bearing down with ferocious momentum. 7 kills blade force, heaven cleaver. This was a blade I'd refined myself by fusing malice and killing intent. One stroke swung out, and terrifying killing intent burst forth in an instant, blade light rolling, all offense and no defense, extraordinarily fierce, as if to tear open even the heavens. This was also the first time I'd erupted my full strength to meet an opponent. The me now, the blood and energy within incomparably active, the blood pill in my dantian spinning rapidly, the 6th rune, done. The instant the rune formed, the long blade's might grew stronger. The long blade and great halberd collided with a roar, and the ground I stood on couldn't withstand such a heavy blow, abruptly collapsing. The violent energy waves tore the surrounding trees apart, and even the several tangled in melee nearby lost focus for a moment. He actually blocked it? Suru, having just dissolved the cold energy, lightly covered her red lips, her eyes full of shock. No one knew Su-han's strength and madness in battle better than they did, and that great halberd was heavy beyond compare. Yet I'd actually hard taken Su-han's mountain collapse. In their eyes, this was an inconceivable thing. Freak, the heart Zhongli had held suspended finally settled. They knew that madman Su-han's strength well. Who knows how many great clan prodigies had fallen under this terrifying mountain collapse. Yet I'd actually taken this move, and by the look of it hadn't even been wounded. Su-han felt the rebounding force from the great halberd, and that cold malice clinging like a bone marrow abscess, and his face changed slightly. This strike of his, even a second-rank peak might not have taken, yet it had been blocked by me alone with one blade, and I hadn't lost half a point of ground. Having blocked this strike, I shifted the blade's edge sideways, its momentum undiminished, sweeping up in reverse along the halberd's shaft, straight for Su-han's wrist. Su-han paled in shock and borrowed the force to leap into the air. The next instant, Su-lin's assault arrived. Su-lin's pair of fleshy claws had taken on a dark red color. As they swung, claw shadows filled the sky, coming at the vital points all over my body, clearly with no intent to hold back. I held the blade crosswise to block a claw. The instant they met, blood and energy and blood flame corroded each other, sizzling, and strand after strand of dark red fire force surged toward my body through the long blade. That was Su-lin's fire poison. Once it entered the body, it would burn blood and energy, causing unbearable agony, his most used means of tormenting people. But what a pity. His ever-victorious fire poison actually couldn't burn my blood and energy, couldn't even invade my body. What kind of means is this of yours? Su-lin said through clenched teeth. This was the first time he'd met someone who could ignore his fire poison. But his hands didn't stop, the cloud-burning claw unleashed in succession, the scorching claw shadows crackling the air. At this moment, Su-han swung his great halberd too, pressing at me crosswise, the violent wind pressure scraping people's cheeks till they stung. A claw and a halberd, one left and one right, came at me. Your Su family really is all one type. When you can't win, you gang up. I raised the long blade in my hand upright and swept 2 fingers across the blade's body. Terrifying killing intent shrouded 3 zhang about me, and Su-lin and Su-han now felt only a chill throughout their bodies, as if a great terror were descending. Retreat. Su-lin's face changed drastically, and he at once changed his move, pulling back to retreat at the same time. 7 kills, blade domain. Dense blade energy spread across 3 zhang about me, clanging and ringing. Su-han had already swung his great halberd into a blur, blocking most of the blade energy, but there was still a portion of black-red blade energy that cut into him. As for Su-lin, though he'd retreated ahead of time, the blade energy was simply too numerous, and even dodging with all his might, he couldn't avoid it all. Su-han's physique was powerful, and the passing blade energy left only a wound of moderate depth. Su-lin was the more wretched. A wound deep enough to see bone appeared on his chest. Only the blood hadn't yet welled out before it was all evaporated by the high temperature about him. But the lethality of this move of mine lay not in the cutting, but in the killing intent and malice that pervaded everywhere. Killing intent entering the body was not so pleasant to bear. As I sheathed the blade, the 2 of the Su family's faces shifted a few times, and at last they couldn't hold it back. With a retch, they spat out mouthfuls of blood, clearly not lightly wounded. I slowly exhaled. Using this move, the blood and energy within me had been drained by 3 parts. Su-lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the blood flame about him all drawn back into his body. After being wounded, Su-han's eyes grew more crimson, the weapon malice about him thicker. Clearly he was on the edge of frenzy. And behind me, a 9-colored little snake was slowly approaching my ankle. Jiang Chuan, how many more times can you use a move like that? Blood flame rose in Su-lin's eyes, and he sneered without cease. Blade energy this terrifying was simply not something a normal blood refinement realm could unleash. This mudleg they'd looked down on surely had some great secret about him. Want to try? I reached out and gripped the blade's hilt. At the same time, that 9-colored little snake opened its mouth wide and bit at me. Just at the instant the 9-colored little snake's attack was about to land on me, I abruptly lifted my foot and stamped down. Scorching blood and energy surged, and the little snake, composed entirely of venom, sizzled, and after a soundless hiss dissipated into nothing, not leaving so much as a trace. My 9-colored python venom can't even get past his blood and energy? Suru's face changed drastically, and her eyes at me had changed completely. It was the look one gave a monster. You have to understand, Her nine-colored python venom was violent beyond compare. Catching an unprepared foe, even some high-level martial artists would find it thorny. Yet now it couldn't even break through a blood refinement realm's blood and energy. She felt her worldview taking a blow, and the pride she'd held for so many years smashed to shards on the ground. Together, the soft sword in Su Ru's hand erupted with nine-colored venomous light, and with a flash of her figure, she swept at my neck. At the same time, Su Lin had finished his preparation too, the dark red light in his hands surging greatly. Blood flame scorches heaven. The thick blood flame surged at me overwhelmingly. Weapon malice, condense for me. Su-Han lightly turned the great halberd in his hands, and the weapon malice on his body condensed into substance, a Tinjong great halberd composed entirely of weapon malice slashing down at me abruptly. A great halberd above, a heaven-flooding blood flame in front, a venomous python hissing behind. Under the siege of the three, I seemed to have already fallen into a death situation. As expected, I still need to break through in battle. I gripped the blade's hilt, and as the blood pill within me spun, the 8th rune had condensed too. Li Changwang hadn't been wrong. The road to the ultimate realm was a road paved with blood and fire. Black-red wolf smoke shot to the heavens, halt the spear droning, and amid clanging sounds it abruptly left the sheath. Before the rolling blood flame could break through to about me, it was churned to pieces by the wild blade energy, unable to come within 3 inches of my body. As for Su Ru, her venomous miasma had no effect on me, and I didn't even look at her, throwing a casual fist that blasted her flying, person and sword together. Come. I raised the long blade, blood malice coiling, a blade of pure malice surfacing, then abruptly slashed down. 7 kills blade force, mountain splitter, offense against offense. Behind me the blood flame shattered into scattered points of light, setting all the surrounding trees ablaze. Su Lin steeled his heart and abruptly spat out a mouthful of essence blood, the blood flame growing fiercer, actually breaking into the 3 inches about me. At the same time, the blood malice blade and the weapon malice great halberd collided, the malice corroding each other, and the Zhuyin shadow behind Su-Han roared to the heavens, weapon malice churning as it abruptly pressed down. Die! Su-Han's eyes crimson, his face incomparably ferocious. I lightly turned the long blade in my hand, and amid the surge of blood malice abruptly put in force. Only a clash of metal on metal rang out. The great halberd fell to the ground, and only half of it remained gripped in Su-Han's hand. His weapon had snapped. Let me collect a bit of interest first. My figure vanished, appearing behind Su-Han, and a whip kick lashed out. Before Su-Han could react from his shock, he could only cross both arms, meaning to block this forceful, heavy whip kick. With a boom, Su-Han's figure shot out, and along with it came a few crisp cracking sounds. His body, tempered 1,000 times, actually couldn't withstand this one whip kick. Su Lin's figure flickered, trying to shed the force for Su-Han, and the two plowed 2 deep gullies into the ground. It's fine, just some bone fractures. Su-Han swallowed the blood in his mouth and rasped. That kick had some power. Su Lin said nothing. He knew Su-Han's ferocity had been thoroughly roused. You two retreat. A frenzied color flickered in Su-Han's eyes. Su Lin knew what he meant to do, and pulled back with Su Ru, silently regulating their breathing. Their injuries weren't light either. Seeing this, Su-Han no longer suppressed the frenzy in his eyes. Weapon malice churned about him, and the Zhuyin shadow behind him slowly fused into his body. The long halberd droned, and Su-Han grinned. To push me to such a state, you're entitled to be proud. The words had barely fallen when weapon malice shot to the heavens, and Su-Han's figure abruptly vanished. The him now had lost all reason, his eyes full of frenzy. Each move forceful and heavy, relying solely on his combat instinct. The halberd shaft in his hand was like a fine steel staff, carrying rolling weapon malice as it attacked me frenziedly. By now the two of us had turned into 2 streaks of light, one black and one red, colliding wildly. Dirt waves churning, and with splinters flying wherever they passed. The sounds of weapons clashing seemed to merge into one, jolting people's eardrums till they ached. With such a big commotion here, people had long since rushed over, hoping to play the fisherman amid the chaos. But once they arrived, they found they simply couldn't get involved in this battle. Even getting grazed would be enough to give them a hard time. These two, are they still human? The Modu elite team watched the two's attacks, dumbstruck. Morong, if it were you, how many moves could you hold out? Someone turned to look at Modu's champion, Morong Yuan. With all my trump cards out, heedless of consequences, 20 moves at most. Morong Yuan's expression was grave, unable to hide the loss in his words. Could the gap between people really be that large? Zhou Wanner watched my ceaselessly flickering figure, lightly stroking the crimson little snake on her wrist, and licked her lips. If I brought this one back to the stockade, Ma would definitely agree. The Xiangnan province elite team, watching their champion act so shamelessly, all silently covered their eyes. Sister Wanner, you might not beat him. No, you definitely can't beat him. You think this young lady doesn't know that? Can't beat him, so I'll just tie myself up nicely and deliver myself to him. Zhou Wanner's words were full of defiance. Beats marrying that disgusting, ugly thing. Only, I wonder if the love goo I snuck out will work. Though this part she didn't say aloud. Just as Zhou Wanner was plotting her mischief, Jiang Yu's side had finished too. Su Mei's body emanated pale white cold energy, and that utterly seductive coquettishness had vanished, replaced by a face already frozen to a bluish-white color. Jiang Yu pointed out one more gradient finger, and Su Mei was frozen solid on the spot, becoming a lifelike ice sculpture. She casually took Su Mei's points ring, then with a flash of her figure blocked the two, Su Lin and the other. For some reason, Zhou Wanner always felt as if she'd gotten a bit cold. Come. Pale white cold energy churned about Jiang Yu, and she cast a glance at my battle situation, then expressionlessly blocked Su Lin and Su Mei, who were about to make a move. Jiang Yu, don't go too far. This is the grudge between my Su family and him. Su Lin's eyes never left me. A trace of greed flashed in them. If he could get his hands on the things on me. Jiang Yu frowned, wasted no words, and struck out a palm. Pale white cold energy surging at the two with the momentum to freeze all things. Jiang Yu, does your Jiang family mean to thoroughly offend my Su family? Su Lin struck out a palm in reverse, blood flame running rampant. But he simply couldn't block Jiang Yu's great, cold energy. You make it sound like the Jiang and Su families are on good terms. Jiang Li sneered a few times, retorting. His battle with Su Lei could only be called boring in the extreme. Su Lei had once tried to flee and been dragged back by him, and now the two were in a situation where neither could do anything to the other. You clinging bit of dead taffy. Su Lei was getting a bit worn down by his entanglement. You dead electrician, all you can do is discharge. Why not go be a power bank? Jiang Li thrust a spear out, vines coiling, entangling Su Lei once again. And on the other side, my battle with Su Han was nearing its curtain call too. The chase between Su Han and me had by now come to a stop. Su Han lay sprawled on the ground, pitch-black weapon malice emanating from him all over, the halberd shaft in his hand covered in blade marks, the dense blade wounds on his body oozing blood without cease. A good-for-nothing who can't even master his own bloodline, and you'd block me? I flicked the long blade, sending a few beads of blood flying. Compared to Su Han, I had basically no injuries, only my right arm trembling somewhat unnaturally. The berserk Su Han's strength had surged, and my hand had been jolted a bit numb, but it didn't affect the battle. Roar! What answered me was Su Han's beast-like roar. Time to settle the debt. I slowly sheathed the blade. Jiang Chuan, you dare! Su Lin shouted sharply. Wang Chuang's matter had been Su Lin egging Su Han on, for the purpose of giving me a warning. But he hadn't expected I'd actually dare to retaliate. If Su Han's 4 limbs were crippled, he, as the Su family's team leader, would surely bear responsibility. I couldn't be bothered with Su Lin's words. Hitting someone and then not letting them hit back, there was no such reasoning. You really dare make a move? Do you mean to thoroughly offend my Su family to death? Su Lin barely fended off Jiang Yu's great finger while trying to trot out the Su family to press me. Wordy. The cold energy in Jiang Yu's hand grew fiercer, and Su Lin, caught off guard for a moment, had half his body frozen. Su Lin's state was poor to begin with, and facing Jiang Yu now, he really had no good options, able only to let out roar after roar, raging impotently. That he, a prodigy of the Su family's first tier, would fall to such a state. Once he got out, he'd definitely bring people to besiege the Jiang family. At this moment, I'd already placed my foot on Su Han's hand. Hand over the points ring, I said. Before the others could react, with a clear crack, Su Han's hand twisted to a horrifying angle. Roar! Su Han let out a beast roar, clearly in no small pain, even the frenzied color in his eyes fading considerably. I'm not a patient man. 3 more. I moved my foot onto his other arm. Hand it, we'll hand it over. Su Lin, looking at the great finger right before his eyes, ground his teeth. 2 points rings were tossed out. Jiang Yu caught the rings and threw them to me along with Su Mei's. Sparky and you? Jiang Li swung his long spear, dense vines coiling up. Hand it. Su Lei ground his teeth and said, word by word. The tide was lost. He had no choice but to hand it over. Then it's time to settle the debt. With 3 crisp sounds, I broke all 4 of Suhan's limbs in order. Suhan's eyes were clear now, the weapon malice influence on him gone. Feeling the sharp pain in his 4 limbs. These were all things he'd done to others normally, and today the retribution had come around to himself. I crouched down, took Suhan's points ring, and put it in my pocket. Jiang Chuan, you don't keep your word. Su Lin roared. I never said handing over your things would get you off, did I? I placed my foot on Suhan's neck. I didn't have the habit of leaving loose ends. The debt's settled. What comes next is my business. Suhan didn't beg for mercy, and slowly closed his eyes. His pride wouldn't allow him to beg. Su Mei, what are you still doing? Su Lin hadn't expected this madman would really dare kill Suhan. Realizing things were bad, he roared out. Right away, a wicked light flashed in Su Mei's eyes, and those dozen-plus trapped Su family core disciples abruptly widened their eyes, drained into human husks by Su Mei in an instant. Su Mei, wined and dined, a wicked light stern in her eyes. Little brother, next time we meet, big sister is going to have your blood and energy for sure. Illusion fills the heavens. Su Mei's hands formed a strange seal before her full chest, and a formless ripple spread out. I just meant to put in force when I felt a wave of days. Amid the spinning of heaven and earth, I could only feel Su Han being rescued from beneath my foot. A few breaths later, the several of the Su family had vanished. They crushed their teleport tokens and transported out. Jiang Li shook his head. He'd been hit by the move just now too. Su Mei of the Su family is best at illusions. Her frontal combat ability isn't strong, but I didn't expect us to still be schemed by her. Impressive. Jiang Yu was concise. She still wasn't used to saying too much at once. And the other Annan province members playing supporting roles had long since stripped the Su family core disciples clean, just waiting for me to distribute. The 3 of us each take 3 parts. The rest of you split the remainder. I said. The others had no objection either. They'd basically put in no effort in this battle, and it would have been normal even not to share with them. Once the materials were distributed, my points in hand surged. Adding the earlier points, my points now reached 1,034. I opened my smart wristwatch to check my own ranking and saw my name hanging high at the top of the board. Anyone else still want to fight? I swept my gaze around and said in a clear voice, Jiang Chuan, let's get acquainted, Murong Yuan of Modu. Murong Yuan stepped out, spreading his hands to show he meant no harm. I can't beat you, and I mean no harm, just want to get acquainted. Jiang Chuan, I'm Zhou Wanner, let's get acquainted? Zhou Wanner was much more direct, walking straight up to me with her hand out. Which school are you thinking of applying to? Jiang Li, sensing the strange aura about Zhou Wanner, spoke. Goo worms. There's actually someone who knows the way of goo worms. Zhou Wanner was quite astonished. Nurturing blood with goo, very strong. Jiang Li seemed quite familiar with this school. You're from the Miao Frontier 18 Stockades. Ah, that's right. In these 10 years, I'm the only girl to walk out of the 18 Stockades. Zhou Wanner tilted her head slightly, seeming quite proud. Very impressive. Jiang Li was not the least bit stingy with his praise. To endure the 10,000 goo devouring the body and refine a natal goo as a woman, your future achievements will surely be limitless. You know your stuff? Once I finish the exams and go home, I'll bring you back some local specialties. Zhou Wanner tiptoed up and patted Jiang Li's shoulder, then frowned. Eat more, You're too scrawny. Put in the stockade, no one want you. Zhou Wanner added another line. The life force about Jiang Li made her feel very comfortable, and even the goo worms within her gave off emotions of delight. Before Jiang Li could refute, Zhou Wanner had already returned to the Xiangnan province elite team. She seemed to have forgotten what she'd come over for. Jiang Yu couldn't hold back a soft laugh, and mimicking Zhou Wanner, patted Jiang Li's shoulder. Go, go, go. This is called looking slim in my clothes. Jiang Li was a bit worn down. Next, the great clan prodigies stepped out one after another. Though it was still a competitive relationship, they hadn't offended me, so what was there to fear? The 5 of the Li family were different, though. They knew I was acquainted with their 3rd uncle and planted themselves right behind us, like 5 door guardian gods. Li Bighead, what was the meaning of you standing off to the side just now? Jiang Li slung an arm around Li Qianyuan's shoulder, his expression unfriendly. Brother Jiang, I only just got here too, believe me. Otherwise, with my hot temper, could I have held back? Li Qianyuan was quite big-built, but before Jiang Li he was like a little mouse. Couldn't be helped. Drugged and scared by Jiang Li as a kid, he still had psychological trauma to this day. Brother Jiang, I'm Li Qianyuan of the Li family. Li Qianyuan shook off Jiang Li's hold and walked up to me. That battle just now, we really couldn't get involved. Rashly stepping in would only have dragged you down. I know. I nodded in understanding. My third uncle told us, tagging along with you would bring benefits. Li Qianyuan chuckled. Since we've run into each other, then we're joining up? I nodded and didn't refuse. These 5 of the Li family had strong combat power too. Li Qianyuan was a born earth spirit body, skilled at defense, said to be one man holding a pass against 10,000. Though the others' talents couldn't compare to Li Qianyuan's, they too were innate bloodlines, ranking upper middle even among great clan prodigies. Since you've joined up, you ought to have a bit of a token of allegiance, right? Hand over the demon beast gathering point. Jiang Li stuck out his hand without the slightest courtesy.